Welcome everybody to the University Esports Masters Finals for VALORANT in 2024. This is the event of the year, and we have two of the biggest titans of European University VALORANT with us here tonight. My name is Bigfoot, and I'm joined by Mad Dante. How's it going there, bro?
Hello, bro. It has been a little bit since we have last chatted, but for anyone that has missed us, we have been here. Funnily enough, we have been here before in more ways than one, but that will be brought up more later. So, just in the meantime, what we do have to expect. So that'll be Nepesu versus the K-pop Superstars coming up. The K-pop Superstars, the Great British team, of course. Nepesu, the Ukrainian team, will be jumping in for a little bit more for that bracket later on. But just so everyone does have a bit of a heads up, Valorant's had quite a few little changes and like kind of jump arounds and things. So we are doing the old map pool. So Abyss, yes, I know. I'm sorry. Abyss and Haven unfortunately will not be joining us. It is still Split and Breeze. People will have some things to say about what that likely means for the map pool coming into the grand finals, but we are on the most current patch. ISO no longer has the double bulletproof jacket. He's got one and done. Neon, not quite as strong as she used to be, but I believe still 100% accurate in midair if she decides to slide. So plenty of shenanigans I'm sure we'll witness.
And we are scheduled for a best of 5 at the minute, so this could go on. I said welcome to everyone to here tonight, but we're here in the morning actually. It's still morning, but we might end up making it through to the night. 5 games could be what we see. 5 full maps of absolute chaos. Now they've had a huge journey to get here. We'll get a little bit more into that into the bracket, but we're seeing some very interesting stuff from the Ukrainian team UNIVERSITY against the Great British team K-pop Superstars and everyone else. They were running a no flash composition, and they made it through to the finals without flashing people. Some kind of back from the dead technique was employed. You want to give us a little bit more information about that, Dante?
Well, there is the not dead yet strats and things, which we have seen more, and yes, there absolutely will. But just a little bit of a show on the calendar, just to show you exactly, obviously, we are now here in the grand finals. How did everything look up till then? So here we go, as we said, basically everything now kind of finishing up. League was, of course, yesterday for anyone that did miss it. League went on to be a phenomenal set of matches, so please do give them some love and check it out. But yeah, with that, first of all, what are the teams actually playing for? So in terms of the prize pool, we do have a €5,500 prize pool, so just kind of run that down. So first 2,500, €500 per player. Either or these teams are taking away minimum 1,500 today.
It's quite a lot of euros, that is going to come in useful, especially if you're reaching the end of university and graduating like me and a little bit lost financially. That could be coming in extremely useful for some of these players. And I strongly believe at least one of the players in this final, you'll see them in a top tier VCT within a couple of years. I think it's entirely possible. This is the road to victory, like the road to Pro League, as if you can come out on top of an entire region as big as EU. Surely there's probably already scouts in the chat. Chat, if there's a scout in the chat, give us a little scout emoji. But yeah, I think some of these players might go quite far. There's some really, really high talent. Dermot's a very, very clever IGL. There's some crazy fraggers on Nupesu, and
we got a lot.
We'll get into it.
Yeah, we can basically get right into it. So first of all, we'll have a look at the journey Nupesu and K-pop Superstars have had. It has been quite an event-filled kind of time. So if we do see very quickly what we do have, Nepesu versus the K-pop Superstars, which we, as I said earlier, and Bigfoot, please guide everyone through a bit more, but we have been here before. Yeah,
it was Nepesu and K-pop, 2-1. It was it was really close. It was one of the closest Nupesu matches. One of the teams that showed the biggest, the team that stuck up for themselves the most against Nupesu was the GB squad, K-pop Superstars, who by the way, are from Staffordshire University. Really, really good esports university. If any of you are considering, that is one to look at. But yeah, if you are in the getting a uni, get involved in University Esports, because you can come this far. You can end up in the finals winning thousands of euros if you're good enough. And if you're a caster or observer, you can also be involved in the production of these amazing events that I'd like to thank everyone that's ever got me to be a part of. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Getting all wholesome immediately here. You're meant to say that.
I'm emotional today. It's one of my last big streams for a while. I'm going to go away for a little bit, go abroad after university. We'll see what happens with the casting. I'm going to focus on music for a while, but yeah, we're really today is like the peak of European university Valorant for the year. And it's also the peak of my casting hobby / semi career so far. And I'm just really happy and sad to be here today. So it's gonna be an emotional day full of insane plays. There's gonna be so many clips today when you see the way these players play, man. The stuff that K-pop do to people and the stuff that UNIVERSITY do to people is just insane. I've never seen anything like it in University Valorant.
Then here we go. Speaking of, so just very quickly following through. So then we did see obviously kind of PESU coming through. K-pop superstars were then put out by them. But other than that, K-pop stars have had basically, you know, had a pretty clean run. Not dateable, able to put up a little bit. Even Dublin as well, the Irish squad down south, they were able to put up a little bit of a fight. But for the most part, yeah, K-pop superstars have been, you know, basically been cleaning up their respective houses. I mean, Dublin were able to get through a little bit there, but initially then fell to Goat then fallen 2-0 to K-pop stars, and basically up until, I do believe up until not dateable, and in the lower bracket, K-pop were essentially entirely undefeated, as we do see. So yeah, in terrifying team comps, the Ukrainian squad are in a league of their own. They have an idea of what the meta is. They do not care what, you know, to actually implement that. They know what other teams are going to be playing, and no teams, and myself and Bigfoot, we have no clue what UNIVERSITY are playing. We have an idea, but it's out there and it's risky, and it's created so many highlights already. So what does that look like, Bigfoot?
We'll find out in the first game whether UNIVERSITY are going to go for their flashless comp again. I think they might use it as a wild card. They've had a month. The meta has changed. If they're looking for like weird left field meta like they did last time with this new one, they probably employ ISO and something else to like bolster that defense. So maybe like double or triple swinging with ISO shield on, stuff like this. This is the sort of stuff that UNIVERSITY will do. They'll look at the strengths of the patch from a different angle, and this is the sort of stuff that makes me believe in some of these players, especially the IGL, with these strats moving forward to pro play, because they're very creative and take very well planned risks to what we see will pay off in dividends.
No, exactly. So in terms of that, again, the PESU, from what we've seen in their games, in their pretty clean 2-0s, their 2-1s, flashless comp all the way through, irrelevant of map pick. It was Sage, it was Clove, it was your kind of standard, I say standard issue, anything but standard issue, especially for maps like Ascent, which have such a ironclad meta of the five agents, that even when ISO and Neon were at the peak of their how do you politely say, trolling the online servers with their complete overtuneness, even still we did see in the previous games that wasn't enough to change the Ascent meta, the Ascent lineup, the KO, the Killjoy, your kind of standard issue there. So if that wasn't the case, the characters now have been a little bit nerfed. So I'd say, at least from K-pop stars, probably what we'd expect. But if we do see Ascent, UNIVERSITY, I think, are going to be silly. And if there's a wildcard map to burn that strat on, the flashless, I would say it's Ascent.
Yeah, and there's also been there's so much to talk about getting up to here. The GB competitions to get to this point, we've had K-pop superstars take both of the big trophies in. Leading up to this point, they've got 2 huge trophies. If they take this, they've done the triple. They've got the 3 trophies of 2024. I'm assuming that Ukraine probably has 1 because it's a little bit of a smaller country. So if UNIVERSITY take this, they'll get the double. But it's to get to this point enough is phenomenal as it is. Oh man, I remember when I first logged on to Valorant. We got the veto coming in. Sorry.
Yeah, we do indeed.
Nice.
It looks like the veto is going to be coming in just a moment. So we will be, of course, keeping you up to date on that. But, well, I'm going to keep it a little bit silent. I'm obviously not going to say anything too big, but we'll be getting into that graphic very shortly. If you want my bet, very quickly, it's going to be Ascent, Bind and Split, because that's what we've seen basically ran through most of the UEM, with the occasional Lotus popping in.
Yeah, we were saying it was going to be an Insta Abyss ban before we found out that it was not even involved. But yeah, going back to the map pool that they had last time as a repeat might work in their favor a little bit less of the wild cards. But there is still the wild card meta. And what I was about to say a second ago was when I first logged on to Valorant in this new patch, I hadn't checked the patch notes. My first comp game, the queue started and the screen opened, and ISO and Neon were already locked in. And I just knew without checking the patch notes that we're in a bad new meta.
Yeah, we were in the new meta. There's the new things going on. Oh my days. Yeah, the ISO. So anyone as well for anything that's kind of that you do want to talk about very quickly. Rhea's no longer seals through the air quite like the fireworks she used to be.
No,
the satchel doesn't do any damage of shot. And here we. But you know what? Speaking of that, we'll move on.
Breeze
for
and
just a second.
sunset bans.
Yep. Excellent stuff. Not too surprising, to be honest. But you know, those kind of long angles for Breeze. Breeze really does just demand, you know, whoever's the best gunner usually is happy to walk away. So yeah, kind of eliminating that makes sense. Sunset, I think teams just aren't comfortable in Sunset, but I adore the map.
Can I just check with Prod? We've got new Pescu map ban, new Pescu map ban. Can we double check?
Yes.
Could we double check who banned which? I'm really interested. And because who do you think banned Breeze? Who do you think would have banned Breeze?
Well, that's the thing. So Nepesu being up right now on the first bracket, they actually, and this is good to know, they do get the double map ban because that's their reward for coming in through the winner's side.
This is so I thought they took it in turns, but they are the higher seeds.
No,
they're
the higher seed.
Crazy.
Yeah,
that's such a good start for them, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's to take out Breeze and Sunset. That's incredible for anyone that doesn't know, because I myself, this also kind of caught me by surprise. There used to be some, you know, kind of give map one to the team of winners. Of course, that little bit strong on a best of three. So they've Nepesu get both map bans initially. Yeah, no, as you said, Bigfoot, incredibly strong to take out Breeze and Sunset for Nepesu immediately,
and then pick the first map as well.
Yep.
Well, that's what the top seed gets and deserves. But I mean, the fight that K-pop had to do to get to this bottom seed itself is shows so much. It's kind of sad they put so much effort in to start a little bit on the back foot. But of course, that's what the faster victory in the upper bracket will award you in these kind of seedings, these styles of tournaments. So New Pestu have picked Bind to start with. This is going to be a fun start, I think. I am very, very interested to see what agents come out. It might be the flashless Clove Sage combo we saw last time. We might see something crazy and new. We'll have to wait and see. Well, they might just go meta. They might just go, you know, Brimstone, Viper, Raze. We'll see. Ascent.
2 out of 3 on my prediction. 2 out of 3 on my prediction.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's coming through. It does look like we are getting that, but yes, of course. With everything that has changed with like Rhea's and such like that, as you said, it's a great point to mention that teams are possibly going to be a bit more comfortable picking wackier things. In Ascent, not quite as much because, well, if the team metas didn't shift after the crazy patch, I imagine it won't shift now that the characters have been toned down a little bit. Still, though, all to see if Nepesu do decide to run their but yeah, the double the flashless comp kind of double sentinel double heal is something to be concerned by. So we'll have to see if Superstars can answer those questions if Nepesu are willing to ask them.
Nepesu have just selected defense for Ascent, so we're going to start off with a Nepesu attack, then a K-pop attack, and split.
Yeah, here we go. There it is.
I don't know. Do you think we're going to go past split? Do you think we're going to see a 3-0? I think we're going to see the full 5 maps myself, but
I think we are definitely getting to map 4. I'd be very surprised if either team can do a 3-0 showing.
Yeah, I think these teams are just too strong in their own respective ways, in completely different ways. Therefore, they're just statistically, there has to be at least one victory for both sides. I can't see a 3-0 stomp.
No, the last time the teams got together, of course, you know, it wasn't a stomp. It was 2-1 immediately. So, in theory, yeah, I mean, if the world is to kind of repeat itself, then it seems like a 3-2 showing. Going towards Nepesu would be, of course, statistically what does happen. But it is important to know that Nepesu really did only start bringing out the kind of crazy flashless comp. Initially, I think it was against K-pop Superstars that we started to see that comp shine. There was a little bit of adaptation by the end, unfortunately not enough. But now, with a full best of 5 series, plus any type of you know, experience that the Superstars have already had, they're probably going to be feeling quite a bit more comfortable about this as we get the last 2 maps picked up, and look at that for a run.
Wow. Lotus for the final. I think we will make it, and that, if we do, that is a really nice place to finish off.
Oh yeah,
the triple site chaos with the comps that we're going to see. Yeah, Lotus would be fun. I would like to get there. See if we're going to be here all day or not. We'll see moving forward.
That was the tonight statement. Did it?
Is that the caster curse? Get it in early. Get it in there at the start.
I think that's a caster blessing. I'm not going to say curse. I think the more Valorant we get to see tonight is absolutely. I think what ourselves and what everyone except the players wants. I'd imagine the players and their respective fans, they want quick 3-0s, move on, but no, I want to see this brought to the end.
In one of the last games we saw
yes.
NuPesu in where K-pop weren't playing. K-pop were in the chat. Dermot was in the chat, and Dermot was saying, "You guys are crazy." I think Dermot is what's the word? Like aware of what they're going into tonight. And the question really is: has he been scrimming and preparing for the past week, or has he been role playing on Grand Theft Auto as a cop? We don't know. Maybe we'll find out if we get to interview him. If he wins and we can interview him, we'll find out. But maybe we'll know in the gameplay whether it's been scrim or GTA roleplay for the past week or not.
We'll have to see if he runs around, with the pistols, or if he's trying to maybe spawn in jets or something. We will have to see if the muscle memory is carried over from GTA or if it stayed for Val. But yeah, I mean, very solid map pool. I think we do get to see the kind of initial just bind ascent split, which, as I said, again, we have been seeing quite a lot in the UEM. I'd imagine we're going more along the lines of, if NuPesu take bind, I think they'll take ascent too. I think it'll be split that K-pop superstars would have to go through if NuPesu start us off with a quick 2-0, which I'd say is definitely possible.
We can talk a little bit about the strengths of each team, which see how they apply to each map. So I would say that K-pop strengths are the Bobby Fischer chest brain of Dermot. Like the IGL strats are just insane. Their individual clutch technical ability. I've seen 1v3s, 1v4s from K-pop numerous times from every single player. So those are probably their two biggest strengths. NuPesu's biggest strength is overwhelming and confusing the opponent, from what I've seen so far. I have watched about 5 times as many K-pop maps as I have NuPesu, if not 10 times as many.
Yes.
Especially if you include last year's team. So I understand K-pop a lot more than I understand NuPesu, and NuPesu are very much of an enigma. But what we saw last time was overwhelm and confusion. People just didn't know how to deal with like the overwhelming strats. That also NuPesu's 1v1 capabilities.
Yes.
So NuPesu can send players off by themselves who can just 1v1 through the map lurking. It's crazy.
No, NuPesu are very much, and I think this is quite pivotal to what we've seen so far. Obviously, with the kind of stranger comps, it's adapt or die versus NuPesu. Does very much seem to be exactly what you were saying, Bigfoot. If you can hold on against their weird and their wacky shenanigans, you will likely find yourself creating some space over the course of maps. We did see superstars kind of start doing that in their previous setup. Of course, they do have a bit more time now in between. Hopefully not being on GTA RP, David. Hopefully not being on GTA RP, but we will have to find out, because now here we go. Wow. There they are. There is the highlights from Tim 4 and from Love. We see Alucia back on the Cypher, Monoxen back on the Viper, Tevens on the Raze. I'd be very surprised if we see anyone swap off this. And I want to just very quickly shout out, Monoxen is terrifying on the side of NuPesu.
Yes, we've seen the best University Viper I've ever seen.
Yeah, I confidently
hands down.
I confidently say that. I don't think you've got much of a disagree there from ourselves. Maybe someone from K-pop stars may have a bit of a disagreement, of course, but from our kind of side, what we've seen Monoxen do as well, because being off the back of the IGL as well, Monoxen was a core pillar of NuPesu getting this far. Let's not mince words and pretend that's not the case.
Wasn't it 40 kills or something? Was it something crazy?
30, yeah, something like that.
30 something at least.
Yeah, man, it was on Viper. It was just to be an IGL, but to have that level of impact, to keep the team circled around you as they do. Again, the flashless comp, absolutely here for Bind online, good to go. Look at this. Did
you see the quadruple breach hover? I think that might have been a little message to the audience, little Dermot telegram to everyone that's watching that they are ready for the flashless comp.
Yeah, I think so. I
Maybe,
mean, again,
it's a little secret message.
Yeah, no, they're keeping things subtle. I think Dearmid likes to like. I know this for a fact that Dearmid likes to meta game with everyone, not even just the players. He will mess around with the viewers. He will get everyone encouraged. That is probably one of the like. If anyone's a showman, it does seem to be Dearmid. Everyone in the side of the PSU, while they've got like fancy stuff and like shenanigans, which we're about to see live. Ladies and gentlemen, get hyped, get ready. We are jumping in for the grand finals of the UE Masters. Everyone get some noise made in the chat, get the teams all fired up and ready to go. I am excited. Bigfoot, are you excited?
I am super excited, mate. This is the beginning of what is going to be an insane day, undoubtedly. Really, really good time at the minute for University Valorant. Like I said, these players could go pro. We're very, very high tier in these lobbies. There's 2, maybe 3 ascendants in the lobby. Most of the others are immortal.
Toxin screen
it's
down.
pretty high ranks, and with all the scrimming they do as well, you know, they've got tons of hours of scrimming. We're off to a start. It's a trade. Alicia for Nuka is traded out.
Poison orb and toxin.
Very, very early fight there. Monixon making a push through with the Viper wall up. This is quite a meta push, so it might be predicted a little bit from the players in Lamps. Dermot is very aware that this might be coming through. Can he swing? He doesn't. He gets 1 kill, but it's another trade. Dash for Monixon.
No, like this is the level of set we're seeing. Tim and Love already have just walked through that. Shower's control being gained absolutely brilliantly. We do see as well the final hold from Tavens coming through. It's the 3-stack versus the 3-stack. Dearmid a little bit low. The Sage wall coming up. We're going to be seeing the site cut apart by, you know, your kind of more standard utility. Paint Shell's not going to find anything as Love. Able to be picked up for Zion. The boom bot again going to trade Tavens. Firing it back again at Dearmid. 13 HP in a dream, but I mean, you mentioned this immediately, Bigfoot. 1 versus 2. Can Dearmid get this? 13
HP though, buddy. I don't think so, yeah. The double angle on the other side of that smoke. Wow.
Incredible stuff already. Incredible stuff already. And something I want to point out, by losing Nuker as fast as they did, which we will see here, Alicia picking up Nuker, it forced K-pop to also be a flashless team, and that's quite important. To be honest, actually, you know, if Nuker does end up going down pretty fast, then we do talk about flashless from Nupesu quite a lot. But if you're able to basically force K-pop's Gecko down and out of the fight pretty quick, well then you're forcing them to be flashless too.
We've had a little bit of a disconnect here. We will be back. Oh, and we're straight back into it. You just get a brief 2-second treat of where faces, but yeah, back into it. Tim for real, pushing forward with the Spectre. Nupesu have had a buy. They've got Bulldog, Spectres, etc. Looks like K-pop have opted for a bit of a shotgun defense, so we'll see how that plays out for them, holding these tight angles. You kind of need to get lucky with the shotgun defense that the opponents do play into your hand. But this is exactly what Zion is hoping for. There is a baiting player as well. I think that's Nuka, just on the other side there. Is that the Gecko silhouette? How well did you ever watch Pokemon? Know your and they show you a silhouette at the end.
Yeah. Who's that Pokemon? Are you doing who's that Gecko?
Yeah, who's that agent? And
who's that agent? Yeah. Who's that agent? Is exactly what it is. It is going to be Nuker on the back. We do see it's that 4-man push on through Garden. One player gets a bit. Oh, Lucia creating a little bit more space into Lamps. Has to get this onto Zion as well. The camera is going to spot out the shorty. Not going to be enough. Very, very close. As the push on now from the side into Pesu, basically clear up all the space that's been taken. The site will be gotten basically for free. Dash, what can you do with this?
I don't know what Dash can possibly do. There's only 1 cage in hand. What is going on? What is this?
That's the most PM thing I think I've ever seen.
That's the best.
The cage does not do any damage. I don't know if the players are aware of this. I don't know if the audience is aware of this. A beautiful swing from Alicia there. Nuker got
I love K-pop superstars.
Bigfoot, you mentioned that there will be clips, there will be highlights, there will be.
There's one.
And that's already happened, and I think what a better clip. There's no better clip than Dash throwing a cage into the back of Tim for real out of what may have been sheer panic. But now 2-0 for Nupesu, the buy fully up for K-pop superstars. In theory, this is where they get their first round.
Zion does get an early kill. This is what you need Zion for, getting those initial frags, but Love trades out with the Bulldog as a 4v4 right again. Love here making this early push. Bulldog peeking inch by inch, and a quick flick onto Zen, but is blinded by Nuka, who does manage to trade, nearly whiffing, getting killed by the players. A headshot onto Tim for real. Can I be one more? It's not. Monixon gets the kill with the Guardian. 13 HP though. Might have a little bit more of a chance here with a site completely to themselves. Dermot right there. Oh my days. Gives the game away a little bit, but completely occupying Alicia here. How can they do? No way! Jumping out of that cage. And now it is all on Dash to do this retake.
That was very scary. It's still very scary. Dash now does have to find on the Monoxen, and again, we were talking about him. Monoxen just absolutely has been just made a name again and again for Nepesu, so they might be able to do it again. Only 13 HP. Dash just has to find him to some degree. Gets the tap on the spike. The cage going to protect him. He's trying to dance around the top of this tube. Manages to get the side, and now has the information on Monoxen. Knows the HP is going to be low. Taps. Monoxen jumps. Doesn't re-swing again. The Viper Orb now goes up.
Yeah.
Swing the shots, and he will be enough.
3-0 to Nepesu. They are off to a very big start. I think where that went wrong was Dermot jumping out of the cage. They could have won that round so easily if Dermot wasn't quite as hungry for that kill. Could have just, yeah. They wanted to isolate the player, right? They wanted to isolate the enemy site so they could get to site and just do a 2v1. But when you got the opportunity to 2v1 and then you jump through a smoke or a cage by yourself, you're handing that advantage over to the enemy. And it's really sad to see K-pop making such simple mistakes so early on. I hope they can pull themselves together moving forward, because that cost a round, which probably cost the round after, etc. You know what I mean? These things, they have huge butterfly effects moving forward.
Speaking of as well, I mean, speaking of butterfly effects, person we did see quite alive last time was Tim for real on the side of that Clove. Clove has had a little bit of a nerf, so pick me up is costing a little bit more. You can't have the self-heal as well as a ghost anymore, I'm fairly certain. Or if you can't have double smoke as well. So now the bait from Zion, the swing, the classic. It's enough to get some damage.
No way.
It's a bit cheeky on Alicia.
Stop it!
Oh my days! The Cloudburst classic right click is enough for at least Zion to get the pick and get out, and now you're a man down for Nepesu. This might be how K-pop superstars get around to the board.
What the hell is this? He just stabs the boom pot.
That's confidence. That's so confident.
The timing, Zion is on fire this round with just a classic and a knife. I think Zion might get another, this is momentum. But here we go. The classic Nepesu revive. Taven's getting a cheeky angle. Zion drops. Oh my days. Nepesu are thriving as Monixon moves forward. Wallbang Zen stepping closer and closer to side. Dermot hiding in lamps with a judge, but the other enemy players are not coming close.
I mean, massive from Love, obviously, to get that res. We have seen other rosters try kind of run the Sage and been a little bit hesitant on getting the res used. Whether they do keep it, hung around for a bit too long to the point they're able to only get it once per half. That's a solid way of doing it. Speaking of solid, though, Dermot has managed to use the patience beautifully onto this long. Nuker's able to follow up as well. Now, all of a sudden, Defense has had to lurk back around. The paint shell's expanded. There is Thrash. There's Wingman for the defuse for Nuker. It's just this shot!
Oh my days!
And that's all you need. If anyone can come out and clutch in the last minute, that's NKR.
I think that small throw of the last round gave K-pop the power they needed and deserved to come out on top of this round. I think they just didn't want to let it get to 4-0, so they pulled everything out of the bag, digging deep. Nuker, that was Nuker's second, then third, and then this final fourth kill, nearly an ace for the clutch. Perfect headshot. Don't need rifles. Now they've got them though, and Zion's got the op. Are we going to see the tides turn just a little bit in this round or the next, as K-pop do move forward with a little bit of a better economy now and one round on the board?
Nuker managing to triple his kills with just a Sheriff. I think people should be wrestling the Vandal off of his hands. It's clear he doesn't need that, and it's maybe actively getting in his way. Maybe all you need is that Sheriff. The jump peak's going to come out. Yeah, that's got the information for Nepesu now. The blind fire onto the cam will take that information out as well. So now it's Dash and Alushi over here. Meanwhile, the remainder of K-pop stars just very patient on that A side. The Shires control from the side of Zion with the operator. Going to be kept down, but it's all, I think, this information. Zen, you're going to need to get that information soon. Gets the first pick on the Vens. The Cyphers are just playing around with each other. The timing, Dash. The neural death pops up, and now I think we're going to see the remainder of this round just explode.
I think K-pop are back. See what Zion can do here with pushing out pretty far with the op. Nearly on the tail, but I think the rotation, the push through A main is going to come through. But the spike was actually hovering towards B, but with that Cypher setup in Hooker, it's a really awkward setup to push past that singular trap wire. If Cypher is next to that trap wire, you're pretty likely to die if Cypher is in Hooker there. So the smokes have came down on the A site. Love is going to try and plan, but Zen has got the showstopper. Will knock out Tim for real. Monixon trades out Dermot. Love has not got the spike down yet, and Monixon it will get another kill, but Zen is there to clean up. Love and Monixon drop, and K-pop step up to 2 points.
Nuker saying it's all on you, little homie. At no point referring to the Thresh.
That's it now. Let's keep it up.
Well, incredibly good work from them. Meanwhile, this little kind of, you know, encounter with the Cyphers over in that hook. The space very well maintained by Dash, and then allowing the rotate to come through beautifully. Ults now, we didn't give them too much. The ult economy really now fully come online. Neural Theft and Thrash use from Nuker and Dash. I was going to say respectively, but irrespectively of each other. Bladestorm and the Orbital Strike still online for K-pop Stars. Meanwhile, the Vipers Pit, the Showstopper, and Neural Theft on board for Nepesu. You've got quite a bit to work with here, even if it's not entirely econ.
Right down to the save round for the first time for Nepesu in the 6th round here. They haven't had to save since the original pistol, which doesn't even count, so I don't know why I'm calling that a save. It's in a little bit of a... Yeah, they haven't had a pistol round since the pistol round. That should be a better way to phrase it, but this double tripwire is great. I like how they've shifted up the setup. By changing the setup, you can confuse your opponents. They might say, oh, the one tripwire is here, so the Cypher's not here. Now Monixon taking this peek, maybe a little bit careful that Cypher might be around. Something might be around here.
There's a Cypher over in that A site as well, very quickly. We are seeing Alusha just kind of fidgeting around, and maybe is going to be swinging into the jaws. There. The patience, who's going to break first? Because we are just waiting for Nepesu. 38 seconds left on the board. This is going to be quite an explosive breach. Beautiful initial swing. Nuker now has to keep this position. The Orbital Strike comes through. Gets a tap onto the head as well. Follows up onto Tim. Good for defense as well. That's 3, 4 for Nuker. Meanwhile, it is Alusha just on that A site though. Likely going to have to be picked up by Zen. Dermot with the team frag. Nuker, you're not allowed to live to tell the tale. A little bit of VM, which we have mentioned millions of times.
Was he maybe just punishing him for trying too hard? Calm down, mate. Can't try that.
Don't take it seriously. It's only 55. It's only 2,500 euros on the line. That's all there is. Why would you at all take that seriously? But look at this from Nuker. Refusal to whip, refusal to miss. But Alusha.
We knew exactly what. Wait there, Nuker. That was a suicide because the molly landed miles away. Nuker must have walked into that. Are they just Are they actually trolling in the European Grand Finals? Is K-pop trolling?
Maybe not trolling, but they're having a bit of fun. They're going to have to survive the showstopper from defense. Defense actively chasing them down, but it's Alusha who will fall. No one from K-pop Stars goes down from that showstopper.
Lost a little bit of health here, but it was shot blind for the smokes. It didn't connect fully. Defense is going to finish off what they started with the showstopper. Dermot here on 46 HP, looking pretty low. And the pit is up and the spike is down. So it might be a good chance for Nepesu to take another step forward. But I have seen K-pop superstars obliterate Viper pit plants before. So it may happen. Here we have Tim for real, the player we interviewed at the end of the bracket last time. Really interesting guy, had a lot to say. Put a lot of praise to the IGL, and there we have it. Cleaning up, Nepesu do take the round with the pit. Yeah, so as much as we love to praise Dermot, when we were speaking to Tim, he was praising the IGL, saying we just do what he says, and it works, and we win. Yeah,
and we will be seeing that quite a bit. If you notice that Nepesu will very quickly on the fly change, like their attitude will visibly shift, whether it's movement patterns on the map, whether it's, you know, just the reposition. It will happen on a dime off of Monixon's call, and everyone is aware of it. Everyone is aware where they should play for these pushes, who they should be swinging off of, who they should be trading. Everyone's position for the side Nepesu attack does always seem to be so committed and so coherent as Zen has to get in this hole. Dermot comes through as well. The blast pack over the Viper's pit, and Dermot picks up.
What is happening? 2v2.
Tim also then not dead yet as
Oh,
Alicia
Tim.
brings
Can
Nuka
Tim
down.
Tim does not get the kill. Tim is dead yet. And Dash is there with the headshots in this 1v1 situation with the spike down. Monixon on low health, but Dash is too. I think Dash has about 10 HP more, 17 HP more. Might actually have a small advantage in this duel if it's not a headshot. Hits the leg or something, Dash can come out on top. But no one's hitting a leg at this level, are they?
No, you'd have to really be unlucky. Speaking of unlucky, the time in there, Monixon is just going to wait. There's 50 seconds to play for here. No, the information.
The
and he's
pre-fire.
ready. The pre-fire.
See, Dash just gave the location away there. Could have just camped it. Could have also put that tripwire just behind the doorway, right? And it would have been a little bit less easy to shoot him out of his mind for a bit more. This is an excellent flank from Derby. Unfortunately, not able to finish off with the kill onto Tim for real, but other players were there to help. Really, really good play by Dash to make sure Tim for real couldn't stay alive, but unfortunately lost that duel, and now Nupesu are back to being 2 points ahead.
Yeah, what credit as well to Zen, the blast pack over the Viper, over the snake bite.
Yeah,
very solid work, very solid commit. It was very clear what the K-pop stars wanted to do. Unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to quite get away. That's what you want to see. That's very clear what K-pop stars wanted to do. Start with a gun and a man up, as they will immediately take that and run. Pyramid now. Getting this hold with the judge, the Boombot's not going to clear it. Surely judgment falls upon Tevens, as Tevens falls as well. Alusha at least with the trade, but look at all of this. Look at how well this fake's happened.
Oh my days. K-pop have bought it. They've bought it all. Zen has not bought it though, and the rotation is coming through, and as the smokes go down, is that? The grenade could be really useful, but it looks like it was going to be thrown into an empty space there. Now it's thrown into a full space. It might actually do some good damage here. The molly comes out as well. So does Thrash. The ultimates are hitting thick and fast. Pretty sure that just missed the two players there. Did I, as Tim for real does find two, and Alicia finds another last player standing. Nuka will not be able to get the 1v4 this time. And Monix will get the spike down again. Nupesu now 3 points ahead. Can K-pop superstars close the gap in this first half?
Oh, it's looking really difficult for them. They do have the Neural Theft Zen. Well, actually, to be fair, they've got a lot of stuff coming online. They've got the Neural Theft, they've got the Orbital Strike, and they've got the Showstopper, basically. All either ready to go or about to be, but it does seem that even when K-pop stars are bringing in their utility, are trying to, you know, take up the Showstopper, Nupesu always are just finding gaps in it. They're always able to just, you know, force K-pop stars into essentially the Venus flytrap for the Jaws to then shut down, coming off of these brilliant executes we are seeing from Monix. And I mean, this Viper wall has been placed time and time and time again to really essentially eviscerate the A site. Both tripwires set up for Dash as well as a cage. So, but it does look like very split for the side of Nupesu.
Yeah, the spike is actually ready to go to either site, so they're going to see where they can gain some space. Monixon shoots a trapwire, jumps through the teleport. Does look like it might be a B-execute with that maneuver going on. Dash finds Tevens. Tevens drops. Nuka making a push out of Hooker there. Dermot finds Alicia, who steps onto site. Tim for real's now stepping onto site himself, about to come into a 1v1 with Dermot. Dermot hiding in the corner, though. Keeping an eye out for anyone else pushing in the mid. And now the ultimate, the orbital strike is online. Will it land? It does land. Monixon has to run away from that plant. K-pop are handling this round quite good so far, but there's still 50 seconds to go. Nupesu are still in the game. They are surrounded, though, on every side. They have not got the spike down. Love finds one. Dash finds Love. Monixon is the last one standing. Will get one, but will be finished off there by Nuka. So, K-pop back on the board, trying to close this gap, making good start.
No, incredible stuff. Just off the back of what I'd previously said about Nupesu kind of getting the K-pop stars in the trap, only for them to, as you just said, Bigfoot, essentially reverse that entirely. The long push was there, the CT push was there, even Hookah controlled beautifully there by Dermot, and yeah, Monixon only able to walk away with one. So very solid showing from the K-pop stars. In theory now, the Econ starting to build up a little bit. If the stars can take this round, which leaning towards likely, they should be able to make this a 6-6 half.
Yeah, I think there was maybe quite a confident push from Love there, trying to isolate in elbow. Oh, the triple push out of smoke is going to be easy as Zion takes down Monixon. This is what happens when you get isolated. Is what I was going to say about Love. Love isolated themselves last round, walking into elbow by themselves. Elucia does get Zen there, so there is a little bit of an equalization going on. It's not a 5v3 now, but a 4v3. And Zion gets Elucia through the cage. The spike is still down inside that cage. Zion is actually gunning for an ace here, but it's probably not going to happen as Tim for Real makes a push up to some of the other players. Will probably be caught out here. Is blinded, completely finished off by Dermot. Nuka finds Tvens, and it's over again as K-pop superstars are just 1 point away from equalizing this half.
A near flawless round. The only person to get dropped down was Zen, but Zen very, very effectively finding space. Yeah, this triple commit onto Shower Monoxen. Even if Monoxen's on form to like the highest caliber, I don't think they're getting away quite with that. Zion, beautiful shots to the smoke. I think they were able to claim 2 out of the 4 that they did take away. I think 2 out of the 4 were 3 smokes. So Zion, absolutely now the audio, the headphones have been turned on. Max loudness, max volume to hear everything is now showstopper online for the side of the K-pop stars. It's just the neural theft for Nepesu. The Econ looking a little bit shakier. If K-pop stars want to take this, want to even this up, they have to do it now.
A lot of Vipers will save their util post plan, but Monoxen's using it nearly every round to gain space, and gaining space it does as they make a push forward into B. Off the back of that push, Zen actually kills Dash with a grenade. Okay, unfortunate. Monoxen kills Zen. And yeah, that was just Zion standing in a 1v4 situation. It is a Phantom, not a Vandal, so this might be a little bit tricky. See what happens, maybe, and especially considering all of Nepesu are pretty much on full health. And there we have it. It's going to be Tvens on top. 3k for Tvens, leading to a 7-5 half for Nepesu, but at least we know K-pop superstars are in the game today.
Oh no, they are. There's definitely no hesitation from them. Like let's talk about a little bit from the kind of, you know, the performance of some of these players. Nuker, of course, on that 14-day. Every time we've done basically anything, Nuker's been there, either at the forefront or very comfortable in the back line, ready to make sure that people like Zen are not dying without at least some level of difficulty. Zen is taking the space followed up by Nuker, and particularly Nuker and Diarmid, funnily enough, I will say, are following Zen's example of the space taking and keeping it. One of the biggest things we were seeing on the lead up to this was people were able to take space very effectively, but they would either panic and leave it or just not take the correct angles based off of the position that they then called dibs on. So it was very quick, you know, basically the house of cards. They'd get the position, but then immediately crumble. Neither team have really been doing that to quite the degree, which, as you said, Bigfoot, I mean, the highest teams, the 2 highest positions for EU Esports, you're not going to be expecting them to make any mistakes to that degree.
Yeah, and it's what Dermot can do is doesn't take advantage of mistakes, because you know, pushing one person towards Shower isn't a mistake. You don't expect 3 people to jump out of a smoke.
No.
But this is why I called Dermot Bobby Fischer, because somehow manages to find reads on the opponent that can pay off. He just seems to work out where there's going to be one player, and then Dermot puts 3 there. This is like a repeat situation I've seen time and time again from K-pop. Dermot just knows where there'll be one player in any given round. And by
I was going to say, we do have a scent coming up, so keep an eye on the Gardeners Convention, as I call it.
Composter syndrome.
Yeah, that will make more sense once we see the map full. But at the minute, speaking of what we're seeing, Tvens has to use the satchels, gets out, beautifully done, manages to escape Mosh. The Cypher cam does go down as well, the information being gathered by K-pop stars. Does look as like it's going to be a commit to that. No, it's going to be a fake onto the B site. It looked initially like the commit. Beautiful shot from Zen. Monoxen, though, meanwhile, already cleaning up over on that A site. Diarmid taking a lot of space. It is going to be the plant. Doesn't even look like it's going to be the plant from Wingman. Nuker, yeah, it's going to have to be committed by Nuker entirely. 10 seconds left. Spike going to go down. 4 versus 4 retake now for the side of Nepesu.
They've actually got 5 standing, bro.
And
now there's 2 left. Yeah, that's it. It's all over, just like that. Bang, bang, bang. And this is when you wait for the overpowered retake. You even let them plan. They basically let them plan. They could have kept pushing, but they just got the team together in the position for the overpowering retake where you just close in like a PUBG circle on the enemy.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to use an excuse. It was I legit someone died, so that's why I said 5, because that's for this round totally. I'm just, you know, I'm checking the time frame there and realizing that why not. Well, I'll give you a spoiler for the next round. But yes, like, you're very, very grateful for the correction there. But of course, it was beautifully held from Nepesu, only losing Alusha, which Alusha did get all the value in the world there. So yeah, both pistol rounds going for the side of Nepesu. The Econ will be now for the side of Nepesu, and K-pop stars have the mountain to climb.
Well, that is one of the things with Peso. Anyway, if you think it's just 4 players standing, there might be 5. If you think there's 3 players standing, there might be 5. They've got this crazy comp, man. Moving
they
forward.
make it work on a Sen. You would think that you cannot push out now. And to be fair, Nepesu have already played their attacking half, and they've done that. Like, that's the point. They now do not need to rely on the flashes as much. We've seen them do retakes without flashes. They are just so coherent in their pushes and their play together. I mean, Alusha just there, like, that's so minor, but that's a major thing that's going to change the outcome of this round.
When you haven't got flashes, it's a matter of like clearing the right angles at the right time, which just takes so much discipline. Like you look at the map and you've got the sight lines, right?
Yeah.
If you treat it a little bit like Splatoon, and you've got to use those sight lines to paint the dangerous areas as you move forward. When you've got no flashes, you've got to be doing that with such accuracy, like painting checking the right corners, splatooning the right areas of the map at exactly the right time, so you don't get double angled. And Nepesu just somehow managed to march onto sites without flashes and just get that done. I don't know if this is something they've drilled or not, but it's something
It has to be, surely, right?
Just how you walk onto a site, because there is a formula to it. There is a formula to walking onto a site with more than one person. Tim for Real is back. We haven't seen anything too crazy from Tim for Real there, but a 3k spray down with the Spectre shows that he's still in the game. But I think Monixon is top fragging. Yep, 17 kills from Monixon.
Remember what I said? Keep an eye on that. That's Monixon's terror on Viper. On the attack half, like, it would be one thing if Monixon was popping off on the defense. That was a beautiful shot. Tim with an excellent then spray up. Yeah, very nicely done. But yeah, if you don't need flashes, you just have Monixon, running through on Viper, getting all the frags. Again, the space that Nepesu take without flashes is just genius. There's no other word for it other than genius.
Here we have them full 5 this time, marching up B, but is it going to work? I mean, this is what we see. Like, so keep an eye on them. Try and keep an eye on the map of where they're looking, and so you see, right? We got this. This is actually we got Zion and Zen looking at 2 different angles moving out. They've definitely drilled this too. How you clear the left and the right at the same time. It's so important. This is top tier plays when it's not what you're doing, but what you're doing at the same time as your teammate that matters. This is when you get higher and higher in the tiers, and why solo queuing can be so painful.
It's very difficult to adapt, particularly if teammates aren't doing, the thing you expect them to do. Which again, if you're not playing off of your teammates, you're kind of equally as throwing, which is what we're just seeing done to a clinical degree here. Monix in the positioning here. Look at that, does it only good for 1. It's very quick turn. Is Dash able to back it up? Unfortunately, does then fall to Alusha, but now it's just Zion. This 1v3 has to get the spike before getting out.
No!
Cypher Cage is gonna fall. As Love puts Zion down, takes Nepesu to double digits in this first map. K-pop stars, you gotta find whatever it is and turn it on now.
There was a very, very quick 3 rounds. Very, very easy 3 rounds for Nepesu in defense now, and this has put K-pop superstars in a very awkward position. 5 rounds behind. Nepesu, having demonstrated how easily they can take 3 rounds, they might just be a couple minutes away from taking this map if they can do it as fast. Still no timeouts at all.
No.
Would have expected a Dermot timeout by this point, but ever confident there will be a plan, and also we do know that when they're in a save round, they're basically buffed.
We've seen the sheriffs. We've seen dangerous things happen. So we absolutely have seen that buff come through. The spray through the smoke, backed up. It's both Monix and Dash as well. No, unfortunately, it's not Dash. It's Monix and Alusha. That's unfortunate for Zion. Eat this gun barrel. Alusha backs up for another one, gets on the Zen, and with that, I think the push is real. The push has been shut down before it's even began. Dearman's on 1 HP for his life.
Right.
Beautiful shot from Nuker. Again, someone take away the Vandal from him. It's clearly the Sheriff is the only thing he needs.
Smoke's down.
Yeah, it's twice now. Sheriff on Nuker's paid off, but not quite paid off in dividends just yet. As Tevens takes Dermot. Nuker's about to come up against Alusha and will be headshot to the ground. So that is 11 points now for Nepesu, nearly on match point. K-pop really have to dig deep to pull this map back, I think.
Yeah, they gotta find something. And this, like, again, you know, Bigfoot, you've pointed out that, you know, time and time again these pushes, like, going back to the previous push we've seen on the B side there. Oh, the slow mo, very beautiful stuff from the replays there. You know, even whenever K-pop stars seem ready to push, the minute they do, Nepesu has a firing squad on the angle that's being pushed through. We've seen 2 K-pop stars drop in garden before they even walked onto B site. And speaking of being able to not walk onto a site, the Viper's Pit will rise. A site basically shut down completely for the side of K-pop stars.
B site completely telegrammed as the wall in Hooker is sprayed to pieces. Spike is still in mid. A huge rush over to Shower could be a really good play right now, but of course Dermot does not have the knowledge. I have Defense getting a kill there, bringing them down to 4. They need to find a way to overpower a singular player. Showers would be amazing. Zion does actually just walk onto site and take down Love, but Tim for real will spray back Zion in response. Defense finds Zen out there in the back lines, and it looks like it might be match point here for Nepesu.
Hi, Lucia. Hi. The 10 Unfortunate for him, does go down. That does mean it's 2 versus 3 now for the side of K-pop stars. It's still uphill, but nowhere near as uphill as it was. There's also, we do see the Viper on the A side, so it is actually currently 2 versus 1. Tim for real is going to have to slow this down for a little bit as the plant goes down.
So sneaky, they haven't got a clue, mate.
No, they've
Nuka's had like one little peek, but he's not holding it like he knows. Now he is, and he will be taken down. He did know at the last minute, but on such low health, it's hard to come up against a Phantom. Spraying down like that, Dermot. Looking at Tim for real's angle. Does have to watch 2 angles at once, though, so this could be great. Oh, there's a headshot, and it will be a kill. Where's the last player? And it's on the right. Monarchson is too fast, peeking at exactly the right time to take Dermot out. Take Nepesu forward to match point. Wait there, what's Tim doing?
I mean,
Tim, mate, are you they are trolling.
Nah, I think that was. Oh, Tim, do you want the Tim? Do you want this for the ult point by any chance? No, I can't because I'll die before I can defuse it. As far as I know, actually, it's a good point. The not dead yet does not save you if you or does not hang around if you defuse the spike. It's only for a kill or kill assist.
He might have actually smashed the X before. Let's see. Might have smashed the X before. I think he might have smashed the X just before the kill came through. So it was to confirm a 2v1. Should the worst case scenario happen. It just looked like he did it because it all happened so fast. It looked like he did it after Dermot died, just to flex.
Just to celebrate with you. Hey, I'm here too. I want to lift the trophy as well. There will be no trophy lifted just yet, but some decent damage put on to the K-pop stars by the side of Nepesu already. The swing going to be coming through again. Defense not being taken out by Dizzy. Dash is going to be good. Through the smoke. Zion knows. Love has the read. Nearly not the spray. Like this. Nearly not the spray as Euchre's only good for 1. Defense show stops in. Instead,
okay.
Euchre's stopping the show. In fact, Dash following up on as well now. 2 versus 2. All of a sudden, the wingman gets the plant, but Love behind the neural theft. Behind the neural theft.
You have the neural theft. Oh my days! Please, no. There we have it. Wow. What do we say Nepesu were good at? Overwhelming the opponent.
Congratulations on your wall hacks. You will now see us shooting you. That is the only thing the wall hacks have done. What an incredible first start.
Yeah, Nepesu get a first round on the board with absolute ease there. First map on the board, might have to say. Then, though K-pop superstars looked very strong at times, they weren't strong or consistent enough to take that victory. So hopefully moving forward, we'll see a little bit more from them. We did not expect to see a 3-0 stomp today, but if that style of gameplay continues from both teams, we might. I do think we'll see something better from K-pop moving forward, though.
No, we've got a center split, so we're having a look through here. Look at that clip. I better see everywhere. Dash's complete confusion on the 10-4, back in the back of the head with a cage. It's just absolutely beautiful stuff. The levels of shots we have seen, Euchre deserves all the love, the shout out, both in terms of with the Phantom and what we've seen from the Sheriff. This swing from Tim, absolutely incredible stuff. But for the meantime, I think we've got another game coming up, so don't quite go anywhere. Monarchson even saying, Euchre, you're the GOAT.
Yeah, it was so good. I love to see the respect between these two teams. There's some comedic BM, like a little bit, like throwing a cage down, but that's nothing, man. The players really respect each other. And Dermot as a chess player was very happy to see such a crazy style in this league. You know, it was like, you guys are crazy. Really enjoyed to look at it.
Yeah. No, Oh, they do. They have big love for each other. So in the meantime, what we're going to be doing, just like the players and everything, we're going to be jumping for a wee 5-minute break. When we will be back, I believe, unless Bigfoot correct me wrong, we are jumping into Ascent, and then it will be split for potentially the decider, depending if Nepesta are able to make it work. But until then, quick 5 minutes. Everyone grab a drink, get to the bathroom. We'll be right back with you. Do not go anywhere, though, for too long.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about this situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final.
Let's
And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIS. And they cannot withstand the Dr. Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway. Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep. The objective has been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wins Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too.
Welcome back, everybody, to the University Esports Masters 2024 Valorant Finals. And we are off to a steamrolling start as Nupesu from Ukraine take down the GB squad, K-pop superstars, with finesse and power and overwhelm, making a 13-5, getting their first map on the board. How did it go, Dante?
Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, it went interestingly, to say the least. As you did mention, Nupesu ended up taking the win. It was quite, I will say, well fought, even if the round differential maybe wasn't quite as much as obviously the superstars would have liked. There was a very strong showing from them. They were able to answer quite a few questions that Nupesu were asking. I think it just predominantly came down to Nupesu has such a good showing on the attack half without flashes that once it kind of went to the defender side, you know, that was the time that had already passed for the K-pop stars. They should have already had their rounds kind of in whenever the defender side started. So we'll be jumping in just to have a look at how these maps are looking. And Bigfoot, tell us a little bit more about how these maps look, and then some lore you have been bringing up from the new map.
Well, Abyss isn't in this map pool, is it? But I was trying to squeeze some extra lore we discovered into the last map, but it was just going too hectic when that last Thrash came out. We were floating around Abyss earlier, which unfortunately we won't be seeing today. And there was these little baby fish in a tank, and they just look like baby Thrashes, man. So I swear we've discovered some Thrash lore, and like Thrash is actually a fish made in some sort of lab. When he evolves as his final Pokemon evolution from a little fish into a big Thrash.
I was going to say, actually, do you think just each of the Gecko monsters is the different evolutions? Speaking of different evolutions, though, and this is something that a lot of people have seen, even when ISO and Neon were in their completely fresh-faced new patch, terrifying in every way, that wasn't enough to convince a lot of rosters to evolve their lineups for Ascent. But Bigfoot, I mean, we've already seen the Flashless lineup once, and it was for Bind. How do you think this is going to look going into Ascent?
They've made it. I've seen them make it work on Ascent. It's crazy. I would never have predicted this. You know, there's those doorways everywhere in Ascent. You got a doorway in mid on the main gate. You've got a doorway in the garden. You've got a doorway on both sites. Like, you'd think that flashes are like somewhat like crucial for this. Now, the alternative to a flash is obviously controllers, and we do sometimes see Nupesu like using their walls and their smokes to do the job of a flash. And then, you know, if you can smoke off a site entrance to the point where there's only 1-2 angles and you've got 4 or 5 players, you've got 2 people clearing each angle, you're going to win those duels. So this is where I think Nupesu fill that gap that the no flash leaves, is with their controllers. They do what making the access to sites a little bit easier. The controllers do their jobs, and of course with Clove being able to smoke after death, they can do that quite consistently through the round.
Yeah, no, and I think the pointing out the Clove util and just pointing out the love, we do typically tend to see. I mean, there's obviously double controller. We've seen it in Bind. We've seen it with Clove Viper. That's usually Nupesu's kind of thing, is to seemingly run that Clove Viper. For anyone that doesn't know, you kind of would have to live under a rock, just because Viper, particularly on this map pool, was very oppressive. But she no longer has the second snake bite. Snakebite has been reworked a little bit to kind of work with that. She can no longer move her orb after it's been thrown, which is a massive piece of utility that has changed Viper very much. So anything we are seeing from Monix in there is off of the fact that Viper orb can't be picked up. It used to be, you know, going back to bind very quickly. It used to be throw it onto lamps, take the lamps control, pick it up, throw it down for post plant. It made Viper super strong. Now, if you burn it for something like lamps control, it's burnt.
Surely you can reposition it in the the setup.
By
round,
phase,
right?
is still all good to go. But once we are live, and ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Because I was going to say some of these defensive Viper setups, the throw is quite tricky, isn't it?
Yep.
So if you miss it and your orb's in the wrong place, that's a nightmare. So yeah, just like the other controllers, the other Sentinels, you can shift stuff around in the buy phase, but once the game's going, you're locked in. And speaking of being locked in, it looks like UNIVERSITY are committing to the same comp that they've used on this map in the run up to this position, these finals. Still no flashes. Monixon, is it going to be Viper again? No, it will be Silver. Much more meta here. So though it's not complete meta, without they're close. There's just their little take on it, the little Ukrainian garnish on the meta, and it pays off in dividends many times, and it leaves us surprised every single time. But now it's slowly starting to become normal for me. And
yes, which is almost scarier.
yeah, I mean, it's like how many, about a third or a quarter of the agents can maybe a fifth, but can flash. It's an integral part of the game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just one agent type that can flash. You've got 8 flashes across the board of agent types. It's a really important part of the game. And in other tactical shooters, the flash grenades are an integral part of the game, but they just don't bother.
We don't. I genuinely believe Monixon's strat book does not feature the word initiator. I genuinely believe if someone were to say the word initiator, Monixon would get scared. It would make Monixon panic. But yeah, speaking of panic, we're in. I'm sure UNIVERSITY aren't panicking. K-pop better not be, because if they give up a sin, it's 2-0 immediately to UNIVERSITY, going on to split for a decider. If you're the K-pop superstars, you want this round, you want this game to stay in a fighting chance. Letting UNIVERSITY go up 2-0 as quick and as commanding as that would be dire for you. So lock in, lock up. Let's get this started. It's game 2. Again, everyone make some noise in the chats and such. Give all the players
yeah. Just imagine we're in a massive stadium right now.
Yes, you got to.
Right, off to a start. Tim does realize that there's 4 players pushing in here faster. Takes a step back to hold an angle with Elucia. Doesn't want to get into an early 1v4 situation with just pistols. Tven's behind Dermot. See, right, so when you're attacking, you're supposed to be in the driving seat. But one thing that UNIVERSITY do, and our K-pop superstars do it as well, is they take control of that driving seat from the defensive point. Oh my days. Tven's is on a roll on the flank. Nuka does manage to get the kill there, but now in a 1v4 situation, getting pushed by every single player. Will drop. Yeah.
Run him down! Run him down!
I don't feel like K-pop are ready for UNIVERSITY today. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the chuckle there at Dermot. I do apologize, Dermot. I'm very sorry, but to look at the cam, to see Tven's just sneak in and then go, wait a minute, was that Jet? Looks back at the cam, gets shot in the back of the head by Tven's, because Tven's is already on that mid. As you said, Bigfoot, you're meant to be in the driving seat and attacker, but no, UNIVERSITY understand that as soon as they have that info of 4 people, 4 steps on A, great. You can take that mid spot for basically free. If Dermot, it does rely on Dermot kind of making sure B's safe, which is exactly what happened. Defense is able just to walk away with it, as now the push up through mid. There is no one coming to back up from the side from the A side there. No one coming through from tree at the moment. Zion able to pick off Tven's now. That's an excellent start for what could potentially be a mightily important thrifting.
Oh my days, how many HP? Zion is on literally 1 classic in hand. I'm not sure if Zion's going to find anything else this round apart from his death. But the rest of K-pop superstars are on full health and do have sheriffs in hand. We have seen them do some crazy things. K-pop superstars very capable of winning a save round when it comes to the crunch. Getting those headshots, even through the walls sometimes, come off great for them. But they are playing very slowly right now. They're trying to find a 1v1, trying to find another pick to give them a 5v3 situation, because that's one of the only things that will equalize a discrepancy in firepower here.
Yeah, exactly. The market door had already gone down. Speaking of equalizing, Dash is trying to get this information. Able actually to strike enough. Dermot picks up Tim on a beautiful lurk. If there's one thing you will see Dermot do, it is lurk, and it is keep control of this space beautifully so. Unfortunately, just for him in round 1, was caught out by Defense, but otherwise Dermot will be trying to do that. Elucia, good for 1, will only be good for 1. Zion on 1 HP.
Oh.
Can still No!
Nearly got the
not-
second kill.
Does not pick up the kill on Love. Really probably should have. The self-heal now, as it's 2 versus 3. Monixon's picked up a gun. Zen and Co. No, Dash finds it onto Love. It's just Monixon now.
Oh,
Okay.
what? This is
That's
possible.
start.
Yeah, this is possible. Monixon might actually pull this one out the bag, but it's getting so difficult. Needs to be two extremely needs to be one more really fast kill here, and it will be done. Monixon's got it. This is just insane. Just when K-pop superstars look like they're pulling a godlike 50 out the bag, the king of New Pesu, the king of Ukraine, comes out. Monixon with a 3K solo retake.
Sorry, I had to pick up my jaw off the floor. Sorry, that's what?
Pieces of my skull are on the ceiling. My mind is blown.
Your mind is blown. There's actual fragments of skull
Oh,
from the side of the
Stop
superstars there. Look at that shooting. Look at this
That man.
confidence. Oh my days. I said he was a demon. I said you would need to keep an eye on Monoxen. I did not realize you would need to keep both eyes on Monoxen.
You know, at the start of the stream when I was encouraging people to get involved in University Esports, maybe don't.
You will have to go against New Pesu, and that's a bad time. Is what we're now shifting to?
Let's face it, just don't. Until New Pesu have retired, don't bother with University Valorant, man. This is insane.
This is a clinic.
Yeah, it is a clinic. I would love to see K-pop pull out the power that I know they've got. Like, I'm not saying they ain't got the ability to get maps on the board. I just don't think they're as prepared as they could or should be for this final here. And I think New Pesu have just been drilling for a month.
Yeah, I mean, again, what we brought up about Nepesu so frequently the last time these teams fought were, as Nepesu go up the ranks and as they go against teams will be more susceptible to their flashless comp, their double sentinel, their kind of double controller style. But yeah, maybe it clearly just wasn't a one-off kind of, oh, look at us play a weird comp and you can't, contest with that. This has been, we have, labbed this and vetted this again and again and again, and you're gonna have to make it work. Speaking of making it work, the swing from Love, hiding behind the stage wall, only good for one. Dash brings down to Vens, and now you're gonna have to kind of push this sooner or later. If you're K-pop stars, there's only 2 of you. There's only 15 seconds, but Tim for real in this back.
Tim's a flanker and a half, isn't he? But of course, not going to work out every single time. That did look like it should have been a Tim kill, but it turns out Dash is too quick with the flick. Ilusha does get dropped. Zen finds one headshot. Will it be another? Love might just stop peeking here, considering the time's so low. No, we'll do another peek and get that final kill onto Zen. Dash left here in lobby is going to survive. Take one gun forward, but looking at the buy, it's going to be a sheriff buy, I think. There is $4,000 in one of their pockets. They might buy something else, trying to do a bit of a force here. Whoosh.
That was beautiful, beautiful swing, beautiful pause, beautiful everything there. But now, ladies and gentlemen, deja vu. If anyone who did miss Bind, this is exactly how Bind started as well. Nepesu were on the attack initially, but 3-0 initially to them. The op's already online for the side of Vens, and immediately uphill battle for K-pop stars.
Oh my days. Sheriff versus Op. I think the odds aren't quite in your favor in that duel, unless the first shot gets missed. But of course, it's a Jet, so if the first shot does get missed, they're long gone. Back into sight. Ilusha knows that there's players here on Cat. Venzes came over with the Op. The main entrance has been abandoned, but there's no one there. Zion, stepping forward with a Stinger, does find one kill. But Ilusha's there with the Vandal to clean up.
I just want to... Ilusha's going to
Keeps
continue
cleaning.
up. Tim will bring it back there. I want to say the positioning there from Tvens to pull the classic out, shoot the drone, and stand exactly where she did, meant Ilusha wasn't cleared. And that's where that then second half really began, was just because Ilusha had all that space.
We're going to see a 4-stack pushing towards A, 5-stack pushing towards A this time. K-pop looking to do a bit of overwhelming themselves. So every time they try and attack, they're overwhelmed by the defending side of New Pesu. Sometimes barely making it across the threshold, like the halfway line between the attacking and defending sides. They've sometimes barely managed to cross it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, hopefully they should be able to cross it. The null command does come through. That's a lot of utility. The blade point and everything as well. Alicia just hiding at the door. The flat, the sonar dart. The reveal is going to be enough for some damage, but not enough for the kill as Dash very, very fittingly dashes out for their life. Zion just lurking in the smoke. Is going to drop in on the op. Drops in on Tim as well. That's good for 2. Monoxen's able to try and equalize it out. Only good for 1 on that background. But the spike still not down just yet. It's going to have to be soon.
It's going to go down. I mean, there is a minute, 10 seconds left, but like the spikes.
More time to mobilize if you're
Good to go.
if you're the retaking squad.
Oh, and Dermot's got excellent timing here. I love it. This is going to be a double for Dermot, isn't it? Dermot's back in town. 1, 2. Oh, he didn't get the second. Dash did. Zion gets love as well there, and it's a very, very quick 3K for the team to clean up that retake. Finally getting a round on the board, 4-1, but they need a lot more than that to stay inside these finals. If they lose this map, they need to win 3 in a row. It's a lot to ask if they can't get this one on the board.
No, it really is. Beautiful start, as we're seeing. And now David and Dash, with the help of Zion, are able to get that one. I do want to point out, so, because Bigfoot, you'd pointed out with the plenty of time that K-pop stars. Me, I'm always very, cautious of. The sooner you get the spike down, obviously the less time you have to survive. But very well played from K-pop stars. Did look, if Dermot has very much, been in the time chamber with that, getting the plant down a bit later does mean the Pesu then turn away from their angles a bit later, and it does mean they push in a little bit later. Speaking of pushing in a little bit later, Zion able to get the pick, and this is maybe where K-pop stars really begin to solidify their comeback.
It would be good to see. I'm sure there's plenty of GB University Valorant fans in the chat. Let us know if you are. I'm sure they would love to see a little bit more rounds to the side of GB moving forward. They do have 1 early kill in this round. They might be able to double up. Get to 2. Love getting that sprayed on. The op is dropped, but so is Love as that push is stopped. Then finding that kill. Monoxen now with the drone. Going to try and get some information for just this. It's not quite a retake just yet, but for this defensive take of sight. But the spike will go down in a second. Nuka holding a good angle. Dermot with a camera on flank. Monoxen here. Guardian in hand. Oh my days, what a read there. Really, really good read from Zen, and will actually take Monoxen down to 5 HP.
Not good enough now. Solution blows through the market door. Nuka immediately receiving, saying the market is closed for business, as all of a sudden the rest of Nepesu fall. The wise mystical tree birthed in CT on top of Nepesu's graves, as the ults now online. K-pop stars also online. The econ looking quite a bit stronger for them now. If they can take this round, they will basically have an equalizer on Nepesu, you would think, unless Thrifties or things come out later. But in the meantime, Ultimate's now online from the shadows for K-pop stars. Most of the time not an effective ultimate, but we have seen some wacky things here at UEM before, and I've been part of some of them. So very possible stuff to work with the Bladestorm. Meanwhile, Bladestorm locked down, and the Not Dead Yet all online for the side of Nepesu.
A little bit of a util dump there in B, trying to find some space, but no space has been taken, and the util dump does come back from Nepesu. The wall's up. The shock dot came out too. Probably assume there's been a little bit of a rotate here, so Dermot does have a chance to do some smart lurking here. Take the wall down. Spike is still right here behind Dermot, so is this a fake, or are they going to commit? There hasn't been a full rotation come through. They haven't taken too much space towards A site. Garden isn't cleared. A main isn't cleared. There could be a player in A main or Garden, for all that K-pop superstars know right now. And they are going to move forward to Garden. 3 of them have the ability of this this duel up against Elucia. It's going to be 2 of them, actually. So this 2v1 against Elucia is going to be so crucial. See if Elucia stands. Alarm bot is triggered. Swarm grenades are out. That is going to hold them back. They're not going to be able to take this duel, and they're actually going to move back into mid and head back over to B side. It's a bit of a back and forth here. Dermot needs to get this kill onto Love to get the momentum in this attack.
Yeah, he does. Oh, Dash is able to be good for at least Zen. Meanwhile, bursting out of market, Kool-Aid mans his way through the door to take all this space on the B. Tim for real. Monoxen are on the B side. Monoxen's good for 1 even with the reveal. Nuker has to be the one to put him down. Meanwhile, Sven's fires up onto Zion. I think that's, yeah, the knives through market. Beautiful. Zen's positioning, though, a real thorn in the side of Nepesu's retake. They can't quite get both of these Cypher cages down now. The Paranoia beautifully spaced.
Nice. Put
Dermot,
the whip from
Dermot, no! Not like this. Thankfully, the pop stars still live, but Dermot, no, not like this.
Do you think maybe he's got a little bit too used to the GTA
The
recoil.
GTA RP is what I was going to
GTA
say.
recoil is...
Oh no! Oh, look. Jeremy's the edge. He doesn't need the frags. He just needs to tell the pop stars to get the frags, and that's what they did.
But you know what it is, mate. Like, honestly, like, if that is actually it's not a joke, and Dermot has been playing GTA for the past month, like, he can just come here, have a laugh, and still walk away with hundreds of euros. You know what I mean? Why not?
Yes.
Why not just take the stress-free approach and not prepare?
I mean, maybe a larger prize pool is a bit nicer, but yeah, you know what? If you're a bit more confident now, speaking of a bit more confident, excellent first pick. Illusion just having a hand back. The econ is now all on the side of the K-pop stars and Nepesu. A lot of ultimates to work with, but not much in the way of guns. Any frags they get are pivotal. Speaking of, Tim Foriel then immediately tries to back out. Oh, running guns is going to be enough for the Guardian. Nearly good enough on Zen as well. Still keeping all of the space. No one is trying to swing Tim. Or at the very least, if they are, he's bringing them down.
Oh, and Tim's going to stand back up. Nuka's going to do it from the shadows and is now... The timing was off. It could have been so good. Oh, days. Could have just escaped the lockdown. It's a very hard timing to get that. But if you just know the seconds, like if you just know what number to press it at, it's fine. And I forget what that is. I think it's 2, 3 is the animation frame, but I don't know exactly. So
if you know what to do, it's fine. Meanwhile, proceeds to I don't know either. So, but if you know what to do, it's grand. But knowing what to do is a little bit harder. Speaking of knowing what to do, I mean, Tim. Yeah, look at all this space,
crazy,
and still it was all 1v1s coming to Tim. Very nice shots with the Guardian there. That puts Nepesu up 5-3, stops the pop stars from basically walking and equalizing this right back up.
Both of these teams have the ability to make the opponent team just look like a bunch of yellow dots on aim train, but it seems to me so far that Nepesu have been doing it about twice as much with their like retakes and their defensive pushes, etc. We have obviously, but like we saw the 4K from Nuka last round, which was just like mostly headshots, super fast, really good stuff. Both teams are capable, but the consistency is leaning towards Nepesu so far. But K-pop Superstars are only 2 rounds behind right now. They finished 8 rounds behind in the last map. If they can stop Nepesu running away from this, there we go. Evans gets a good start, and it's Tim gonna get another one. So it looks like Nepesu are still running.
Oh, yeah, Tim does have to go down eventually, but again, for anyone that doesn't know the pick-me-up, because it is a bit of a newer thing, it does act like a Brimstim, so Tim 4 does get quite a bit of an increased movement speed and such. Oh, Zion, though, carving up to Vens, dropping the op on the floor. Are they going to try and grab it? No, just continues pushing with the Blade Storm. Monixon going to drop Zion down now. Nuka in this 1 versus 3. Knows where 2 of them are, but has no clue that Love is actually going to be coming through that B main. Likely not going to be relevant as Monixon just swings out from sidewalk to drop Nuka down and take us up to 6-3. Rez online for the side of Nepesu. Null Command online for the side of the Pop Stars. Other than that, basically, ultimates have been and gone, and Nepesu have claimed glory after that.
This is actually the same scoreline we were in on Bind. Like we were in 6-3 for Nepesu. The sides were switched, but we were in 6-3 for Nepesu. K-pop managed to close the first half on 7-5. Really good close. It's basically even. It's just 2 rounds off of you, and it's as close as you can get to even. But unfortunately, Nepesu ran away with the second half. So K-pop are going to have to do something a little bit different this time. Of course, the situation is different. It is a different map, and they are on different sides. So it will be K-pop defending for the victory rather than attacking for the victory. Might change things up a little bit. We'll have to see when we get into the second half. But right now in this first half, there's a little bit of tension building here in mid, and Zion is actually going to drop Venz's op. This is going to buy them so much space. But Alucia's pushing up towards that smoke, just in case anyone keeps pushing through it. Looks like the approach is actually going to be Garden.
Yeah, and the null command now being burned through from Dash. The angle from the wall has been put through very solidly by Love to try and keep the space. The paranoia there does come down. Love having to back up. Tim 4 real. Good for one. Alucia follows up. Swings, gets Nuker and Zen. Monixon then swings from the trees. Looking very much like Tarzan to drop down. Swings from the tree, singular, I guess I should say. To drop down the last remaining member of K-pop Stars. And now 7-3. Yeah, command and stuff. Look at that.
They're just handing them on a platter. That was like such a strong start to the round, taking down the mid upper, and then their lives were just presented to New Pesci. Just have our lives, please. We don't need them. Lining up in a line like that.
Yeah, served up on a silver platter, and this is what I was saying earlier about like the space. Ooh, speaking of space, literally finding the space in between Tevenz's op shot. But speaking of like, you know, they got that kill onto the B side or onto the main, and then they tried to push through A3, but they walked into 3 members in the Pesu basically already ready for them.
Hop shots through the smoke, trying to catch Zion off guard. He's actually going to keep pushing. Could find a really good flank here if it wasn't being watched by Tevenz with an op. And it is still being watched. Yeah, you can see on the map there, Tevenz is staring down on this angle. Zion probably about to drop. Does actually Matrix away from that bullet.
I can't believe Tevenz missed that. I genuinely can't believe Tevenz missed that. The control now for the attacking side is going to be going to Tevenz. Does see the bot doesn't get that either. Zion literally neoing around each and every op shot that we are seeing. Monix is now having to try and back out, only 30 HP, but there is a res and a hit for the side in the Pesu. That also helps.
Yeah, there was a chance. Now it's going to be a miracle if Nuka comes out on top of this. Paranoia is in hand, but the spray from Monix and through the smoke is going to be more than enough to secure the scoreline of 8-3. Could be 9-3 if they keep it up. I can't remember what the economy was like just there. I think K-pop are actually not going to have a full buy here, but half.
I think so. They were kind of clinging on for dear life there. They may have.
Before the switch.
We'll be seeing it in a second. Look at this. The pickup from the op there. Monix at only 30 HP. Boom. Zion does fall from there. And again, 8-3. No, because the halves are going to swap. So no, okay.
They got full. They got half shields, maybe half util, but full guns. One spectre.
Not going to be relevant as no outlaws on the board. But one thing now is Nupesu will be going into attack with the double sentinels. So if you're K-pop stars, one more round on the board, definitely not the end of the world, not even close.
How will they secure this if they can? Taking early space is good, but it was early space that shouldn't really have been taken by a Killjoy. And there are 2 ops on this side of Nupesu off to an early start as Nuka drops to a headshot. Love gonna revive Fence. Zen gonna take down Alicia there. They are buying space. Zen gets 2 really good kills there. Tim for Real's walking down with the op here. Could get caught off guard. Just wait. Get the 1, get the 2. It's 2 ops almost dropped, but Tevenz is too quick with the 180 flick onto Zion. Dermot does manage to take down Tevenz. Is Love standing in a 1v3 situation. The spike is planted. How do K-pop secure their 4th round? This is how.
Neural theft, they want to know exactly. Love not giving any chances. The spray's a bit cheeky, but the confirmation there for the Hunter's Fury at the very least. Dearman coming in with the BB as well. Yeah, if you're pop stars, you're not going to let Nupesu walk away with that. And now, 8-4 Bigfoot.
8-4. Tim for Real top fragging for Nupesu. Top frag, I think it was them, I'm not sure actually. There's a gonna be the same amount of kills though, so top frag is equal, even if the scoreline isn't.
It's just as you said this kind of more accurate
Zion,
in the
not
first
Zen,
round.
sorry.
Yeah, you said this more accurate in the first round, and it is definitely here, which does seem to just be Nupesu just seem to be that bit more consistent and just that bit more confident in the K-pop stars at this point, at least. Of course, with a new half and the setups all now changing again. Double Sentinel not going to really help you out as much on attack, particularly when one of them is Sage. You don't have much of a post-plant utility other than maybe 1 slow orb, but likely they'll be getting burned a lot sooner than the plant.
Looks like Nupesu are going to opt for taking some mid-space, which has been completely neglected by K-pop superstars. Is this the read of the century, or is it just a very lucky push? Either way, they're going to get so much space, steamrolling out of market with 2 players ready to come out of main as well, forcing the K-pop superstars defenders back to Boathouse, hoping that the rest of the team can get here in time to assist them in this defense. Dermot does get a kill there. Zion finds another. They are surrounding Nupesu. Love does get 1 amongst the chaos, but with the spike down, only 2 players standing, K-pop superstars are off to a good start in the 2nd round.
53 seconds. Spike dropped on the stairs. Zen, I think, does have the visibility on it. It might. No, I think it is actually behind the boathouse yet. So not quite has the. So it doesn't quite have the visibility that you would maybe like. The shots are coming out now from the side of Alicia on that sidewalk, but no one from K-pop, just no one wanting to swing just yet. The Sova Dart just coming through to buy a bit more time. Only 30 seconds left if you're the attackers. Logs not being cleared out. Monixon's good. 4-1. Looks like only 1 in the meantime. Euchre hiding back, has to shoot the reveal. Lucia, beautiful shot, equalizing it up now. Spike control game, 2 versus 1. Zen has to get this now.
Zen.
Does do it, does fall, and now
Lucia
one
time.
shot.
Playtime and Lucia. Sorry, I meant to say Dash. I meant Dash needs to play time. Lucia needed to get that spike and get it down. But
Yeah, Lucia playing time was not the call there a minute. In fact, Lucia,
wrong.
stop playing time, please.
There's only 12 left anyway.
Oh, incredibly
awesome
well
stuff,
done.
yeah.
Look at this, just firing back and forth. Zen, very pivotal shots there. Very pivotal.
You know, and sometimes this is actually all it takes. When you have a team that has such a powerful lead as Newpesu, like, sometimes all it takes is to just throw them off a little bit, and they can actually lose their confidence. Even they can start to believe that you can stand up against them. Sometimes that's all it takes to secure further rounds moving forward. Is just to persuade your own opponents that you can, and of course persuade yourself that you can.
Oh yes,
the mental game,
confidence, the mental diff.
Such a big part of this all.
Now a big part of this all though does come down to getting these frags. Beautiful paranoia from Nuka. The stinger, no, not going to quite go out as tempo real. Good for one. Zion now swings out. Dearman, the tripwire gets the kill. That I don't think I have seen ever. I've seen the Trailblazer from Sky get a kill. I don't think I've ever seen the tripwire detonate and get a frag.
Nice. K-pop only 2 rounds behind now, looking so fresh. Moving forward. What are they going to buy? And they're not even buying yet. They are just, you know what they're doing? They're cranking up their economy to move forward. Oh no, there's one Vandal for Zen there, but still saving on the 3rd round. That shows one plan, and it shows the plan for longevity. They want to keep going, moving forward in the 2nd half.
I like that. I of course this wasn't, you know, purposeful, but I do want to say it's funny seeing Zion there not get the kill and letting Dearmid get the ult point by letting the tripwire get the kill. Neural Theft online, 1 kill earlier. Sven's offline a few seconds later. As Dash is good with the outlaw.
Yeah, K-pop are starting to feel themselves. Newpesu maybe are looking a little bit confused or intimidated now. They're not like trying to overwhelm anymore. They might pull that back out the bag in a round or 2, but right now they're still playing carefully, giving K-pop superstars a little bit of respect. But then Yuka, just with the wide Ferrari swing and a Sheriff, gets an excellent surprise kill there. The wall will go up, forcing all players through the drop door. And Zion's going to make a nice little... try and make a nice little flank here, but it's not going to make the jump on top of the ice wall.
That's heartbreaking. Of course, the noise does get made, so they're now considering that Zion's got. It doesn't matter what you're considering. If Nuker's good for that. Jeez, the man does not need another gun. Tim4 wanted to replicate what he's just seen, but has the simplicity of the Vandal to do it. But Dash, the outlaw, comes out and takes you to the wild west. 7-8 now for K-pop stars. 1 round of difference, and yet the half change. Newpesu are working off of 2 sentinels, one of which doesn't really have anything off post plan. That's such a pivotal opening pick, and Euchre then with a following 3 from the Sheriff. Don't give this guy any other gun. He'll throw. But you give him a Sheriff, and he'll just walk through everyone.
Really nice 180 as well from Tim4 Real, but it just wasn't quite enough. Too many players to deal with. K-pop superstars seem to be warming up. What looked like the last round is possibly like quite a hopeless final. It's starting to look like an extremely tense one moving forward. I think, yeah, we might make it to Lotus, and if we do, that'll be so much fun. What a crazy map to finish the entire European League on.
Indeed, it would be a very, very confident map from Sets teams. The triple site, as you said, very chaotic, very hectic, but a lot of damn fun to watch. We're not there quite yet, but K-pop stars are going to be wanting to drag us back. Particularly, they're going to want to drag Newpesu back, kicking and screaming if necessary. As now the smokes come through, the Sova drone is out. Nuker just rotates away entirely. The drone still lasts quite a long time. That is post-nerf, but can still clear out quite a bit, as now Nuker has been found. Trying to just spray through the cloudburst, gets a little bit of a tag, not too much. Meanwhile, in the back left, Zion holding out the outlaw.
Dear.
Needed to land those shots, unfortunately does fall, as the post-plan circumstance now online. K-pop stars 2 ults in the form of the Neural Theft and from the shadows for the retake.
Dash up in heaven here. 4v5 situation. Does get 1 knife out, gets 2 enemies suppressed. Not going to do too much off the back of it. Is it Does he save? Checking the flank. Which definitely needs to be done in this. When either of these teams are in the lobby, checking the flank is very important. I'm not sure what Nuka's plan was there. If it was a bait, you need the rest of the team to push in. Monixon taking down Zen. Monixon is only on 6 HP though. This could be finished off with the right amount of momentum and speed. Dash gets one. Monixon does drop. Oh, and it's just not enough time now. It was very, very close. I thought it was 2 players. There was 3 players standing for Nupesu, but there just wasn't enough time no matter what it was. Nupesu stepped forward with a 2-point lead again, stopping K-pop superstars getting any more than 1 point behind.
Yeah, no, just every time it looks to be about to be online, the superstars are managing, or Nupesu are managing to shut the superstars' light out just a little bit early, and it is preventing them from keeping that momentum. Something I do want to point out, we have mentioned it a little bit more. No timeouts again. The teams maybe are just quite confident in what they're doing. They don't maybe need to reconsider. They just need to do what they're doing, either a little bit faster or a little bit more cohesive if you're the pop stars. Again, only 2 rounds difference. Definitely not anything we're seeing, and that might be good enough to put us 1 round differential. However, the First Bloods have not been going the way of the receivers near as much as you would typically think.
4 players now stacked towards the A site. Only 3 on the defense. 3 about to enter into Garden. What you were mentioning in the last game about Garden was that we often see 3 players of K-pop in Garden, but with only 1 against the 3 pushing, it's going to be pretty easy for them to clear up as Love takes down Zion. Nuka here with an awkward angle might be able to find something, finds a little bit of damage onto Venz, and Dermot does finish off. Nuka's going to get the kill onto Love as well as Zen sprays down Tim with the Odin, and it's going to be a team ace, closing the gap once more. 1 point behind. Can they get any closer? Can they equalize moving forward? We have a Blade Storm and From the Shadows, but it is up against a Not Dead Yet, a Sage Revive, and a Hunter's Fury.
And this is, I'm so glad you mentioned the Not Dead Yet and the Sage Revive, because this is now the 7 versus 5 that Nupesu love. We seen this the last time Nupesu played this map. Just a very overwhelming way to play. If you kill Clove and they don't get a refrag, they can still stand back up with the Sage Res. There's so much in the way of trying to actually burn down Nupesu to get them to stay down. Does look like the econ will favor the pop stars just a little bit, but again, it's 7 versus 5. If there is any gap in the pop stars defense, Nupesu can absolutely abuse it.
This is confidence, mate. They've just smoked the Odin and pushed. On a save round, they've smoked an Odin without full shields to push. Zion finds 2 amazing kills with the Outlaw there. 1 is blind through the smoke. Tevens moves forward with the Sheriff, trying to find a head here, but Zion is ready and waiting, but it will be Tevens on top. Not for long as Dash comes back and answers.
Now 2 versus 3. Again. Oh, there's the Odin you were talking about, Bigfoot.
They knew it was there. I don't know what they're doing, man. They knew where the Odin was. Why are they pushing it?
Confidence again, maybe Tim's.
Just like, see, what is this?
Tim's thinking he'll see Zen's head. Zen doesn't even need to see Tim's head to get the damage down as Tim falls and equalized. 9-9. Can this be the first time that Popstars actually are a round ahead of Nupesu since this set began?
There's no way Nupesu don't take this next round with 4 ults and a full buy, and the frustration in their bones as well of finally being equalized. I'm sure they pull something out of the bag here, but if K-pop could come out on top again, they will be in the lead for the first time. Illusia's also 1 point away from a lockdown. With the right strategy, this is a pretty much guaranteed victory for Nupesu. Almost there, but nothing is guaranteed in team shooters. Ever.
No, never, ever.
Boom! Zion finds Tevens. Early start. Good. It's going to be another. Tim for real drops. Tim for real stands back up. It was a 5v4 now, and Tim for real gets dropped again. Zion onto 3 kills. The thing about the 7-person squad, mate, is you give aces a little bit easier. They might be a fake ace. It's still an ace all the same.
Absolutely true. Tim, unfortunately, there can still stand back up one last time. It doesn't have to be dead just yet. Love having to back up, make sure that the Odin doesn't find him through the wall. But this is still a 4v5 potential. The frags did come out quite early from K-pop stars. Like, so the res, I mean, we do see Love basically standing over the corpse of, I believe that's Lucio. Oh my days! Zen, nearly enough to kill. And if you kill a Sage who has the res up, that's 2 frags essentially. You're stopping obviously the Sage, you're stopping whoever they stand back up. And speaking of stopping the Sage, look at this flank. Is it going to come down fast enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Down mid.
So there
30
will be
seconds left.
no revives anymore this round. You see one from Tim, but it did get cancelled. Alicia pushing all the way into spawn there, finds Nuka, but Dash is ready to get Alicia back. Monarchs in here left with 89 HP, 2 armor left against 4 players. 13 seconds, I think we see a K-pop
10
lead. The
seconds
strat wasn't enough from UNIVERSITY. They didn't seem to have a way of tying together all their strengths in that round. They had so much util and the ultimates, but they kind of just walked forward to their demise.
Yeah,
Those all 3 ultimates were triggered. They just didn't get anything off the main.
No, they didn't, and I was just wanting to say,
There you
like,
go.
looking at Zion there, like, that's aggressive. We finally see the timeout. I want to point out very quickly, like, Zion's double push up there. The Hunter's Fury was also, you know, like, committed. So, like, K-pop stars did have to use quite a little bit, you know, to make sure that this worked. But yeah, incredible stuff from Zion. Incredible follow up from Zen. K-pop stars managed to keep the other 3 ults because of it. Yeah, like, it was absolutely incredible. We will be seeing the replay here. Like, Zen doesn't even actually need to back up Zion. Sorry, it's the Hunter's Fury that Zion's playing around. Beg my pardon. Thank you very much for that. I nearly looked foolish on the internet.
Such a good counter from K-pop, though. Again, a really good read. Hunter's Furying that early, sending the op out on an early aggress, just paid off so well, forcing UNIVERSITY to take a timeout and reconsider their strat, something I think we haven't seen before. Maybe one
UNIVERSITY do not
timeout,
have
one.
reconsider in their vocabulary. It's not something they have.
3 seconds left of the timeout and 13 seconds left of the buy round. We're going to be moving forward to the 20th round here. K-pop superstars are in the lead. Sorry?
What do you think they talked about? What do you think? Because I know reconsider isn't much, but like, you've got to consider something, because this is a much better showing from K-pop than it was round 1, so Nepesu may be a bit concerned.
Well, from where I'm sitting, their cohesion was demolished. K-pop superstars have applied the glue removal, and they've managed to take away a little bit of the confidence and cohesion that they had. They've been isolated and making mistakes like they don't normally do. Alicia does get an early kill there, but Zion with the Blaze Storm will find Tim. There was a knife attempt there, I think. Dermot finds Tvens into a 4v3 situation with Alicia on pretty low HP. Alicia is dead.
The trades have been absolutely scary. Like, no one's been able, it has just given out, as you said, you know, last man, Alicia suddenly drops, means there's really not much, you know, can be done for Nepesu at this stage. Still have the res if they want to play with it. This is probably a bit more what we see. And again, another reason why Sage doesn't get picked up as much. Yes, the res is absolutely incredible, but you have to be able to use it, and Love hasn't had the space to do so. The Odin's basically meeting there through the Radianite box. Zen, of course, has the bigger gun, so it will work out better for him. This fight
is funny,
this
man.
duel, this is absurd. Look at the lineup from K-pop. All 3 of them are ready to burn Love down. Monixon fighting for his life. He's terrified, but he can't get anything as Zen finally brings him down. 11-9 for the K-pop stars.
Are we doing it? Are we moving forward to Lotus? This one map on the board does suggest that that's quite likely. Let's say on the board, almost on the board, suggests that might be the way the script is going, but we do not have contact with the writers, and both these teams are the definition. Well, that's two. You know, sometimes a dictionary has 2 different definitions.
Yes.
Yeah. So these are the 2 different definitions of chaos. Both of these teams.
Just chaos. C K-pop stars or C Nepesu in the dictionary for their definition of trouble. Yeah. No. Chaos has been absolutely the word, but it is quite a controlled chaos, and the K-pop stars are starting to really show that they are the ones in control. Savan's unfortunately not able to get the swing off. There's a res again for Nepesu if they want to use it, and Love, you don't have long left yet. It's going to be burnt here. Finally, still not going to find that through the smoke, but there's still all 5 to work through the lockdown. That is going to come through. I wasn't sure if that was a visual bug, but it is going to come through for Nepesu as they're trying to get this A site pushed all the way through.
Ben's gained a lot of space here. The Garden is in complete control. Zion will get dropped by the Stinger. Dermot going to find one, but completely overwhelmed as Tim Farrell and the rest of the crew step onto site. 3 players left standing for K-pop superstars. Spike most likely going to go down in the next 5-10 seconds. Tim Farrell was about to plant. Pulled it off. He's going to put it down again. Pulled it off. He's about to do it again. Is it
Very
going to actually go down?
indecisive.
Yeah, it's going to go down. It's going to go down.
It's going to go down. It's going to go back off. It's going to go down. But finally, it does drop down. The Hunter's Fury also expended, I believe, outside. Oh, Nuke are nearly being expended by Monix, and instead, Zen again more of a penetrable gun. Zen and Dash now just suddenly look to clean this up. It's a Lucia all on you. All on you, shit. No,
It's gonna be a 1.
Limbo
No
dance.
way. This is actually possible.
Limbo
Oh, so close.
Lucia was nearly limbo danced through, and Odin and another gun fired at them. Zen though will be the one for the defuse, and now match point. Basically no ultimates, if any. I think we got the From the Shadows and Neural Theft from K-pop stars. Nothing for Nupesu. Oh dear.
Boosh. This is one of the things I didn't actually say today, but I should have mentioned it in the warm-up, is like a lot of K-pop's destiny is actually in the hands of Zion. Like Zion is such a pivot, plays so many pivotal positions, and takes so many pivotal duels.
Yes.
That if Zion can win those or not, actually means so much for K-pop superstars. And you've seen this round when Zion wins a whole bunch of those early 1v1s with an op in hand, and when he loses them, things can go very different. So we'll see this round if with that early kill onto Zion, Nupesu can make their way onto site. They're onto site. How much further can they take this? Nuka will be finished off there. Benz is managed to get extremely deep. Dash here, going to try and stop the onslaught from main. Will find one. Zen with the Odin has dropped the spike, going to keep spraying and step away just a little bit too late. Alicia and Tim for real finishing off, and there we have it. Had Zion got that early 1v1, maybe K-pop superstars would have taken this entire map. But unfortunately...
I've never quite seen someone just say something and then go, let's now see it in action. And that was... I know you said you don't have access to the script. I think you're talking to the showrunners, though. I will say that. That definitely seems like it. Beautiful stuff from Nupesu there. As you said, incredible like aggression from Tvens. The space that they had on the A site very early on was great. Lucia, I want to say, swinging into Zen's Odin, no fear, no concern, as Zen stops firing. The timing beautifully worked out to give them their 10th round, but every round is their penultimate now.
Taking a bit of a slow bit of recon there, nothing else. Setting the turret down for further recon to see if anyone is going to push. Isolating this area that Zion is with the op and not pushing it is a really, really good tactic as well. I don't know if they managed to get that information or not, if they just read it. But avoiding Zion, like we were talking about last round, either beating Zion or avoiding Zion with the op is the two of the keys to securing a round. Two of the many keys. There's so many locks and doors between these two teams, though. Nice early start for Nuka, but it's instantly answered back by Nupesu as Lucia gets Zion, and Tim for real stands straight back up looking for a kill. Has been hit. No! Why do you swing?
Well, you're meant to have wall hack, but you can swing if you've got Dearmid. Incredible shooting on defense, incredible transfer onto Monix, and it's 2 versus 2 now, no ultimates. Tim 4 is able to stay back up, did get a beautiful swing. 2 versus 2. Information all had. The util comes out. They're trapped by this generator.
Nice.
For 1. Love it's all on you.
Can Love stop the victory, and he cannot as K-pop superstars take the defuse, take the second map. We are on equal footing, 1 map each for both of these teams. And as we move forward, anything can happen, so stay tuned. Maybe 3 more full games to go.
I was going to say, there's only one thing that cannot happen now, and that's 3-0, and I'm very happy about that. And I am very happy that we're not going to be seeing a 3-0, because it would have been heartbreaking for all of that work and all of that effort to end so soon. But no, K-pop stars, very much alive, the show very much on stage. And we all get to watch as they just tear each other apart on these maps.
Yeah, and like I said in the first map, maybe K-pop was a little bit underprepared, but they look very, very prepared in the Ascent there.
That's them online. That's them warmed up. Ready.
Yeah, maybe just needing to warm up, or also like it's not just warm up to yourself; it's warm up to the strange style of Nupesu. You know, and no matter who you practice with in the off time, they've had a month off. No matter who you're scrimming against, no matter how many VODs you've watched, it's impossible to fully prepare without scrimming Nupesu themselves. And even if you were scrimming who bested themselves, they wouldn't be using their exact plan. So yeah, it's impossible to prepare completely. And what I think we're seeing is K-pop superstars adjusting and warming up, getting the engine started, and starting to spy out a few cracks in the Nupesu armor.
No, absolutely. Now, speaking of finding those cracks, speaking of getting warmed up, well, they'll have to cool back down at least for 5 minutes, but keep that energy ready. We will be jumping off for a little 5-minute break. Just again, water breaks, bathroom breaks, calming down breaks, little timeout breaks for the teams. I'm sure, you know, the nerves are only getting higher and higher as they, you know, bring each other closer and closer to the end of this series. But do not go anywhere. Quickly 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back onto Game 3, Map 3 on Splits.
See you soon.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AI, and they cannot withstand the Dr. Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Depths in Norway! Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep. The objective has been wrong and second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wins Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the University Esports Masters Valorant League 2024. It is GB versus Ukraine. That is NuPesu versus K-pop Superstars versus NuPesu, and we are on equal footing right now. 1-1 to both of these teams. What looked like a sort of a rough start for K-pop has turned into really dominating lead when we came through to Ascent. They were just so dominating on that map. Two completely different teams between those first two games, Dante.
Yeah, no, it absolutely was. Thank you very much, Big, for that. Yeah, it was. So first of all, let's just have a look at the maps as they're coming up. So at the very least, we are now getting guaranteed to Icebox. So with 1-1, it did end up going. So Bind, of course, went to NuPesu. Ascent, then a very solid swing back from the side of the Superstars to bring it 1-1. So we're at the very least going to Icebox if NuPesu or the Superstars can take these next two back-to-back. If not, then I'm very excited. I do believe we will make it, as Bigfoot, I believe you do as well. I think we will be making it all the way to Lewis.
I mean, I'd like to. Such a good map. It's a chaotic map, and with chaotic teams at the end of a chaotic league, it's going to be a very nice finish to the entire season. Yeah, but we might finish on Icebox. If it's going to be 2-1 in this. So who could win on this next map is going to be the big thing, because if they win this next map and they can secure Icebox, they've taken the first place victory, haven't they?
Yes, of course. So in terms of it, again, I mean, NuPesu have continuously, it seems, ran with their flashless comp. It does seem like they're happy to run it through. We did see it on both Ascent and Bind. Ascent normally has your very tried and true 5-stack, your KO, your Sova, your Killjoy, your Jet, and who am I missing out of that? Oh, he's banished. Magic indeed. Well, you're missing Bigfoot as well, at least for a second. It does look like not gone too far, I'm sure. I think there's just a little bit of a catch there. But yeah, NuPesu very happy. Oh, there he goes. He's back. NuPesu very happy just to run the double kind of healer on Clove Sage and let the controllers kind of do that. We only needed one for Ascent as we're jumping in. But speaking of it, jumping in, looks like Split is basically good and loaded, ready to go in just a moment, so the players will be getting there. I imagine we will see NuPesu's flashless again. If they were happy to do it on Ascent and Bind, I'd imagine more than happy to do it on Split.
Split's a map where your strat and your your route, whether you're attacking or defending, but more so if you're attacking, it's a map where your route through the map and your strat is so important, and it's kind of like, obviously the defenders need to have strats that can predict the opponent's stress. What I'm trying to say here basically is one of the strattiest maps. That's the easiest way to say that. For me, Split's one of the strattiest maps. There's so many different routes you can take around it that are quite long-winded and can confuse the defenders. It's really going to depend on what these teams pull out the bag from their attacking plans here. With NuPesu starting off, we'll get a taste of the chaos to come in the second half. K-pop Superstars defending, we'll probably see some interesting stuff. We didn't see too much of their crazy Ascent defense. They seem to be playing it a little bit more normally, which did actually work for them somehow. But we'll see what happens in Split. If they play a little bit crazy or a little bit normal. Sometimes they have this very big aggression in mid on the defensive side, and sometimes that pays off with like 3-4 kills in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen that particularly. Like Diarmid will be happy to suddenly kind of make an attack. We've seen from the K-pop stars especially. Diarmid a bit more kind of willing to take that mid control and walk away with fights that we know he's very capable of winning. NuPesu are still opting for the exact same comp. Vens is swapped over from the Jet, from the Raze is the only difference there. But again, Sage Wall will be online for the side of NuPesu to prevent any sort of attacks on defense. Meanwhile, K-pop stars have opted just to go for Nuker's Cypher.
NuPesu getting Raze on board as well for Split. That's not an agent they play too much, but yeah, most of the players in NuPesu will be sticking to their typical agents.
Are we surprised? Are we surprised by them sticking that?
I am.
Are you? Really?
I thought that whole flash thing was a gimmick that they might grow out of or use as a distraction moving into the finals. I thought they might come into the finals with like double, triple flash in the first game, and so then K-pop would be like, what's going on here?
It's not a phase. It's not a phase, Mom. We run flashless until we die. It's not a phase, and yeah, it does seem to be working out for them.
We haven't seen an ISO. We've been talking like off stream and a little bit on stream about how powerful and horrible ISO's been recently. But no, nothing's been pulled out the bag for this. It was. I thought maybe Newpesu would have an ISO strat moving into this, but no, they're just sticking to last patch's strat.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's the same map pool, if you don't play Neon or ISO, then very little has changed. You did mention there we are seeing the raise from Newpesu, which is a bit less common, especially with the satchel changes. I was also surprised to see Tevens not just going with the jet, but to be fair, Split still very powerful raise map. The satchels can still get you a lot of space and control. And speaking of space and control, the immediate mid push will be coming through again. Newpesu leaning forward with that double sentinel. All the rounds that they can get an attack are absolutely massive because it's not what they're depending on. But Paranoia comes through.
Oh, nice nade.
It's
really good.
Util usage from the defending side. The Pop Stars walk away with 3, only giving up 1. Minoxen give it away, but that is you mentioned this aggressive hold on mid. Lucia trying to shut it down. Will not.
7 HP, there's no way. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about K-pop in mid, man. And you see the way they do it, they don't push. They wait, they all hide behind the corners, waiting for the sign, waiting for the trigger. When the tripwire is just like there to bait. As soon as the tripwire gets shot, they get the paranoia out. They had the location on the enemy raise and threw the grenade out on top of them. Monixon is well, pick any negative word in the dictionary, but it's over.
Yeah, Monixon was really trying to kind of get something there. Had K-pop managed to let that slip through their fingers, I think that would have been a mental destruction for the rest of the series. Thankfully for them, they do keep it alive. And please do correct if I'm wrong, beautiful flank from Alucia there, just not going to be quite enough. But do correct me if I'm wrong, that's the first pistol round the Superstars have taken?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. Newpesu have been so dominant in these pistol rounds. I mean, K-pop's pistol rounds when they've been saving have been really good.
Yeah.
But like pistols versus pistols, so they can take down pistols when it's against Vandals, but they can't seem to always take down the pistols when it's against pistols. When they've got pistols their own. So early recon push there from Dermot. Luckily not caught out lacking, and we'll get a little bit of a space here. No, the flick! Alicia's going to get a headshot with a ghost. The judge that Dermot had isn't going to get anything. As we see a nade move into heaven. Doesn't actually do too much damage, just a little tickle there. Love's going to get the spike down.
Spike planted.
Sion with an outlaw and Mary very much health. Zen going to get a headshot, looking good. They're about to steamroll out of heaven here, but they will get the kill on Alucia, who won't be able to find anything else. 3 players standing here for Newpesu as 4 of K-pop Superstars move forward into sight. Some blind shots there through the smoke. Don't land, don't connect. Zion's picked up the judge, takes down Tevens. Love and Monixon finding 3 kills between them. But Dash will kill Love. It's just Monixon left.
And that's a 1v1. Dash using the remainder of the util there. Monixon has the information now, but the taps are going to need to be thick and fast. Monixon just peeking his head over, yep. Tries to counter swing, but no.
No
the patience is too
way.
good. Dash has to make, like his namesake, dash out of sight, keep the Bulldogs safe. And Newpesu, just by running that timer down, equalize this 1-1.
Really, really. I mean, this is the sort of stuff that shows how versatile Monixon is as a player, you know. We've seen high kill counts. He's a fragger. We've seen amazing IGL choices. He's a leader. And those 1v1 situations where it's just like up against a spike or 1v1 duel, Monixon can still come out on top so strong.
He's a clutcher.
If I had to pick one player here that's most likely to go pro, I think it might be Monixon.
I would agree. I would genuinely 100% agree. Don't get me wrong, we've seen flashes of brilliance from everyone else, sometimes longer than flashes, you know, full, you know, entire, you know, minutes of light being brought up. Speaking of, Zen with a beautiful first start onto Alucia, gets the gun because of it. Ooh, the frenzy not going to be enough as Dash actually falls. Monixon now look at the swing, no fear, no hesitation, with the remainder of the of Newpesu backing him up. But now, Popstar's very aware of all the space they have given up here. It's just going to come down to who can get who first. Vens finds it on the Dearmid, keeps the space a little bit. Zen, oh my days! Zen,
It's another, is it a third? Oh, 4 even, should I say?
Zen, 3N, maybe gonna make more of it work. Nuker, beautiful flank on from Monixon.
Nice.
Nuker
with a double. K-pop Superstars are not giving up, man. They are still in the game, taking that lead back from Newpesu, who managed to equalizing that second half. It's going to be a back and forth on split. I'm going to look forward to getting like double rifle rounds on the ball, but we've had a bit of a back and forth here with the economy. See, you've still got a Guardian in the lobby. I mean, it's pretty good for Zen though, and a Sheriff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting through to some full buy rounds. Let's see what has to happen for that.
I think we're just going to go round to round to round. We're never getting a full buy this split. I don't believe it. I don't think it's happening. We will just watch people die, and then Thrifties will come through, and then, like, I don't think we're getting ever a full buy, personally.
In this half.
It's just too scrappy. They're too cheeky. Everyone plays just so... It's not like strange, like it's not off meta, but everyone just plays a little bit delayed, a little bit frozen compared to where, you know, they're expecting, a little bit disjointed, and that's a perfect example. The information, it will be enough for Zion to pick off Alusha. They know they have all that control and space now. There wasn't a refrag there, but look at this lurk. Look at the raise all the way behind.
Oh no, just as the paint shells enter the hand. Easy blind though there, as the paranoid lands on Tim for real. Zen's going to make an easy swing there, but Monixon does push forward with the Bucky and takes down Dermot. Love here, classic only in the little drop down area. Not going to find anyone. Spike's actually sat there in the drop.
That's chill.
Where's Love gonna go off the back of this? Surely Love comes to B after the back of that kill. 2v3 situation. Nuka is actually about to take down Love, if I could finish my sentence. I kept proven completely wrong, and now Love gets a revive, and now it's just Zion. The tables have been turned, but Zion is here to stick up. But K-pop superstars still full health, Blazestorm in hand as well, but unfortunately not an updraft to get the height advantage.
10 seconds, the spike goes down. As you said, knives are available for Zion should they wish. The close smokes fall, the Viper wall rises. This is all to play for if you're Zion here. If you can get this win, this is pivotal. Both players stacked up in the Pesu, a very standard, one lower, one upper. This is a near impossible flick, is almost done for Zion, which would have been on for the ace, but no. Love able to find it, equalize us, prevent the ace clutch as we move on to round 5.
I think a bullet just cut off Love's ear there. Maybe if we get slow motion, I don't know if we're lucky enough, but just to see that once more time, that looked like an almost perfect spray transfer, but the RNG threw it off.
Yeah, tragically heartbreaking. Was very confident, very close, but again, only so much can be done. As yeah, 1-1. I'm expecting it. Split is one of those maps as well. You did mention it earlier, Bigfoot, in terms of like your executes, like your strats. Both teams have had such solid executes, have had such solid, whether it is retakes or the initial takes. Both teams have just forced each other to answer every little question. Speaking of answering questions, Dermot with the shorty, and Zen behind him with the gun just to back him up. Does Alusha clamp? Yes. There
I love it.
The jaws clamp down as Alusha falls.
This isn't Dermot bias, by the way. It's shotgun bias. Just in case anyone's in the chat is wondering what's going on with me right now. I just love the shotguns.
They're so dirty.
I do love Dermot, but that's a different story. How many times will these Raze players get shot out of the sky? It won't be another time just yet, but it will probably happen again before this map's over, as Love does find Zion, but Dash is there with the Sheriff. 2 crucial headshots that might have secured the round. It's crazy, the things that these rounds pivot around, the plays that pivot these rounds, like that drop-down headshot from Monixon, 2 headshots from Dash looks like it secures the round. Crazy, crazy play. And then another pivot back from Nupesu. Monixon just jumps out of heaven and gets a headshot, then a follow-up kill.
Yeah, the back and forth is absurd. At this point, you cannot make any call at any point about who's got the win here. Like, you just can't, and you shouldn't. I would really recommend not. That's so heartbreaking for Dash. Like, Dash got the 2 harder kills by a mile. Like, well, there, yeah, here it is. Defense immediately get shot down. Look at these 2 shots from Dash. To not walk away with the round on that due to Monixon is something filthy.
Very filthy, and we're going to see the mid scrap. Oh, we almost saw a mid scrap again, but I think actually that camera was just to check what was going on, gets the information. And what is this, Tim? Just stepping through the wall, finding Zen. Does get traded out by Dash, but definitely not dead yet. Get a kill or damage assist to survive. Has to just keep on pushing forward, looking for this 1v1, but it basically works like a showstopper, pushing the team back, and back. Dermot does find the kill onto Tim. Now they need to retake this space that they've given up all for one player. That was 4 players just running away from one.
And the neural theft is going to get a little bit of information. That Viper's Pit not going to cover off quite as much as it could. The ball is going to collapse. Zion not able to find a single shot onto the Vens, just on the angle incorrectly, unfortunately, as the Util falls into the pit. Zion trying to get this push, nearly is able to be good for 2 through to Vens. Nuker finds their kill on Alicia. Dash.
Nice.
Lurking here, but Monixon
One
now
left.
has to do it all.
And they've done it. What did I say last game, mate? I said K-pop superstars are known to dismantle Viper pits. Look at that.
Yeah, that was clinical. That was clinical.
That is the sort of stuff I'd sometimes only imagine. I mean, I've pulled it off in public matches in like silver, gold when I've been lucky and there's been a discrepancy in skill, but there isn't much discrepancy in skill in these players, and these things should not be allowed.
No, it really shouldn't. Monix in there with the patience, but yeah, as you said, they played around the Viper's Pit so beautifully. The amount of utility collapsed into that Viper's Pit from K-pop stars. I mean, don't get me wrong. They had invested a lot, but they walk away the victors. It's still 3-3. They're not getting very far, as the econ does look pretty rough for Nepesu, even if the ult's slightly better. Oh.
And as fun as all the uni leagues have been leading forward to this point, what we have here is the creme de la creme, and that is why today, so used to streaming in the evening. That's right. Yeah, I hope we will get to tonight. Yeah. It's why today has been and will continue to be so much fun moving forward, because we are literally got the 10 best players in the EU League right now in one lobby. So thank you everyone for joining us for this awesome broadcast today. Production are doing great as well. Big shout out to you all behind the scenes.
Big love.
Big love to the players.
They make us sound so beautiful. We appreciate it dearly, and they make this look so beautiful. Excellent swing from Zion off the back of the paranoia there. Does shut down Tim 4, and now it's just Monixon, and it is just Tavere.
Monixon? Too low. No. You're aiming below the belt. It's cheeky, but it's not going to get you the kill.
I said love instead of that. That's on my bad. Or I said Tavere instead of love. Apologies for that, love. But you know what? Shut me up by 1v5 acing with this sheriff again. Demons with sheriffs.
No, it can't be.
I believe. I so believe. I believe. I mean, all you need is one.
Do the wall. Wall push.
If this kill goes on the dash, unfortunate. If that kill went on the dash, Love was probably at least getting a plant, if not much further.
Back and forth we go as K-pop superstars take the lead. This might be the closest to a full buy round we've had so far. It's been so scrappy. Even when 4 players have had a Vandal, there's been 1 on a save or something. There's been Buckies here and there. See, look, this. There we have. Monixon can just get. Yeah, we have it. Almost full buy. Just. So I mean, but the players with half shield do have ults, so we can call it full.
Yeah. We'll round up. Again, no outlaws on the board, so not really relevant. Light shield or full shield. But, well, it might be relevant in a minute, as, again, Bigfoot, you're saying, scrappy buy for mid. There's no Sage Wall for the Pop Stars. That will change once Nepesu swap over, so the paranoia just ready from Dermot. It's gonna come down again. This tripwire, it is the bait.
There you go. They fall for this again. I think that was really confident, trying to get the kill whilst walking into the wire instead. So instead of aiming at the wire, was aiming at the peak. But yeah, with 3 people peeking from 2 different angles, I'm not sure it's going to work.
Again, you say K-pop stars, they play very weird, but it's all together. It's they do not like giving away 1v1s. They basically never do it. This is the exception. Nuker happy just to walk through that. The information's been given to Lucia. Able to bring down Dash, the neural theft on top of it. This is pretty pivotal. The util is going to be coming through from Zen and Dermot. Their location's known. The showstopper pops out. The Cypher Cage pre-fired. Beautiful stuff from Zen. Tim knows exactly where he is. The swings are going to be coming through. Decides to drop down. Swings into Nuker. Goes for it. Zen immediately follows up on a Love Monixon. Returning the favor. 2 versus 2. 27 seconds left. The bomb down on rafters. Tim, can you find anything?
Dermot takes down Tim, but The swing isn't enough. Monarch's in there, but then, of course, Zen is still in the game, cleaning up. A 2-point lead for K-pop Superstars. It's looking pretty good for them, isn't it?
It's the biggest lead they've had. 3 rounds back-to-back as well. Look at that. Zen using the boombot. Actually, I did say blind fire there. I take that back. Using the boombot, bouncing up to know the location of the cipher there. Very big brain, and evidently why I'm sitting here talking about it and not playing the game. I think that's very pivotal. I think that does show that quite well. But yeah, on to round 9. Econ looking a bit shakier again. We're right back at this.
We're not playing, but I mean, we can at least say we made it to the finals ourselves in
our
own ways.
Not quite to the same degree that Nepesu or K-pop stars have. I mean, both the performance from both teams has just been astounding. It really has.
No, and I do think what they do takes a little bit more skill than what we do. Zen does find 2 freeze raised with the Phantom, looking really good. Zion with a double shot on the Outlaw to finish off 6-3 to K-pop Superstars. The reverse situation of what we've been in from the first 2 games. In the first 2 games, Nepesu were in a 6-3 league against K-pop Superstars, begging K-pop to dig deep and find out a way to equalize the half. But now it is K-pop asking that question of Nepesu. I think might have just called a timeout just before we hit those replays. And, you know, it's a good time to call it, because right now is when Nepesu need 3 rounds in a row. And yeah, Markson's called it.
No, absolutely, you have called it. One thing as well is, of course, you know, what are Nepesu talking about? This is the only time they have been in a round deficit, really. Like up until the Ascent, you know, like they started off pretty beneficial, and then it was up to the K-pop Superstars to kind of work that back. This is the first map out of the 3 we're seeing that the Superstars are actually starting on the front foot.
So one thing they might be talking about is their pathing. It's a huge thing in Split. Is where your line goes. You know, you can just walk straight onto either site, right? But there's some quite snaking patterns you can take through mid from either site, and you know you can make it look like you're pushing A, you go through to B, through mid, etc. There's some really snaking stuff you can do there. So if you can take that early space and bait the defending team across the map, of course you can quickly run around. I think they might be planning something like that, like some sort of early win an early duel and rotate. Is a strat I might expect to see here. It hasn't been done too much. It's been quite committing, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of it has been. I would expect that. And another thing to kind of build off of like the lines and the choices are the timings of Split is very awkward, because you easily can take a line that's a bit less efficient but actually works out in the timing aspect on yours. We have seen that a few times already. Alucia's flanks and such have kind of came through at weird, strange times and brought quite a bit of value a lot of the time. Speaking of weird, strange flanks bringing value, David trying to get something with from the shadows. Information, though, is still better than nothing, and I think that's a great example of some of the ult doesn't do. You know, it's not a Viper's Pit, it's not a showstopper, but it does give information. It lets the pop stars know that 40 seconds have basically passed with very little space given. And look, we are seeing the pre-aim towards the drop already. Dash is
good read.
Expecting this.
And Zen could nade that right now, of course. Might actually do that off the back of this knife. Pre-suppressed is so much info. They basically know where more than half the squad is, and whatever Nepesu planned in that timeout, it's been shut down by K-pop Superstars. They looked like they had a plan for A. The knife threw that plan out the window. They had a plan to go through mid. From the shadows, threw that plan out the window. They had a plan to walk into heaven. Zen threw that plan out the window.
Yeah, the only plan is Zen is going to swing. Elucia likely to fall.
Oh,
no, Love actually.
What a peak.
Yeah, playing that beautifully.
Love? What is this?
All of a sudden.
No way.
I mean,
finds 2?
13 seconds. Surely, right? Elucia falls. Zion's behind.
Love's
Run
running
like
aside.
the wind, Love. Run like the wind.
Nearly.
Oh.
Wow.
Damn.
Like, I did not see that round ending with 2 K-pop standing when Zen got that free K.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be a Zen ace and a five players standing a K-pop, but Nepesu still have something up their sleeve, even when they're pushed down into a corner like that.
That showstopper there's unfortunately Defense just banging their head, giving all the space in the world, and then Zen I mean, yeah, to kill a showstopper is one thing. To get 2 more after it is absolutely insane. Zion picks up the frag with a shorty. Celebratory updraft. And look at that scoreline. Zen on 20 to 5.
Goodbye to Vens.
And goodbye to Vens.
And yeah, Nupesi might not be able to equalize this. Well, they already can't equalize, but they might not even be able to take it to a 7-5 if they can't come back from this early loss. It was a save round last round, so now they've got guns in hand. That early loss is going to sting a little bit more than it would losing a shorty or something else.
It's not the patience. It's just waiting here for time. Zion's already done what he needed to. Can he do him one more?
Zion has got so much patience. Just holding this angle ready. Oh!
Oh no!
Unfortunately, the double swing is just too confusing. It even confused me.
And we can see what's going on. Oh.
Nuka finds Alusha, really, really big kill. They don't know that Derman's on the other side of this smoke, but they're probably aware that there's a possibility. Any Omen smoke, there might be an Omen inside it or on the other side. Bang! And it's almost a mistake from Derman. Does find the kill. Love gets flashed. Zen throws the satchel.
Dermot is dancing around. Look at these teleports. He's back on top again. He's making sure Love has no clue where he's coming from. The one way is attempted. Yeah, Love has no patience for that, Dermot. You can step out of that, but now again, 20 seconds for Nepesu. 1 versus 3 as Zen and Dash drop Love down. And you were saying that, like, but you were saying that, you know, in terms of like the patience and things. But Nepesu now, they are starting to run out of time quite often.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
Yeah, it's just goes to show how strong K-pop superstars have managed to pull their defense together.
That can be said again. I mean, yeah, that like you can honestly say that again. Nepesu, you know, typically are just running on the site, able to take it, but no, the superstars now are really reminding us of Nepesu from the previous rounds, just in terms of how their setups are, how their defense is. But again, if you're Nepesu double sentinel, one of them being Sage, you know, you are already kind of struggling a little bit on attack split, let alone you know, by committing an additional sentinel to it. Zen with the showstopper, yeah, finds Timberreal. That's the power. That's the power of this comp. Timberreal stands right back up. Taven's takes down Zen. The Viper's pick gonna fall down.
Oh no! What is this? What is going on?
The slingshot meta from Zion is insane. Tim4 unable to get the pick from the ult though, so will fall down. Dermot's beautiful swing for 1. Gets a follow-up. Monoxen though, we've seen these Viper pits work out so well. It's 1 versus 2 Love as well. No!
No way, mate. This is it. Viper's pit don't work against K-pop. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And
You're so right.
And when you got Monoxen as one of your like key players, their ultimate being semi-used. I'm not going to say semi-used. I'm going to say weaker than it would be if it wasn't K-pop.
Yes, literally any other lineup.
I've never seen a team dismantle so many Vipers, but there is also I've never watched a team so much as K-pop superstars, but because they've been so dominating throughout all these leagues, they've just been in so many games. I was even stalking them offline before the league started. I was watching teams offline. And I watched K-pop with one of the strongest I saw off. When I say offline, I mean off stream. Sorry, I was watching teams off stream, and K-pop seemed so strong. I followed them loads. And yeah, they really paid. They've paid off following them around. It's been such a fun experience to watch. The creme de la creme of GB Valorant just goes so far in this season, but it's not over yet, man. Like Nupesi are so powerful themselves, and just like we saw K-pop on the back foot to start up to find their front foot, I'm certain if it's not in this map, it'll be in the next when Nupesi find their front foot. I am certain we're going to Lotus.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying certain we go to Lotus just yet. I mean, I absolutely believe. I'm not going to say certainty, but immediately the difference from how Nepesu played, you know, the opening opening pistol round on defense compared to how the Popstars played, you know, it's literally as close to night and day as you can get. The pre-fire's going to come through. Doesn't find too much. We can see where Alicia's trips are set and ready to go. 2 members already on that B Heaven. Alicia on the actual site, and then of course Tim and Monoxen leaning over to that A side. So 2 Sentinels, you know, obviously is going to really mess around. You were talking again about the routing, how the route for the side of the Popstar is going to go through, and the route looks to be, nope, it was engage in fence and then run away.
But this is the power of the routing and the staking on this map. See how quickly the defenders start to rush through to A, and then how much space that gives K-pop. They did turn around extremely fast as well. They did this, so UNIVERSITY did start coming back from that rotate as soon as they had the information that something was happening on B. A is completely empty now, but of course K-pop are on site, all three of them with the spike down. So it doesn't matter now. The defenders do push in all three of them. Love finds one, traded out by Zen. Zen grenade in hand, about to chuck it. Chucking it there would be great, but will get finished off. Caught lacking with the util in hand, trying to find a util kill, and Tim for real finishes off. The 9-3 is answered.
I mean, yeah, double sentinel, that's what we're saying. The Sage Wall from Love, it doesn't have to be burnt on that mid anymore. It can be burnt a little bit up closer to shop, or closer to meal, or closer to heaven. You know, there's quite a few things that can be burnt closer to, and it can really mess up the timing of the pop stars. Nearly didn't. Nearly completely answered by them, and Nepessu nearly fallen. I mean, that frenzy there was absolutely beautiful. Diarmid, though, really trying his damnedest to prevent that, but the Clove, just the fast stimmed picked me up swing, you know, it's very difficult to deal with, particularly a Ghost being held by Tim 4. So, yeah, as you said, Bigfoot, they may have found their front foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's one round. I did expect to see the comeback in the next map, but seeing it in this map would actually just show just how amazing UNIVERSITY really are, and they don't give up even after a 9-3. You know, it's people talk about the 9-3 curse, but statistically 9-3 does normally end in the people that got 9 taking the map. Goodbye, Zion.
Yes.
Not quite. Just managed to jump out the way of that just. So yeah, I mean, there's the rumors of a 9-3 curse, but statistically it's a 9-3 blessing. With that advantage, you are probably going to win.
Yes, typically as much. Does rely on kind of your comms and obviously the stats in terms of, you know, if you are better on T or CT side, of course. But, you know, that's all down to stats. Doesn't necessarily have to be reflective of real life, as we are seeing Spence and Tim 4 pick up 2. The space is taken by the side of the K-pop stars. The Viper's molly, though, gets caught on that little rafters. Such a pain when it happens. Happens to my slow orbs all the time. But I imagine will not be happening to Loves basically at all. The Boombot does fall. The kills are all out. Instead, it's just Tim that has to now get 2. The spray was close, but not quite there. And yeah, that heal, that's how I was feeling there. Oh, that was close.
40 HP between them. That was so close for Tim. That if one bullet went through the weaker player and hit the other one, the stronger player and hit the weaker one, that could have been a double kill there. And there's just that could have been one bullet in that duel. That's crazy.
Spectre with a kind of fire rate and everything. Again, something that we haven't mentioned too much is obviously when Nepessu, the comp that they run, it is a lot more often that you'll need more than 4 body shots to kill. You know, the headshots are a bit more relevant against a comp like Nepessu's. Meanwhile, Nepessu, any damage they do is permanent. There's no heals, there's no anything that can kind of, you know, cheat any bullets out. So the wall bangs are quite a bit more relevant for Nepessu than maybe a wall bang like that would be for the pop stars.
There's 4 players the pop stars push towards heaven. If they can take out Alicia early on, they'll buy them a lot of space. Alicia still has no idea that they pushed up ramp. There is some util there to catch it. I think it's been caught. Yeah, the camera's been taken down. A new camera comes out. Smoke goes down in this drop. Now if they drop into drop, they've got a good pathing here. Look at the map. They've basically got a clear path into B. Apart from, we do have Tim up in heaven, but that could be a 4v1. They're not pushing through drop. They've actually retreated towards main. Dash has found sight.
I was going to say Nepessu kind of maybe had the read, but Dash, look at this delay. Diarmid then ulted to join him. Yeah, look at that.
Nice. Love it.
They kind of started to have that read, but then yeah, like it was very quickly. No, the pop stars just you know, from 0 to 100 immediately. Okay.
Monixon.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Mon1ixon, maybe Mon2ixon. Oh my days. Nuker is scared of the bucky. Oh my days. The nade and the fade shells coming through. Oh my god. Monixon is making the pop stars absolutely fear for their lives. It's only a buck.
Nice. Nice.
I say it's only a bucky.
Shotgun.
I say it was only a bucky. It's a bucky in the hands of Monoxen. It's far, far stronger in his hands than basically anyone else's.
Love to see it. We're going to get some replay on that action. That kill from Dash, obviously followed up by from the shadows, is really, and obviously with that kill too, just completely frees up the site. Zion cheeky with the stinger hanging around there. Monixon extra cheeky with the bookie though. Look at this last kill. Bang! That is insane.
Ludicrous. Like, one shell must have hit. Like, that must have done like 5 damage. But of course, when you're on 1 HP, you know, that's kind of irrelevant how little damage it does, as long as it does any. And yeah, I mean, the K-pop stars, they were obviously a bit scared of Monoxen and his Bucky. Near enough Monoxen and his 2K. Zion will shut it down. But yeah, completely different team, I will say, to what we were kind of seeing, you know, at the start of this series. The team that has come alive on Ascent and Split are a completely different roster than the K-pop stars were in Map 1.
Yeah, and whether K-pop win or not, whether we interview Dermot or not, I need to get in touch and just see what has been happening this past month. Because we were joking earlier that he might have been playing GTA RP for the entire past month, and it might not be a joke. Like, this is what we need to find out. Have they prepped? How many hours have been put into being a cop, and how many hours have been put into prepping against the VALORANT police from Ukraine?
Yeah, arguably one of the best teams this series has ever seen. As the commit comes through, a beautiful flash follow up from Zen there. Like, what do you do against that if you're Tim, really, other than just sit and die? Because yeah, just incredible execute, incredible follow up. The space all taken out for the pop stars. No ultimates available for Nepesu just quite yet. Very difficult retake for them, and again, no flashes for this retake.
Yeah, I think you're right. Definitely one of the strongest teams the University of Valorant's ever seen. UNIVERSITY, definitely the strongest Viper I've ever seen, outside of Pro Leagues, etc. And oof, Dash is actually gonna what? What? That was mad. So point blank. That is unlucky or what, I don't know, but point blank whiff is crazy.
That there was a silhouette shot around for a good 10 seconds. Well,
join the
10,
dots.
obviously, but like 2 seconds there. Let's see this from Dash. Like, obviously, try not to give too much.
What?
That is like a 1.5 seconds full spray. Not one bullet connects. That is rough if you are Dash. Thankfully, not going to be relevant. The pop stars do still put themselves on the penultimate round. By the way, the first map was 13-5, leaning towards Nepesu. Seems like All Stars maybe want to make that stat line a little bit more favorable this time round for them.
So, I mean, Zen's on 30 kills right now. Unfortunately, won't find any more, but Zion's doing plenty. Tim for real stands back up, shot straight back down by Dash. It does this new ult is one of the funniest. Like, it does. I honestly think they designed some agents for like content more than meta, you know.
That seems about right. That does seem about right. And speaking of the content now, it's Monixon's judge. He has to do everything. Zion sitting here with the Blade Storm. It just comes down. Tripwire's going to come through as well. Monixon's still not swinging off of it just yet. But there it is. My shotgun's better than yours. 13-4 pop stars. 2-1. And now potential. Well, no, I was going to say potentially. Now every map is the penultimate map.
Yeah, Icebox could be the victory for GB. It might take us through to series point for both teams. A 2-2 tiebreaker over on Lotus. Really, really crazy day so far, man. It's above and beyond what I expected, and I had high expectations for the day. So don't go anywhere. We got replays. Yes, nice. We'll take a replay after the replays, of course. Look, that was 3 razors shot out the air in one game. I love that.
Yeah, no, they're like, honestly, like, it's one thing to land your shots like well, right, on teams that aren't, you know, too, you know, kind of mobile or vertical. That, speaking of landing shots, like, seeing that again is just beautiful. Beautiful paranoia and swing for Dermot taking that 2v1. Like, so many moments there, and ending off with the right click from Zion to make it 13-4. No, incredible stuff, and just, you know, building back on my point, it's one thing whenever you're just dealing with people swinging out of walls. You know, that's one thing. But when you're seeing fireworks and razes fly across the sky, you know, jets, you know, jumping all over the show, which we do see a lot on Split, some of those shots we've seen were just filthy.
Yeah, it's been. I think one of the highlights of that game was just seeing Tim desperately trying to get those kills, pushing the squad like so far back, people running away from it like it's a show. It's not a showstopper, everyone. Like, it's not dangerous. You should just stand free of you, and you'll win the duel.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Tim is scary where they can definitely equalize off of it. You know, that's technically the ISO jacket, and we've seen how much of a menace ISO would become after it. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be grabbing just a wee 5-minute break. Now, you, of course, get your refreshments and everything sorted, but do not go anywhere. The next map is Icebox, and it could be the last map if the Superstars want to end it off. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final.
Ooh, let's see.
And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIS. And they cannot withstand the to Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Death's in Norway! Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Oh, manages to get it deep. The objectives have been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Welcome back, everybody, to the University Esports Masters finals for Europe, and it is the VALORANT series. We are 2-1 currently, GB against Ukraine. Why don't you give us a little bit of a rundown, Dante? What happened in the last map?
There was a lot of stuff. Thank you very much, Bigfoot, for kind of bringing that through. I'm sad you didn't. We were discussing whether, speaking of the last map, the Zen Masters, for anyone that didn't see, it was quite a dominant showing this time from the Superstars. So for anyone that has missed the first two maps, we did start off in Bind. It went very comfortably to Nupesu. That was 13-5. We then jumped over to Ascent, which was a little bit shakier, but I believe it was then the first match, the first point put on the board, sorry, for the K-pop Superstars was a little bit closer. I believe it's about 13-10, 13-9. Split then, K-pop Stars have warmed up. Zen is absolutely, you know, speaks for itself, that, you know, does what it says on the tin. Zen, I think, dropping around 26 and maybe 7, or maybe even hitting that 30k by the end. Zen just absolutely popping one off on Split. Now we jump into Icebox, and finally, unless the Superstars end it all here, we go on to Lotus for the seal the deal.
Well, one of Superstars' strengths is defending. They are defending on Icebox. They were defending last map, and it just gave them such a big, strong advantage early on. If they can defend the same way in the first half of Icebox, it's going to ask an awful lot of Nupesu when it comes to their defensive rounds. So Nupesu have to be on point in attack on Icebox here, or it might all go out the window for them.
So, fittingly enough, you say they have to be on form on attack on Icebox. Of course, Nupesu have yet to run anything that isn't there. I call it, it's the Nupesu comp, it really is. Of the Sage, of the Clove, usually of either then the double controller, double initiator, or sorry, double controller, kind of one duelist, and then the two sentinels very much kind of filling that out. So usually 2 sentinels, 2 controllers, or 2 duelists, and then yeah, kind of figure that off. Initiator, as we've said, not really a word in Nupesu's vocabulary, which if you're going into Icebox attack, maybe you need to learn that word.
Yeah, but we'll see the rulebook. I mean, they've thrown a few things out the window. We'll see what they can continue to do so in Icebox. I'm not really sure what to expect from Nupesu here, but what I want to see is a very, very quick and confusing switch up between slow and early, slow play looking for picks and complete overwhelm. So I want to see them switch backward and forward through that in their attack round. I want to see them play very slowly, find their picks here and there, get their 1v1s, etc. And sometimes, and then the next round or 3 rounds later, bang, down mid. It's set like this, and to confuse and throw the defensive strategies of K-pop off. That's maybe one of their best hopes, but they've got a few other things they can pull out the bag here, of course.
The one thing I want to say is, and I would be very surprised if this wasn't the case, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you are particularly fans of heavy metal, death metal and such, please locate Monix, and he will be in the pit at basically all times he is able to. The Viper's Pit is just an incredibly piece of useful kit, particularly in Icebox, because there are a lot of places you can put it and be absolutely terrifying. We've seen the K-pop stars have very much dismantled a few Viper's Pits. I think they're more into their jazz rather than their heavier, rather than their metal music. They're a big fan of dismantling the pits, but doesn't mean we can't see Monoxen either doing, you know, just on mid to keep like under tube completely safe. You know, we can see that type of pit. We can see the standard pit on the B site just to, you know, basically take the fights completely at yellow. Standard the Viper Pit on A site, which is absolutely insane. On top of, is it 410 the box? You get the Viper's Pit exactly there, and it takes over like everything. Rafters
crazy,
becomes like
up and down.
Rafters becomes like a one-way because you can see like the feet, and of course they can't see you. So there's a lot of stuff the Icebox can see. So Monixon particularly, I've said, you know, keep an eye on him before, but yeah, keep an eye on him now.
Definitely keep an eye on Monixon, and someone who really switched up the gas last round, Zen, is actually moving away from Raze. So might not see quite as like a dominating kill count from Zen, but we might see some interesting like support play. It's interesting. Zen is normally one of the main aggressors alongside Zion, but there is occasions when they switch up. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Nupesu.
You're looking at the names are. I was going to say actually, I wasn't sure if I should.
But there's a flash.
It can't be It can't be Nefesi. There's a flash. There we go. Okay, the flags there and everything. The name stuff are getting up. It's Nefesi. There we go. Nefesi on defense. K-pop stars will be on the attack. Speaking of, look at the difference. There's no clove.
They've got flash. Wait, what's going on? Wait, we need to read it. I got so confused.
I still think there's no
I also thought K-pop were defending first round. So I had a few mistakes there, and I've just completely thrown the narrative off board, guys. I'm really sorry. We'll get back to the script in a second.
It's okay. He's gone crazy and he's went off script. He's decided to improv this map, but you know. It could absolutely work, but yeah, it looks like we are going to be jumping in. It looks like Nepesu is going to be initially starting us off, and then Nepesu will be initially starting us off on the defense, it looks like, and then, yes, here we go, and then K-pop stars will actually be on the attack. No clove from Nepesu, the first time I have ever seen a lack of clove.
Does this mean they're scared?
I think it means, but they're not running flashes, so they're not totally scared. Like, they're still kind of confident with it.
Man, this is crazy.
But that's weird. There's no Sage either. It's single Sentinel, single Sentinel, single controller, single initiator with the Sova, and then double duelist for the side of the K-pop star. So yeah, speaking of, for the side of the
Lucia on the Reyna. This is a massive switch up here, and you know Leas do count as flashes. So this is the first game we've seen in about 7 or 8 when UNIVERSITY has brought any kind of blind into the game. Not even playing an Omen, not even the singular paranoia in any of the other games, but now they have the 2 Leas, things might change for them. Completely changed the script I thought we were heading into. I thought it was K-pop defending. Massive apologies to everyone who's listening to me speak lies coming into this round, but with UNIVERSITY defending, the script I thought was going to come out might be so different now.
Be killed.
Oh my days, it's so scary watching these shots come through because there's a possibility of them now, you know, whiffing. We are jumping into the 3rd game, so not likely for teams that are for players of this caliber, but endurance is something you've got to think about now. We are, you know, jumping into the 4th map basically back to back. There's been 5-minute breaks here and there, but the players have been, you know, kind of forcing each other to answer as many questions as possible. Sadly, it looks like for the Pop Stars, they're only going to be able to answer one question, which is the question being, is the spike planted? The answer being yes, but unless Zion can, you know, basically bring K-pop to the promised land at this stage, no, Monox breaks it down. The flyer bag grows, and it'll be 1-0 to Nepesi.
But yeah, this does change quite a lot with my small mistake there. And it does make me even more convinced that we're getting to Lotus. With K-pop on defense at the start of Icebox, I think Lotus is pretty much like guaranteed. But Lotus was actually starting to be less and less guaranteed. Yes. But with Nupesu on defense, I think Lotus is much closer to a guarantee now. Monoxen and Lucia are really, really good in that first round. We haven't seen this sort of Reyna style come out from them yet, so it's going to be really interesting to see how it pays off. So far, it paid off in 2 free kills.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Lucia, we've been seeing Lucia kind of more hang back on like the ciphers and such all the time. So now letting Lucia shine on Reyna will be incredibly interesting. Reyna has had did not expect this to come up, but Reyna has had slight rework to her. So she now doesn't dismiss as long, but she moves faster in it. And the biggest thing, her ult is now permanent. Well, at least permanent for this.
Spike down A.
Who definitely isn't permanent is Nuker. He is in fact incredibly temporary and has now been pushed off of the 2nd round initiating there. The Outlaw, just such a good gun to find. Never mind.
Wow.
Zion, an even better gunner to find. Not able to get onto Lucia as the bullets are traded through. Does look to be, you know, you were asking this, Bigfoot, and you were more asking it from Nupesu, I think, with the K-pop stars. If they do just hold W, they will meet 3 players of Nupesu, but they might still be able to overwhelm them.
Sheriff's in hand. All they need to do is find those heads, but Monoxen holding an angle tight. Might be the end of their plans. Lucia here, Vandal in hand, only 60 HP, and gonna find 1 free. No, wait there. No, yeah, did find him. But Zen, easy answer from Zen. Oh,
Spike down
the
A.
Scary. The Outlaw's such a scary gun. It really is. Zen.
1 enemy remaining.
Swing will draw time. Not good for it. Has to be Monox swinging off the rafters there to put us to a quick 2-0.
Well, they found 2 kills, but it's not enough to move forward now with Vandals in hand. They're They might be able to pull something more out of the bag. I think Newpesu losing those 2 players will probably crank up their rifle amount to max as well if they can't afford it. There we have. Yeah, Outlaw is crazy versus pistols, etc. Versus half shields, pistols, etc. etc. Such a powerful gun. Yeah, really, really good addition to the meta, I think.
I think incredible work. But there we go. Now you're jumping in 3-0. I mean, we have seen this, you know, scoreline before. We've seen a 4-0, and then K-pop Stars has been able to kind of recover from it. This isn't by all means new. Lucia's not going to be able to recover from that. Has to manage to bounce their way right back to the A site. Will get away with their life and full HP. Looks like the leaders may be coming through. And now we're going to have to see how Lucia plays, because we haven't seen Lucia been playing off of like flashes or leers, anything near as much. Has been very, you know, mega defensive just based on their roster. So swapping that out to arguably, if not just factually, the most aggressive agent in the game, we're going to have to see if Lucia can adapt to that, because there's a possibility they may not.
Looks like there might be a bit of space here to take, but they're walking into with a Lombot and an Outlaw, so Defense finds the early kill onto Zion. Nuka trying to buy more space here. Will tap the spike and commit and get sprayed down by... I need to stop finishing my sentences before the kill is over. It just sometimes looks so guaranteed.
No, you were saying?
Off the spike with the Vandal, you can answer back a Spectre spray.
One enemy remaining.
Spectre spray,
30
Lucia as
seconds
well.
left.
Beautiful flank down. Diarmid has been essentially counter-flanked. He got the position himself, just a bit late. Doesn't matter if Defense can't land the shot for the Outlaw. Beautiful.
One enemy remaining.
Diarmid runs through the Leer. Runs through the Leer. 15 seconds left. Well, we've just mentioned about jumping off of the spike to try and take a fight.
10
Looks
seconds
like
left.
that's going to have to happen. The shock darts are going to come through. Diarmid does have the information. Taps again, but it's going to have to tap and hold this time. Love with all the information to work from. No, just to back up. Oh, the fear. There is a confidence. There's a lack of confidence here from both teams, it seems. Now they're taking each other seriously. Now they're making each other really work for it. Diarmid a beautiful 3K clutch. Look at all the ult points towards the Viper's pit as well. That's a hell of a way to put yourself on the board.
I think that's the sweatiest Diarmid's hands have got today so far. He needs to be wiping them down, because maybe even getting some talcum powder, because that was so intense. It could have gone either way, and you know, your accuracy is a little bit thrown off on the rope, but luckily that was close enough for it to not make too much of an issue for Diarmid moving forward. And now half shields all around for Newpesu. They have got 4 Vandals, but they're doing their best with their economy, trying to stop K-pop Superstars run away off the back of that little bit of gain momentum. And Tevens does have a good early start, taking down Zion with a headshot. 3 players still hanging around A.
Kind of, you know, occasionally Zion has been getting the G put in Zion just, you know, before to make it Zy gone. It does feel like time and time, because sometimes Defense has just been on it for it. To be fair, Zion has equally been putting some excellent first bloods down themselves, but that just was a hell of a start. They will have to try and continue it. Instead, no. K-pop Stars are able to bring Lucia down. This is what I was saying to Lucia. We've absolutely seen them clean up on some of these beautiful flanks, on some of these, you know, just raw 1v1s. But if they're not able to get the util popped off quite as well, then they will find themselves struggling. Speaking of find themselves struggling, Tim has got the timing beautifully. Just needs the shot. Good for one. Monixon backs him up for dash. Nuker able to follow up on the one, but with that, 2 versus 3, the wingman is going to get the planet very least. Unless... Oh, unless Diarmid's on the answer. You mentioned that. You were mentioning just Diarmid's positioning and his ability. Monixon deciding to open up the pit in this 2 versus 2. Very wise. Both pits now open.
Oh my god, this is so fun. Is there time? There is. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. There's time. There's time. Spike is going to go down on the other side. It doesn't even matter if those 2 players get finished off, because they're on such low health. Diarmid doing that amazing peek there. Seconds left in the round as Nuka gets the spike down on the A site. Newpesu rotating, trying to get the save here, but Diarmid has reduced their HP to almost nothing. This retake is so difficult.
Screen down.
10 HP combined for the side of Newpesu. But if you're Diarmid, I think you're really wanting one of these to be a kill, because it could have easily been a 2 versus 1. The HP, you know, is still on the life board. That's incredible. The Regal Bolt destroys it. Diarmid zip lines in. literally just missing his own theme music.
Dun
as he
dun
goes in.
dun dun
Yeah,
dun 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 dun.
I was tempted to say that. I wasn't sure how fast we'd be copyrighted, but you know what? We'll,
You get a couple seconds.
Yeah, you get a few seconds. And Dermot absolutely
Look at that.
Couple seconds, very pivotal as well. Nuker, the plant down, I think 2.5 seconds at the latest from not having enough time. So yeah, couple seconds really does end up making the difference for that. As equalized, these two teams are going the distance.
I love how Dermot didn't even go for the repeat. Just watch, I mean, it's exactly what I would do. I'd be like, right, they're low. I'm gonna go join my buddy. It's 5 HP. It's basically 0. But it could have been a crazy clutch for NUPES if they pulled that one out the bag. But no, K-pop have equalized.
Look how slow. No, this is the map now where both teams are taking it seriously. Both teams are now locked up. There's no fear, there's nothing. Beautiful shots from defense. Immediately equalized. This is what we're talking about. Unleashed not able to quite get a swing off the layer what they wanted. Dizzy is going to come through. So is Thrash. Then excellent flash. Zion. Beautiful follow-up at the space taken is actually seeing off the back of the Thrash. Zion has no fear, no
Spike
concerns.
planted.
This site is Zion's, and you will gain admission only if Zion allows you.
NUPES really need to stop K-pop superstars having an advantage on the attacking half, because if it comes to the defensive half, and K-pop are as good as we see them on defense generally. This might all be over, but Monixon steps into sight, finds one, but is shot down in the face by Zion.
Oh, again, the outlaw body shot, 140, very relevant, but we've seen Zion basically. Zion, have you considered that maybe you don't need the outlaw? Because the Marshall headshot's 150. You know, the Marshall head, you don't, you know, either way, if you're landing those headshots, you don't need the outlaw quite there. You can just walk away with the Marshall, but yeah, incredible stuff from them. The Econ's looking a bit shaky for the side of NUPES. We've seen them make this Econ work hundreds of times. They do have both the Blade Storm and the recently buffed Huntress, so by all means not out of this, but K-pop stars really gonna want to kind of push forward with this lead, and that's a beautiful way to start.
Tim for real, only a Marshall does have to hit those heads. Dash. Kind of close, Vandal in hand. Tim for real rotates away, pushing towards the B side, but the spike is already going down.
He's so cute. Oh, defense.
And Lucia, elsewhere on the map, maybe have secured this round.
Dagger's not coming through. Zen, excellent frag back on it. 3 versus 2. Dearman's faster. Dearman's so fast! As he takes down another one, all of a sudden, what was looking to be the defensive round, Dearman may have single-handedly dismantled the swing, followed up by Zen. Dearman, you absolute star of the show for that round. What the hell was that?
It's one of the things we say about K-pop quite often is how, like, it's not as much as like Zen stole the show last round, right? Like Dermot and Zion are stealing the show this round, and yeah, it's definitely Dermot mostly, but 10 kills.
Yeah, no, that's wacky.
I think he's been listening, he's been hearing what we've been saying about Monixon and the Viper rankings in EU, Uni, Valorant, and he's trying to take the title, but I think he'll take more than one round, Dermot, more than one game. Monixon has just had so many amazing Viper games.
Again, with Monixon like doing off the back of the IGL frequently, we are seeing you know, heavy frag numbers. Dearman, very much, you know, in terms of just raw Viper, absolutely getting the same use and the same util out. In terms of like the skill, the kill feed, we're not seeing Dearman show up quite as much until that last round where he absolutely did. Now, speaking of showing up in Zion versus Alucia, Zion, a headhunter. You really just need to buy the Marshall. It's 1,500 cheaper as Alucia falls down. Zen just push this through love, trying to back up with the op to get it into the hands of someone for NUPES. But again, 5 versus 3. The space is all K-pop stars. NUPES, you're finding yourselves. Yeah, there's gaps in that armor.
Caught on Zion. Tim Friel has got an open hand and has managed to find Nuka. Zion with the Outlaw though. He's going to be a kill onto Love. Outlaw kills are racking up. Tim's going to try and get this one kill onto Zion. Will get it, just dashing right into where the crosshair was already placed. They are desperate to take this off out of the hands of Tim, and they have done. Zen picks it up, but surely that will be dropped over to Zion for the next round. Where are they
As
going to
you
push?
Every round that K-pop put on the board now, they're closer and closer to shutting the Pesu out and taking away the victory. Every shot that Zion lands, whether it's body shots like that, or whether it's headshots from the previous shots we have seen, you know, every round that K-pop stars now go, Nupesu don't have any maps to work with anymore. They don't have any time or space to work with. Of course, they've got a few rounds, don't get me wrong, but if you're Nupesu now, particularly because you've had to change your comp up due to how effective the K-pop stars have been playing, yeah, you need to find your confidence, you need to find your comfort, and it needs to be found now.
And the confidence is getting shattered as the op that Tim for real dropped over in the hands of Zion gets an early kill. K-pop superstars with a 1-player advantage moving forward. Not really too keen to take too much space yet, and that could be an easy kill for Defend, but Zion is on an awkward angle and finds the kill himself. Lucia wonders with the Sheriff though.
I mean, the Lear does go down. Yuger's already been put down to 5 HP as well. Not sure if that was a shot. Someone else. Lucia cannot get the Lear cross. Unfortunately, Zion's able to find it. I love. Tries to cross through that shot from Zion. Is very unfortunate for him that he misses it. Dash able to pick it up, and now Monixon has gotten a little bit of space over towards this kitchen area, but it's 3 versus 1. All ultimates online. Able to walk around the Killjoy turret at the very least, but yeah, Monixon with just a Guardian, just 100 HP, has to take on 3 members of K-pop stars, 2 fully up to go. Has a snake bite and the orb and the poison orb in his possession, but likely not going to be a factor. Snake bite does come down to at least push Dash out. Dash can no longer swing off that angle. Monixon, yeah, likely look to be maybe backing out, deciding to actually take this fight instead, or at the very least hang around a little bit more. Yeah, looks like he just wants the members of K-pop stars to fall to the spike, but no. Dash is actually going to make him fall. Get the ult point that he didn't need. Survive the spike explosion as well. 6-2 for K-pop stars.
That leaves only 4 rounds for Nupesu to close up the gap a little bit, and if they can't, if they don't win any more rounds, that's 10-2s. That's crazy. We really don't want to see that for Nupesu, because once K-pop superstars get on defense, they've got a bit of an advantage just with their kind of playstyle and strats and stuff we see. So them having such an advantage in attack is just such a good start for K-pop in this. What might seal the deal for them? It might seal the deal.
As a thing, I think for us as well, at least for me, it's become very sobering that, you know, this again. We've mentioned it before about the penultimate round of the penultimate map, but I think it's become very sobering. It's become very sobering for both of us as the lockdown now falls. Does it? We have had to jump away just for a second, so we will have to, you know, we're going to keep you a little bit in suspense from there. The fights are still going down, just a little bit of a kind of observer issue there. Hopefully we'll be back in just a second, but yeah, the ult's online for both teams. The lockdown comes down. Bigfoot, we get to speculate. How do you think this goes?
Well, the lockdown pushed K-pop superstars back, pushed the op back. Not sure what would have happened next. I wasn't looking at the minimap, I was looking at the screen just before we lost that feed. So if I did have the minimap in my head, I might be able to make a few more predictions, but I ain't got a clue. Did you see the minimap?
So I had a little bit of the minimap, and as I said, we did see the lockdown kind of come down. I'd imagine that will end up baiting out either the Hunter's Fury, or if that's one to be saved for the Viper's Pit, of course. You know, that does come through. So I'd imagine quite a lot of util has been sent here, and now, based off of the outcome of that round, it's either going to be, you know, it's either going to favor Nupesu bringing it back up for a closer half, or it's going to favor the K-pop superstars just running off with it, because you have to commit quite a lot to this round. I do believe, if you want to stay in, if you're Nupesu, if you want to finish this for the side, if you're the K-pop superstars.
I mean, it's such a good start. Like, even if the half gets equalized, they still got maybe a small advantage in defense. So
yeah, just because the lineups and things. Again, let's not talk. You know, the roster. We have not seen Nupesu run anything that isn't the Sage of the Clove. We're going to be seeing them right back in just a sec. That we have just got word that things have been fixed up. So here we go, and now we look at the review. Are we replaying? We are rolling back. We are rolling back, so the speculation not necessary. We get to do this again.
Wow. Hopefully, I mean, we'll see exactly the same, but I know we won't. It never happens. The rollback provides an opportunity to rethink the round. It's actually crazy the way it can kind of change the script. But it does actually look like an A push still. Maybe we will see A push in lockdown.
I mean, there is something to be said. They wouldn't do it again. We've just seen them do it, and then going, they wouldn't expect us to do it again. They've just seen us do it.
Yeah, lockdown's over on B.
Looks like it's what we're getting.
Maybe they thought that it would do a B push to sort of just with the and now the lockdown comes in from Dash. Could be counted though.
There's the Hunter's Fury.
This is...
Get out of my way! To try and get something. We see the Bladestorm, we see the Thrash, everything has been popped out. Trying to hang out on top of that screen does fall to love. Equalized, not even equalized. Still 4 men up for Nepesu, 3 for the side of K-pop stars. Dash, look at this lurk. This is filthy.
This window's filthy. This window should not exist. What is that design? I'm sorry, Riot. Like, what are you doing?
Elucia there, yeah, falling even more guilty to the map design than I think we do as not equalized. But there is a lockdown now for Nepesu. Sadly, not quite as Zen falls. Nuker, that is just Nuker now, I believe. That is Dash, yeah, Dash swings through, falls to the nuts, and Nuker trying to buy time with the util instead does fall. Mosh pit not going to be enough. Very times, but there you go, Nepesu managed to bring it back on the back foot. Again, I'm happy the speculation was at least half correct. A lot of util being thrown out by both teams. Both teams very much aware of how important this round to get is. Dash, that angle onto Elucia, yeah, Elucia's not ready for it. We were barely ready for it, and we can see the map at all times. So, you know, not surprising there. The space control from K-pop stars has just been incredible. You know, it really is just going to show that Nepesu, yeah, are struggling to keep up with the aggression the K-pop stars are showing.
When they're not on double digits by this point, when none of them are on double digits by this point, you know they're struggling. Like normally, like Monix and them would be on 15 by now or something. You know, defensive Viper, that's kind of an advantage. It's just not. It's just like on paper, it's an advantage, but it's just not working out. K-pop superstars finding the chinks in the armor, finding the little cracks, digging their knives in, digging their outlaws into the faces.
Very fitting. I mean, Zion, we've seen Zion, like, Zion I think has probably had some of the kind of the 50-50s between incredibly disgusting shooting and then missing some arguably quite simple shots. And it does go to show that, you know, the Ops, incredibly difficult weapon, incredibly, you know, hit or miss, literally. Speaking of hit or miss now, it's an absolute hit onto this B site. The util all coming down from the side of the K-pop stars. No utils or anything for them. The Pesu do have the lockdown and the Hunter's good to go. Wingman's going to get shot down. Actually, Spike is now dropped in a super open area. All of a sudden, the Pesu have the advantage. They know where the spike is, and
it's been quite a slow round as well. So with 30 seconds left, and I was going to say, unless K-pop find a kill, that kill on site, it's going to be very tricky. They do find one, but Tim for real comes back and answers Dermot in a very awkward spot there. Just find 1, 2. Are they good? Oh my days. Dermot's trapped, I think. No. Oh, just out into. Oh, well. Not trapped by the lockdown, but trapped by the pressure of the guns. Tim for real with the 4K.
5 real. Tim 5 real. You're going to see that in a minute. There's 3 letters about to show up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tim 5 real. Absolutely just coming online to steal that. You may not see it. Dash, this positioning here, Monix, no clue. But what we're seeing there as Tim then just begins to light up that score. Like, that is what we're seeing. We see a full Tim 5 real ace.
We didn't don't always see Tim's point of view, but one thing I have noticed when we are watching, it's like he's playing Call of Duty with an extra wide monitor. I don't know if you've ever seen that on YouTube. When you have an extra wide monitor on Call of Duty, it's like you see more of the space around you.
Yes.
And I know Tim can't, and that's not possible in Valorant the same way. But it feels like Tim does. The way he swings onto players that just like aren't in his vision, and just like he's got 360 senses sometimes.
I think that genuinely just comes down to Nupesu's like comms and things like that are so airtight, are so consistent, are so cohesive that yeah, you can see Tim almost swing like he can see someone, but that's because he has the information from the remainder of the team. Defense, now they've got the information on you. You've got to get out. This push is super quick from the top start. Viper's pit is going to drop. Meet Dearman in the pit, and you know Minox, if one pit opens up, he does like to open up his own.
It is available. Unfortunately, a big whip there. And it's going to maybe cost the round as Durban and Nuka all drop. Here, Flash in hand, manages to almost get one, but Alucia's on an awkward angle there, getting the trade. Dash gets one, but Alucia finishes off, and Love's going to get the defuse. 5 rounds to Nupesu. They are not going to let K-pop do the 6. Oh, it could have been a 10-2, couldn't it? They've stopped it. They're coming back. They want a 5.
They want a 5. They're getting a 5th. They're getting Tim on that. I mean, Tim walking away with an ace after using lockdown. I believe 1 kill was pre-lockdown. Tim should be on 5 out of 9
last round
after
before
using
the switch.
Lockdown last round. So if we can see Tim at least, maybe I'm slightly wrong on that, but I'm thinking Tim's 6 out of 9. Sorry, the defuse, of course. The defuse coming through there, you know, that's absolutely insane, because it does mean, you know, defense don't get to play with the ult orbs, but if Tim can get 1 or 2, particularly working off Minox and Alucia, there may be another lockdown within 2 rounds.
And the last time we saw Nupesu fight a defensive round with 2 ops, they won.
Yeah.
Might not happen every single time. Zion manages to take down Alucia, but there's still 2 ops standing as Tim finds Zion. Bit of an awkward loss for K-pop. Zion is gone from the front line, but they can always make do. And the comes around. What a headshot from Tvens. Only an inch of the forehead was available. It still gets obliterated by the big bullet from the sniper. And Dash does answer back, though. Headshot to Tvens. 3 players left on each side. Big scrap so far in this round. It could still go either way, but right now the spike is going to be going down on B. And it doesn't look like Nupesu can stop it.
Spike planted.
No, they won't. Likely we'll be seeing the Vipers pitch trying to retake. Love gets double swing. Good for Dearman, and actually puts Zen down to 5 HP. Massive for the side of Nupesu, and they have the information that Zen is somewhere close. The shorty's pulled out. The snake bite doesn't quite find him, but likely. No, I was going to say be cleared by Tim unless Dash will do something incredible, and instead, Zen then with the patience drops Minoxen, and as the Viper's pit will immediately go up and fall, K-pop are up 7-5.
What a sorry waste. Such an ult that would be so powerful if you weren't up against K-pop, because I honestly haven't seen the Viper's pit from the side of Nupesu do too much so far. No. You mentioned it. I mean, K-pop absolutely run. They've been to their fair share of metal gigs. They run the pit as much as Moxon does, quite clearly, and it's been an absolute gem to watch to see how these questions are being answered. The Nupesu have kind of equally though dropped down the Viper's pits, and again they are doing it with a bit more difficulty. They don't have the Gecko, they don't have the KO, so Nupesu are now on this attacking side, a little bit less favored, you were saying earlier, Big Fat, absolutely true, but we'll have to see. Will that matter, or will gunplay be the decider? Back to the gunplay as we go back to the pistol round. Equal footing for both teams. Both sent a bunch of shots into each other. Have done a little bit of chip damage, but so far K-pop superstars are about 10 HP higher than Nupesu, so there's not a lot in it, but those little amounts count in a pistol round. Dermot there is actually just cleaning up. Not a 4th, but it's going to be enough to secure the round, surely, as Monixon walks around on. I'm going to say 6, but it's back up to 62 HP now. It's still not ideal in a 1v3 situation, and I don't think K-pop would allow Nupesu to isolate these duels.
Oh, yeah, beautiful
triple swing. Lunatics, but it works out for them so well.
That's right, it was actually a triple swing. That's right, we did see it from Dash up on top as well.
Crazy.
So going back to 2 things. A, Dearmid nearly getting one of the most filthy 4Ks the series has ever seen. B, the alarm bot, assuming, I think it left the oven on or something, the alarm bot absolutely traveled the mission. I mean, look at this. This follow-up on his events as well, Monix having to get something. able to walk away with their life just barely as well. But I mean, if you're the Pop Stars, the Outlaws online from Zion, we've seen that do so much work, and it likely will do some more.
What the? Oh my God. Zion getting a little bit too hungry here. Very, very fast push there. Very confident, but it's not going to pay off if the angle's watched. And an early headshot from Alicia, followed up from Ten's getting headshots too. A good start, a good save round here for NuPeSu. A blind spray does buy Dermot 1 kill. 3 players still standing on K-pop, but 4 for NuPeSu.
No, that was absolutely a beautiful spray, a beautiful push from NuPeSu there. A lot of space taken very effectively, very efficiently. The first frag even going their way, but now the man advantage leaning that way. It's going to come down. Can you get this? Tim for 1, Dash for 2. Tim though on that flank, just mentioned the spike now not being defused at the moment. They're going to have to give up 1 gun. Love swings through, distracts Dearman. The spike is just being stuck. Nuker now has to drop off for the second. Frag is through, but no! Nuker comes off with the Guardian as well. It's going to be enough. 9-5 for the K-pop Stars.
4 rounds away from taking the entire European trophy alongside winning 2 of their home trophies in the run-up to this situation. They don't have a lot to do to make it there. Whereas NuPeSu, they've got to win this game from the back foot and win Lotus. The script is not finished yet. We're not in the final scene, but it is looking good for K-pop at the minute.
Possibly either getting to Act 3 or we're hitting intermission pretty soon, ladies and gents, I think is the 2 ways to look at this. NuPeSu do not seem any less confident, however. I mean, that was a very aggressive push, very excellently well done, very, solidly played off of each other. But the Pop Stars now are warmed up, are playing off each other. I mean, again, that triple swing we've seen on the previous rounds do absolutely show you. Look at these flanks again though. Dash, look at that. Yeah, the confidence from the Pop Stars. It is going to be retraded. Ben's good for 2. She has to then do the backup. The overhit is going to be quite beneficial. The Lear not going to get pushed off at all.
Last player
just waiting for the headshot. Is going to find it, but more importantly finds it on themselves as the spike goes down and Dash. There's
planted.
All to do, but I don't think there's a time to do it in.
Yeah, Dash probably just going to hope for 1 kill here. Might find more. Could be lucky. None of the NuPeSu players have any idea.
Yeah, they've made me sound equally silly. Remember when I said Zion was going to do work? Alucia has shut. Actually, that's really disrespectful from Alucia. Alucia literally contradicted me and you like a split second after we finished our sentences. Alucia, if you want to cast that badly, you can come up here and talk about the game. But otherwise, let us do the talking and make fools out of ourselves. Yeah, wow. Alucia's good at shutting us up.
Out of charges.
That was so funny, man. But all 3 players from NuPeSu were watching the 3 other entrances to site. Maybe that was why they had a little... Again, the Splatoon metaphor I'm talking about. You look at the map and what isn't painted by your sight lines needs to be painted. You have a view of those entrances. Oh my days, Zion. What a better early push for Zion than we saw last time. And it's going to work out when the team are there to support with flashes. But Lucia will answer with 1 kill of his own. Zen can answer as well. 2 players left standing for NuPeSu after this early brawl. Looks like they keep pushing forward still, but they're just not able to. The onslaught from K-pop Superstars is stopping this, and now Love is trapped in a corner.
Yeah, that was very scrappy. Beautifully set up from the K-pop Stars. I mean, to have the KO flash go over, the Gecko Desi go over, like that was beautifully executed. Not actually as much off of the, like the util to be quite, rather just the gun follow-up. That's pure util follow-up though. Excellent swing from Euchre to back up the jet there. Absolutely incredibly stuff done. Incredible stuff to back up Zion there. And look at how equal the teams kind of are. There's like 1 or 2 kills difference between like every position either looking at NuPeSu or the Superstars. But yeah, look at that. The util coming out perfectly done. And now the K-pop Superstars only have to do that 3 more times.
It's not a lot to ask of them, is it? And
no, it's not.
They are clearly feeding themselves right now. Fens is going to do his very, very best with this Blade Storm, but from what I've seen so far, I won't be surprised to see him shot out of mid-air. there we have that. Jumped into the air, pushing forward, shooting blind through the pit, trying to find something. Yet Dermot in the pit as well. There's too much util, but will find the kill against Lucia. Ven's now desperately trying to find a kill with the ult, but has been taken down by Zen. Lucia gets one, Dermot gets another, and again it is Love alone with the spike.
Oh, that was heartbreaking. Still in the sonar dart as well. Could have maybe spotted Dermot out, but K-pop Stars spotted that round 10 basically before anything like that was done. The movement incredible, the positioning around that Viper's Pit, and that's the Viper's Pit I was talking about there. Dermot absolutely putting a clinic on using it defensively, and Nepesu maybe just having the confidence that he could take those fights. That really did purely come down to, I wonder if we see that scrappy fight between Alusha and Dermot was very much the deciding factor for either team going into that round. Unfortunately for Alusha, Dermot is the one to walk away victorious, and now the Econ's looking pretty solid for Nepesu, but this round is pivotal, and it comes down to the first shot.
4 suppressed, flashbang.
4 agents suppressed as well. Zen getting a really good one there, but Alusha's over here on A site. It's going to be an early 1v1. That's the rest of K-pop rotate, and it might be a 5v1. Surely this is the defensive plan at the very least.
Somebody's there. Counter util is coming through. Gets spotted out, tries to run away. Alusha, beautiful aggression. Dash trying to swing through on that. It's only going to be good for one. Most of the space now very much covered by the side of Nepesu. Quite a bit of util still to work with. We do have KO flashes. We do have the Viper's Pit, the Snake Bite. Sorry, for Dermot. There comes the null command as well. So the Viper ball now going to go off to cut off Alusha from the rest of the team. Doesn't matter if Alusha's got shots like that. Hangs around off the flash and beautifully swings on the Zion for 3. It's not much task for K-pop Stars, but the Nepesu are going to make sure it does end up being too much for the K-pop Stars to be able to do.
Yeah, it was definitely more than just a plant, and it looked like they were going to get it at the very least, but they really switched on to halt that sort of retake.
Yep.
I think they managed to just, the timing was just really, really good for Nepesu. K-pop were kind of rushing into sight.
Yes.
When actually K-pop should have waited another 5-10 seconds and made some sort of like util combination plan. So yeah, K-pop have been pretty much flawless for many, many rounds, but that they looked a little bit confused and overwhelmed by that rotate. Like to see a little bit more of this rotation coming through for Nepesu if it's going to work so well.
Oh, Zion. The confidence to continue there. The dash is going to run out and expire. Beautifully played around the Killjoy turret though, making sure that's flashed to give Zion the free swing. But now Alusha, who has been pivotal, was the pivot point around the previous round's successful exit. Has to do it again. Good for one. No immediate swing off the back. The updraft has come through. Nuker drops Spence from that though. There'll be no confidence for you as the frag needs go up and Dizzy comes up now. The utility collapses onto the side. Thrash is going to find Alusha. Alusha has to stay on top of this Radiant. Drops down actually, using the cover of it. May not last long enough to pull the gun back out. Marsh will shut him down though. He will die to some form of Gecko util. But that's been enough of a fake actually.
Yeah, the rotations worked. I mean, said at the start of the round, a rotation might do wonders for them. They've done so much chaos over on A. Every single player for K-pop was right over there. Spike does go down. There's going to be about 10, 12 seconds before K-pop can actually do anything about this. So it's a good advantage for the post-plan situation. And all the K-pop superstars have just marched past the Monixon camp. Monixon could have peaked there and got a 2 or 3 or 4K. But is playing it slowly, going to get this 1K from the top, will spin onto Zion, but Zion's too quick.
That's heartbreaking that Tim's there for the off shot on the character you're already aiming at. Super difficult to get. Beautiful shot from Zion. Better shot from Tim. It's 2 versus 2. It's 2 versus 1, sorry. No, 2 versus 2, I was right. The Hunter's Fury comes down to kill enough time, and it is going to kill enough time. Follows up on the dash as well as Love. Stopping Zen from walking away with any guns either. Very clutch ultimate, very clutch positioning. The Nepesu are starting to defibrillate this round. They are starting to bring this back from the dead.
3 rounds to close the gap, 2 more to win it. That's 5 in total. K-pop need 2. Kill lines looking reasonably equal right now, with Nuka and Zen being at the bottom of K-pop, a little bit higher than Monix and Love at the bottom of Nepesu.
But it's not much to matter, and any round that can change. look at this aggressive. Speaking of any round that can change, Zion already has all the... No! Illusion! Clutching it out, that was pivotal. If Zion gets away with that, that's probably the round over Pyramid. Very aggressive angle, likely not going to get cleared now. Has to play incredibly patiently. The rest of K-pop are already to back him up. The Killjoy gets burnt. Does Pyramid get checked here?
Oh my days. That could have been such a crucial spot to play from, but too many angles to watch, and yeah, that push from Dermot and Zion, they kind of both played their own 1v5, and that's why that massively backfired. But when you saw the Zion push earlier with the backup from Zen's flash, it worked a lot better. So if Zion's going to be making these early pushes, they need to be backed up, otherwise they're suicidal.
Again, if you just make the call that you will out-aim someone, you know, that's what you need to do. Now, speaking of making the call, Dash now similarly sacrificing the defender side lock Killjoy to take all of this space back. But it is planned for the Monix. Very pivotal double kill there. Likely going to be enough to steal it out on Nuker. Not going to have the space nor the time nor the love to get through. As funnily enough speaking, it is love to seal this up now. Only 2 rounds came off. It was looking so clean. You were looking so confident, but Nepesu have really started to fire up. And when you needed him, Monixon has turned it on.
And the first timeout from K-pop Superstars comes in. They didn't even take one in the first game when they were on the back foot. They just let the Demolish come through, warmed up, took the L on the chin for the first map, and moved forward with some good dubs. But in this final game, it looked pretty clear. You were saying it looked so clean and fresh, but just, what, 4 or 5 rounds later, and it's looking like back to Lotus, possibly.
Oh my days, could you imagine at that point as well? K-pop Stars have had quite a decent showing on Lotus, but I believe Nepesu are close to, if not undefeated on Lotus. Someone can maybe check the numbers for me that just to make sure. But Nepesu have had an incredible. The point is, Nepesu have had incredible showing on Lotus. So K-pop Stars may want to think about making this end before Nepesu can truly start it.
Any ideas what Dermot might be telling the team?
I don't know. I think right now it is just take Alucia down. I think it really is. We've suddenly, like, that's 2 rounds now that have been pivotal that Alucia's taken Jules in. 1, and off the back of that, Nepesu have actually then found their space and their pivot. So I'm thinking it's kill the witch.
Yeah, and much like K-pop had to warm into Nepesu, it does look like Alucia's warmed into Reyna right now. Early rounds, there was a really good 2K in the first pistol round, but after that there wasn't quite so much Reyna domination, but it is starting to come out. Maybe the Reyna pick could be what buys Nepesu this entire map back, taking them through to the final closer. Zion with a crazy confident, extremely suicidal and dangerous push does actually find one without the backup of the flash, etc. like I was talking about last round.
Yes.
So
I do. Off of actually the back of that, I wanted to just point out how, like, I really liked how patient there Nepesu were playing. Like, they played super far back, and because of that, none of the util from K-pop Stars was effective. Zion was still able to take the space and get the frag onto Alucia, which may continue the pivot, as I was saying, of Zion and Alucia just meeting up for these kind of 1v1s, and whoever walks away. Beautiful recovery from defense, and Love showing up exactly when it's needed as well. Dermot's only got a frenzy unless something crazy happens. Monix is going to take him down. Beautiful trade from Dash, but that looks to be all she wrote unless Dash does something. You know what? We've cast her so many times. We've said so many silly things that's been proven incorrect before we've even had the opportunity to finish our sentences. So Dash now just has to play around the Sova drone. Yeah, it does get the timing perfectly, very solidly done. Now going to hide back at the box. Svens though doesn't look to have the information. Doesn't matter if Dash is faster. Has the information of where the other 2 are. You know how far Dash has to push to try and get this. Does isolate another 1v1. Runs out of bullets. Love can't get the shot himself either. Tim has to fall onto him to equalize, and very quickly that got scary. Ooh,
I can hold an area pretty well myself.
That dash from Vens into basically K-pop territory in front of 3 players.
Yes.
That ended up with Vens getting 2 kills made 0 sense.
No, But when have these two teams particularly playing each other ever fully made sense or ever fully gone according to plan? To be honest,
these guys don't make sense. They make dollars, change them to Nigerian lira, and burn them. This lot are crazy, man.
That to be fair, those are bars, and that was fire. No, both these teams do not care about the rulebook. They do not care about your average kind of understanding of the meta. Even if they are running full meta comps, we are seeing slight differences to them. Like, sticking a Lucio onto the Reyna is still just such an incredibly confident thing that I'm very glad we're seeing. And Zion now has to land this shot. No, gets beaten out, and that might be how this truly starts. Again, it's either been Zion or Lucio these past few rounds. Get this started.
You can feel the tension in the air right now. This is either it's all over or we go again. And this is a funny as hell bait. I love it. This is amazing. Nupesu with the 5-head strat of tapping the spike.
Who needs flashes when the site is just empty? That's genius. I mean, I know we do have Alicia on the Reyna again.
30
but
seconds left.
That's genius is the right one for that pick. What did we just see?
K-pop are eating it up as well. They've all started rotating over to B after that tap, and Monixon holding down mid deletes Dermot from the lobby. Spike goes down. It's a very tricky retake now. 2 players standing. Monixon chortling into himself with that free K. They're gonna save.
Yeah, back up. I mean, and Bigfoot, I believe it may have been myself, I can't remember, but one of us were saying that we're not seeing a showing from Monoxen quite to what we're used to. Like, we're not seeing Monoxen, you know, he does seem to be more just happy to chill back in the controller, you know, the IGL role, you know, that he's meant to be in, but this time he's also happy just for frag. Zion, look at, just stay in and don't let them take the off. Don't let them take the off. If you can see them, they can't see you. No, tragic. Oh, I love it. I respect the attempt so much. Just Blair Witch yourself in a corner and pray.
It is, you know, it's one of the things I predicted. I've got this little prediction list of future agents, and
yes.
Moving walls was one of them, and we got Harbor and ISO. But one of my predictions, I don't really go on about this too much, it might sound a bit silly, but I think invisibility is coming in the next free agents.
And just pure cloaked invisibility. I mean, ISO has shown us that you can't wear, you know, that you can't wear a cloak that takes the extra bullet for you. I don't know if bringing Harry Potter into the Val roster will be what Val really needs. I love this aggression, you know, very quickly, like looking at it. By the way, K-pop stars have now been equalized. They are now on the back foot, and they may be concerned. The Econ, pretty solid on the dash, very aggressive. Look at that from long. The difference in literal, like, just micro adjustments, micro decisions. K-pop stars, I think, are a bit antsy now. I think they're playing with a bit of fear.
Yeah, and Nupesu have found their confidence, their power, their cohesion, their strats. It's all working out for them since it looked like it was all over. Diamonds are made under pressure, and Nupesu are showing us that they thrive on the back foot sometimes, making this amazing comeback now. Both teams are only 2 rounds away. If K-pop take it, they take the first place.
Toxin screen down.
Nupesu take it, we go for another map. Lotus.
Again, taking it, how have Nupesu done this like twice in a row to be able to fully get K-pop on the site? K-pop with the guns, obviously the eco is a bit different. Obviously, you would rather play with your guns on the lower econ than full buys, but still, to get every member of K-pop stars fully committed to the A site, no one on mid, no information given. And now Nupesu, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the Huntress, they've got the Viper's Pit, K-pop stars have nothing. So Nupesu, they're likely going to want to save all of this going into the final round, but if you give up the Huntress, I don't think you're that sad. Illusion finds one, depends on the util from Tim, and the snake bite too much. So Lucian should have got that kill, but Zen managing to fight back. Incredibly hard, will eventually fall to Vens, and now this is it. Match point to go to Lotus, or if you're K-pop stars, you have this match. They have this round alone. Some ultimates about to be online, some of them on the up and coming. This is everything. Kitchen sinks need ready to be thrown.
Well, the kitchen sink for Nupassi is a little bit bigger right now. A few more dishes in it as we see 4 ultimates up against the singular saucer of Nuka's Thrash. There could be a Viper's Pit, there could be a lockdown. But if Nupassi get off to an early start, there's the Viper's Pit. Dermot going to get away with his life. Yeah, going to get the pit down as well. Will help. But yeah, what's going to decide what happens right now is if Nupassi trick K-pop into an over-rotate or not.
Again, can they do it 3 times? So we'll say, okay, we'll say 1 proper time, 1 on an eco, so it doesn't fully count, but this could be another proper time they're able to trick. Again, information from Nupassi that they will have that a lot of people aren't going to consider. As long as the Viper Pit is up, you know where Dermot roughly is. Now, of course, Dermot could cancel the pit early if he wants to try and bait some stuff out, but that's, you know, very high, very big brain, usually not worth the effort. Rather just
Welcome to my
Monix, and meanwhile burns the Viper Pit over for that B side. Full push is going to come through. 5 versus 5. Retake and rotate. It looks there is no one from Nupassi trying to keep that mid control. And for K-pop stars, it's gonna be the Jet. It's gonna be the Jet on Zion. So now, how does this progress?
They did absolutely nothing about B main.
Nowhere to run!
They hammered A and watched mid. Okay, Dash, this is it. It's all or nothing, and it's going to be nothing as Monix finds the headshot there. Nuka sends the Thrash through. Doesn't actually get that much information, but does get a couple lockups in that corner. Zion able to get Lucia, who's already on very low health, but Monix still inside the pit. Nuka starts to confuse Monix and gets Nuka 2 for real. Monix find one. Dermot takes down Monix, and it's a 1v1 situation, and it will be him for real on top, securing Nupassi into the final. And K-pop superstars, their advantage has been flung out the window and dismantled piece by piece by Nupassi.
Wow. Yeah, fair play on keeping up with that. I was lost. About halfway through, I had no clue who was happening, what a Tim 4 reel was, who Wingman was. I had nothing. So very, very incredible stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Bigfoot, you are so correct. It's 2-all. It's going into the final. This is it. The decider map. It's Lotus.
Headshots galore with Sheriffs yet again. Oh my days. What do you think both teams need to be thinking about moving through to the finals?
I think I would genuinely say for Nupassi is, do they want to do their Sage, their Clove, or do they want to try and keep what we're doing? We've seen what Lucia can do on Reyna. Absolutely, you know, they did swap up the comp and they did win. So, you know, Nupassi at the very least do seem that they, you know, do seem confident. Yeah, that shot from Zion, that really, yeah, someone needs to check him. Someone needs to check the wrist, because I think the man's in hospital after that. That was a beautiful flick. Yeah, I think Nupassi are more just deciding what their comp's gonna be. Bigfoot, any insight for you, particularly for the K-pop superstars?
I think one thing Nupassi need to do is play together. I don't think there's any problem with them walking around the map in a 4 or 5 man squad. I think that works for them really well. You know, some people would say, you know, you got to spread out the map, take more space more often, but they seem to do really good with that. But that is partly because K-pop are buying these fakes and these little bits of noise and util, and K-pop are eating a little bit too much of the bait that Nupassi are putting on the table. If K-pop stuck to their guns, held and anchored sights more, this would be K-pop won already. Just 2 rounds of them anchoring a bit better, and they'd have taken the entire trophy there. So that's what I'd like to see for them in Lotus.
Yeah, speaking of, well, it's the Lotus. It's one of the biggest maps, 3 sites, a lot of anchoring possibly. We will be jumping back for a break in just a couple of for just a few minutes. Sorry, I should say, not in just a couple. But when we're back, it is the grand finale. Lotus, Nupassi versus the K-pop Superstars 2-2. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
for the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AI, and they cannot withstand the Dr. Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Death's in Norway. Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Oh, manages to get it deep. The attendance has been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Tell me what can I do now? 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 Sometimes I let my guard down. Tell me what can I do now?
Welcome back, everybody. This is the University Esports Masters Valorant League for 2024, and we are not quite back with the next match just yet. Apologies, everybody, but there has been some player technical difficulties. We're going to take a slightly longer break. We will be back at 4 o'clock UK time.
Yeah, perfect. 1600 for everyone. Do not go anywhere, but you know what? I think it's quite fitting that we get a longer break for the last match, the big showdown. Everyone get hyped, everyone get your stuff ready, but we'll be back, Bigfoot, as you said, around 4. Please do not go anywhere.
See you soon. They're literally moving internet cafes.
Yeah.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can help my own frustration. 'Cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can help my own frustration. 'Cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. you better. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you, to you, to you.
Welcome, welcome everybody to the final of University Esports Masters Valorant 2024 season. This is the final match in the best of 5. We have came such a long way to get here. Emotional roller coaster up and down through the various leagues and through the best of 5 tonight. It's been insane. We knew they'd been farming clips, and farming clips they have, but Mad Danny, why don't you just run us through a little bit of what's been happening so far?
Oh, thank you very much, Bigfoot, for that. No, you are right. They have just been repping clips going through. So let's have a look at how this map selection initially started. For anyone who has missed it, we have already ran the 4 map picks already. So we lost Breeze and Sunset pretty early on. We've been through Bind, been through Ascent, been through Split, been through Icebox. We finish off on Lotus, which both teams seem fairly confident in. I am going to give the ledge just purely statistically out onto the Pesu. As far as I know, they have had 1 extra show in Lotus, which was a W compared to the K-pop superstars, but still very much all to play for. Bind, very solid showing from Nupesu there, ended up 13-5. Ascent, quite a bit, a little bit closer. I think that finished us off around 13-8. Split and Icebox then have been everyone's game. So Bind was Nupesu, Ascent was then the Superstars, Split back actually to the Superstars doubling up before Nupesu. Looked like they were going to lose Icebox and thus therefore the tournament, but very much turned back on and now taken away with a 13, I believe it was 11, and now the deal has been sealed for Lotus.
K-pop going to be on attack to start. Pesu map pick at the end here. The 3 sites, we've been saying a lot how yeah, 2 sites was almost a little bit too much for these teams to handle with the amount of chaos going on between them. 3, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. I have absolutely no prediction whatsoever for Lotus. I couldn't say anything. I have no idea, nothing to say for prediction. All I know that it will be is very entertaining to see these two teams duke it out for the final round of this finals.
This is it. There's not much to say. I'm scared to say anything because Alucia has made both of us look foolish.
Every time we open our mouths. If I talk, I'm in trouble.
Oh, it's going to be fine. Oh, Zion's going to swing. Oh, Alucia's killed him. Oh, Alucia 1v4, whatever. Oh, it's going the way. Oh, Alucia's done this. Every single player, genuinely, from both of these rosters has shown up, has impacted, has clutched, has just done something, has positioned themselves well. There is not a single person we can't that does not deserve at least a good 5-10 minute shout out. For me, I am going to probably just lean on still Monixon, just from what he's been doing for the side in the Pesu, keeping the squad rolling. For that Icebox game, it was very pivotal. He started showing up. Show up, he absolutely did. So yeah, the Ukrainian squad, hopefully all on fire, burnt up, ready to go, because this is the end. We did have the technical difficulties, which hopefully now should all be resolved, but I'd imagine has a little bit more of a lasting impact. Bigfoot, we mentioned we would talk about it a little bit, but not obviously too much. But there's a bit of circumstances to make people light and aware of.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of adversity. They've had to change internet cafes behind the scenes, but they've managed to move over and they've managed to get back into the lobby. We're going to go into this final match. And Alucia is hovering the Reyna, so the No Flash team is looking like they might be entering back. Oh, they're on defense. I got that wrong again. I think I might be misunderstanding the graphics.
No, I believe the names are there similar. I think it is Nupesu on the left, beginning the attacker side, and K-pop Stars will be on the defender side. Once that gets updated, apologies for the confusion on that, ladies and gents.
But yeah, they've got Neon and probably Arena. I hope to see Arena. This is very, very different. Fen's normally playing Jet. Switching over to a Neon is an interesting maneuver. We might see some shotgun slides. I hope we do.
Speaking of what we're seeing from K-pop Stars, Diarmid back on the Omen. No Sentinels from K-pop Stars on Lotus, may I add. The Grad attacking side first, but yeah, but to forward on, Monixon actually going to be forsaking the Viper. Lotus still a very strong map for Viper. In fact, if you were doing your your double controller, your get Sage and Clove on in, I think that would be the play. But maybe not actually the case. But Love does look like we're going to need a hover from yourself before they get a 3-minute ban.
Looks like we got a DC.
Tragic. Well, that is the way of course, as we said, you did mention, they have had to change over locales, which may, again, very quickly, don't want to highlight or kind of, bring up too much, but let's face it, a change of scenery may be either a benefit or a harm to the Nupesu squad.
Hopefully that player will get straight back in the lobby and we will be back with it. But my predictions have got a little bit of juice to feed off there with the comp lineup.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think like why Nupesu are making these changes. Is it the map? Is it their previous 2 losses that have forced this? But Neon coming out for them, Omen coming out for them, and aside from Reina coming out last time, all free agent picks for Nupesu are very, very like unexpected for us.
Yeah, no, it is. Like particularly saying, I mean, again, just in case anyone hasn't seen Nupesu play, they absolutely have run the flashless comp on Lotus. They did get quite a lot of success with it even last time we've seen them on this stage, so they are quite comfortable with it. That is very clear. But yeah, you're right. Whether it is down to maybe a little bit of fears, maybe it's down to concerns, we do actually see a little bit of a change there. So I don't believe we did have Nupesu. I don't think they had anyone really locked in. It looks like we're getting the exact pick from K-pop stars that we seen last time, but Elucia locking in on the Fade.
Yeah, we're going to see a very, very different Nupesu squad. We're going to see much of the same from K-pop, which is kind of a typical K-pop lineup for Lotus. You know what we didn't actually see them do their horrible garden trick on Ascent, but
oh, that's right, yeah.
They do some pretty good similar things here, and because this is like a bigger map with 3 sites, sending 3 people to one little sneaky location like Tree, all the way on the right-hand side of the map for the attackers. If you send 3 defenders there, it's so far to rotate from. It's kind of risky, but I've seen them do the similar stuff they do in Garden in Tree on Notice, and they'll have 3 players just unexpectedly hiding on all the angles in Tree, and 3-4 players will go for the door and just get funneled.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have seen that. So that was, for anyone that is now very confused by the Gardeners Convention statement that was done about 3 hours ago, that's exactly what it was. We've seen K-pop stars, have these quite heavy commits to one, as you said, Bigfoot, kind of like seemingly inconsequential or kind of minor site, but it does end up, giving them a lot of value. If Diarmid can convince the squad, please all stack up here, and it does work out for them, then they walk away with a free kill. The Gardener's center strat is the tree combined on the catwalk. That's what it is for Ascent. As you mentioned, it would be all for that kind of bottom right side on a tree. But yeah, Nupesu, 4 stack, all onto the A site, as very typical that we see an A opener. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the chat, if you're giving any sort of love, please make it known here. Both teams are in the pivotal point, the final map to send off what has been an incredible grand finals. Wish them all the best of luck. Let's get into this.
And I know we've had a little break, but if you're in chat, just let us know if you had some great support so far for both teams. Get the juice flowing, because the energy is going to get hype here. First duel comes out. Monixon faces a triple peak. Zion dashes forward, trying to isolate Monixon, but Monixon runs back a little bit too far. Sven's here, hidden inside a smoke, is going to try and stun the plan spot. Dash is on a completely other side of the map, taking out Tim.
Sides have swapped. Defensive attackers have traded places.
Good. Wall. Oh my days. Shots back and forth. Love going to get the defuse here. 2 players standing for K-pop. One for Nupesu is going to get the defuse, and it is a massive kill for Dash. We are off to an amazing start in this final map of the finals. Let's go, Dash.
Well, we were concerned there was a tiny bit, or any of the players, a bit, out of it now. Has that break maybe cooled anyone down, maybe not, maybe gave them, they're not quite as ready. We were absolutely wrong. Yes! Dash, yes, that's what you want to see. It's a shame that you don't get anything from knife kills in Val. I do think there should be something. I don't think there's anything you really can change. But yeah, the aggression was beautiful. Beautiful plan. Really solid post-plan attempt with the wall. Sadly, wasn't enough from Love as K-pop up 1, and well, also up 1 for this round.
Monixon with really good game sense, peek there, trying to peek off the back of the dog with a very, very quick fire, but no one was there. So now we do see all of Nupesu rotating around to A. B could still be planted if they wanted, but it looks like they're committing to A. They've got 1 kill already early on with the Outlaw. Plenty of space here. Derm is going to get the spike down. Zion's going to get another Outlaw kill. Looking nice here. K-pop so far. Good start to the game, but you know, like we said, Nupesa just changed Cafe. They might need to settle into their new mouse and keyboard setup, and they can warm up. But that is another round on the board to K-pop superstars.
Yeah, no, very clean, as you said. The space was taken, just very excellent work. Zion has been a demon with the Outlaw probably these last two, with Icebox specifically. Was starting to see a little bit kind of showing on, not really so much of Split just because of how close the angles are, but did see a little bit of an Ascent as well. But Zion, yeah, absolutely being a demon. Now K-pop stars very solid too, showing up. The econ very strong for them. Nupesa, just very quickly, the comp for K-pop superstars for going the Sentinel, they clearly want as many attacking rounds as possible. Nupesa, with the setup that they do kind of have the double Sentinel and such, they are wanting to try and shut this down, because if we do get side swaps over here, it's going to be pretty difficult for whoever's on the back of it.
Really, really strange place to push with an Outlaw as a B by yourself. Zion will be shut down by the wall there, and actually, the wall's been destroyed. Dermot's coming out. And really good shot there as Love gets taken down to 10 HP, forced to use the heal on themselves, which doesn't do as much as when you use it on a teammate, as you can see if you have a little look there. Love's health still very low after wasting that heal, but Zion, shorty in hand, up against the Judge. Monixon holding the angle very, very tight against this smoke, but I don't think they're going to be daft enough to walk through it just yet. Paranoia comes out towards Fens. It does miss. Fens dodges it. Going to fear Zen. Going to take it, but Zen on top. Nuka, 2 with a headshot onto Love. 3 players standing for Nupesa as K-pop superstars dominate. Zion getting an Outlaw kill.
Yeah, no, and that was, I mean, that Zion shot, that shot was down there, yeah, only 140, but it does mean you have basically no shots to land from the Spectre onto that kill for Love, which they do pick it up. Zen, then with the lurk through, finding that pop onto Lucia. 3-0 now already. Again, a lot of factors to consider kind of going into this. The timeout already began, already called from Nupesa. That's a very sharp timeout, Bigfoot. I mean, yeah, my reaction was much the same. This is weird.
I've only seen that in, like, let's say VCT like once, and I've seen it never in Uni Esports. The tradition in Uni Esports is to time out when the game's done.
Yes.
That's the general tradition. As we've got higher up in the leagues towards the finals, we do see more tactical timeouts. But, you know, in like the group stages and stuff, we maybe see 1 every 10 games.
Yeah, no, it's very uncommon, and more importantly, to have it so early. Like we're going into round 4. Like, there's still, you know, like plenty of rounds. There's still another like 8 minimum, you know, to be played in this half. You know, that can go one way. You know, the absolute maximum, of course, you know, going up to close to like 16 still rounds to go, is absolutely insane. You know, from what the guys can have it. You know, it's not by all means even close, but to burn a timeout 4-0, like going like and without the half swap even coming up as close. Yeah, it seems like Nupesa maybe are a bit scared.
Wonder what their strat's going to be, because they've been playing like default so far and then rotating and being demolished. So like they're not like doing too much wrong, like apart from when it comes to the actual duels.
Yeah.
So obviously winning duels is, you know, when you say, well, what are they saying in timeout? Obviously win your duels is one of them, but it's not. It's never as simple as that. That's not a strat. Win your duels isn't a strat.
That's hopefully what the strats will allow you to do, is win the duels.
Exactly. Yeah. You closed the point perfectly, mate. Well done. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Of course. No. And that's exactly the way it is. No. You know, off the back your strats, that's how you get the frags. But one thing, like again, the comps are very much mirrored for the opposite side. You'll get the double sentinels going into attack. You will get the no sentinels going into. Well, the no sentinels going into defense will be a little bit scarier, but Nupesa here do quite heavily benefit from the side switch. Oh my days! You would also benefit from having Love still on the server, but Zion absolutely has prevented that. 3 picks for Zion, and they are off of that. They still leave. They have the util advantage, they have the econ advantage, and yet they still choose to leave after those frags.
Crazy wall bangs here from Zion. Is it going to be another? Oh my days. Get your Outlaw ace, Zion. Close off the series. Definitely the Outlaw king of University Esports this year. Even a Marshall, like you were saying, hit so many headshots with the Outlaw. Marshall would be fine, but you do get those 2 bullets, and let's see if it can be the Outlaw ace here. Hey, Outlaw ace, Zion. First ace of the night. Let's go.
Oh my days, Tavan's actually joined us. I would like to offer a minor. I do not believe Tim for real, I believe on Icebox did manage to actually walk away with the first ace of the season. We will have to look back just to make sure it was a post-plant defuse ace as far as I know, but that is actually the second one. One now coming from K-Pop Stars and one coming from Nepesu. So even the aces are only just evened up.
Crazy, but the rounds are still discrepant as we see
yes.
K-Pop walk ahead with 4.
4-0 already. Bunch of ults now online. The Thrash, you know, we're talking about Thrash has a couple of kids, but we've got the big grown-up dad Thrash ready to come through. May not even be necessary. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say may not even be necessary. K-Pop Stars seem to have walked up the site essentially for free. Thrash is going to go quite deep, likely not going to get picked back up. The 3 flank, though, has been read beautifully by Dash. Depends. Didn't see
Clearing it. Yeah, but Trent's finds one. Dash does find one before they do. Zion comes back and answers. Tim for real gets one, but Zen's there to answer, and it's going to be Nuka versus Love. Love out on top. Zion moving forward here, trying to catch
one enemy remaining.
Monixon is deleted, and now it is Love versus 2. Wall and heal. Heal doesn't do much.
Enemy remaining.
Gets one heal. Showstopper's out. Heal comes out. It could be the clutch amount of HP to do. Round off. Wall was about to come out there, but the paint shell is distracted. 6 bullets left, but Zen through the wall will be the winner of that round. K-Pop Superstars on 5.
Oh, a pixel difference there for Love. We will be seeing that again, I'm sure. Beautiful position here from Dash. Very smart clear, actually. Tavens does actually step back there to prevent lining up with Alucia. Very well positioned. Love here just barely manages to sidestep the Showstopper. Unfortunately, not quite enough to go home and take the round. But now, the res is online. The Palpatine for the side of Tavens is on. If there is a round to make, the guns are for the most part there for Nepesu. I imagine kitchen sink, that's going on the B side.
Get out of my way!
Zen very keen here, gain some space. A little bit of a nerf to the blast pack, doesn't do anything there. Marching forward, Monixon did have a judge in hand, trying to get some kills from this early advance, but Zen and Zion are finding the kills themselves. Spike gets planted, blah, 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 blah. But Alucia and Tim for real and get a kill each, and Love gets a revive moving forward. Comes out, gives away a lot of information, decays and marks all of the K-Pop Superstars. Spike Diffuser is killed though.
I mean, yeah, like the Nightfall is almost just wearing off here. It's good for a Zen, then follows up what was looking like a very, very solid kind of run out from the Nepesu. The retake was almost there, but no. Unfortunately for them, the K-Pop Stars look at Monixon falling there. The frags are then so relevant. Tim for real able just to stand out in the middle of the site to give all that space and information for the side of the of Nepesu, but sadly just not going to be quite enough. There's still quite a lot online for them. We do still have the Palpatine. We're about to get the lockdown, but the res and Nightfall. I don't know what it is. The zap is the finger zap. I really should have learned what it is, but no one ran Neon before this patch.
Yeah, I forgot it too. It's like hot fingers or something. No, that's hot hands. That's Phoenix.
Man,
that's Phoenix.
Yeah. I thought the same
hot
thing.
Fingers. Riot, employ me for your branding.
If only the fingers could be just shocking, but no, instead, who's shocking? It's a double flank from Alucia and from Tavens, already 2 on the board. This is looking very, very likely. We can move on. Philly finally put a round on the board for Nepesu. Dash out of the kill feed. Nuker actually is going to be the last one standing. Zen out of the kill feed. Go on, surely, Nuker, it can't be more. That's 3. Dizzy comes on. Love is just
Yeah, and up. You can't do it. Yeah, you can do it. You do it. Oh my days! What is going on?
I didn't know
it's off. It's off. Just finish it. Mosh pit. Why didn't you do the mosh pit earlier? Oh my god, the mosh pit is gonna. What is going on? It's not enough. That is
I will not
Wall of the Night, love. Wall of the Night.
Oh my days, the fact that we believed it couldn't be climbed upon, and then it could, and then there was a panic, and then it was drawn. Nuker had no idea that he could climb on that wall either. But you've said chaos, you've said scrappy.
I said clips.
You said clips. You've said it all, and it's just come into fruition in one round. The fact that Love, that's ridiculous. How does Love walk away?
Careful
that's, oh my. Thank you, Nupesu. Thank you, K-pop stars. Thank you, everyone, for watching. What a way to finish this series out. Oh my days.
Oh, it's beautiful. This is Zen here, not pushing into the paranoia, but we do have a very, very big push here from the defensive side of Nupesu. They've taken a lot of space. Standing on top of rubble and behind it, Thrash comes out, a little fishy wishy on its little belly there. Oh, Alicia got retained, but not going to make that push. There's not really much to be done here. One of the players were seized, but they've got out of that hand grip now, and as they make this rotation forward to C-site, Nupesu are very aware of what's coming, and we do see Tim for real heading over a little bit closer, but not going to do too much. Doesn't want to be caught out 5v1, so going to wait for the lockdown and the rest of the team to turn up. I wouldn't be surprised to see 3 or 4 players push this lockdown though once it's dropped. There goes a grenade.
Yeah, Peachell's coming through. Oh my
Mosh
days.
pit.
Look at the winning
And it's
util
gone.
accessible for the side of the pop stars. That lockdown is going to go down. Follow up
Message sent.
Zion and Kodown actually Love is able to put Zion down. Nice there versus Love, who can get a swing. Love
One enemy
is coming up.
remaining.
Clutch. Alucia finishes off. Dearman's good for 2, but he's got 3 more. There's no way Alucia finds it. And now 2-6. I said that, you know, either way, the teams are going to be a little bit more concerned come that half-time split. So the more rounds now, the better. And Nupesu are finally taking that on board.
Was that a line? Was that a Molly lineup? Mosh pit onto the lockdown. Did it come from the sky or did it come through the door?
I think it just bounced off the wall, and maybe someone else can do it. As far as I know, that was just a bounce. That was just a little, you know, kind of rebound. I don't think there was any mad lineups or anything just there. If there was, then absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, steal them from the VOD because you know might as well copy what the top players do.
I mean, it's still you got to bear that in mind that though the lockdown's pretty tough now, it can still be destroyed by double util. So if you can double up like swarm grenades and mosh pit and paint shells, etc., you can get it done.
Which, to be fair, is also pretty good if you are the opposer. I mean, you know, that was a lot of util that K-pop stars had to use to break the lockdown, and we did see, you know, it was enough to buy some time. So, you know, definitely doesn't hurt to lose an ult to all of that util. I think you're semi-happy if you're Nupesu, and likely because we are going to be seeing another lockdown from Tim if the plays and the positionings do work out for them. Quite a split on the C play here. Pretty standard. Nuke are going to get the Dizzy fired out. The Blast Pack's not going to immediately follow up. Seeing nothing out with the Paranoia. They're happy just to be out the Killjoy util initially. Tim4 now has the understanding that the cross has come through. Not able to land the shot. Does break Wingman down at least. Not going to need to find anything now as Dash and Alicia are good 1-to-1. Tim4 does know the spike being grabbed. Tim with a beautiful cross, but does lose some health towards it. Tim has been just trying to keep everyone on this site as long as possible. Nightfall now comes onto them as the fight resumes.
Tim held that side down alone so long. Such an impressive player, man. Always making my jaw hit the floor. The 180s and the 1v3 capability that Tim brings to the table. Really, really integral part of the Nupesu team. Now Dermot left at a 1v2. Spike's about halfway through. Still plenty of time. Nope. If they don't do something quick, yeah, there isn't plenty of time. But if they can get this kill fast, there we are. Now there's not much time at all.
Still alive for Dermot Monix. CC, good to find him, but Dermot's killed enough time.
I think this bomb is exploding. It is, yeah.
Wow. I mean, let's talk about Tim and Dermot that round, because that was incredible. That was insane work. Tim, as you said, Bigfoot holding down the site for the length of time he did. Dermot then to buy enough time as the retake is coming through. That was scrappy, chaotic. It's exactly what we expect from these two teams, and just barely, the K-pop stars put their 7th on the board.
Yeah, it was interesting. Dermot didn't really know where to look that round. Wasn't really aware of Monixon's location, but Monixon ended up getting on top. Really, really good angle. Just not enough time to seal the deal.
Typically, for anyone who's just a more, you know, Lotus is typically on A site, just the entire kitchen sink goes down, you know, in like the first 5 seconds. There's a bit more of a canvas, but actually the kitchen sink is now going. Never mind, hush my mouth, what is going on? The Seekers, the Showstoppers, the Palpatines, you know, the Trailblazer, these Floating Smokes, everything has gone through that you can basically think of. And meanwhile, Diarmid and Love are just chilling on this mid angle. Look at that, using the one jump on top of the box. That's such an uncommon angle, but Diarmid does not care about your uncommon angle as he drops Love and the sight all the way, going to rotate all the way to
people say about this map, you need to take that A rubble space if you're the defender, but when you invest in it too heavily, this is what happens. Easy rotate. Well, I say easy rotate actually, but Newcastle are a bit hot on the heels. They're here on site almost.
Well, Onyx is able to put on
Last player standing.
Silence had to back up. Zen's able to get the pick through the door onto the bench, but
oh
no,
my days,
no
1
way.
HP. Zen finishing off Elucia with the paint shells, taking K-pop superstars to 8 rounds to 2.
They're feeling confident now.
Yeah, they really are. This is crazy. This is the most like confident, maybe even arrogant. I don't know, but it's the most confident, because arrogance is when you have confidence above your ability, right? So this is confidence because they're proven that it works. They are confidently marching forward and decimating Nupesu. And if they are going to have as good a defense as they do normally have, then they probably won't. So Nupesu really need to dig deep and find something. As I'm saying that, they do. They get 3 kills around Rubble, but there's still 2 players standing for K-pop. Beautiful skyline angle there to watch that fight, and Monix is going to have to run away to get healed.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was absolutely spectacular. That was cinematic. Very nicely done. Very nicely done from the squad there to capture that. Beautifully well done. I'm so grateful we got to see that angle. But yeah, Nupesu managed to walk away with the numbers advantage. They will have the gun advantage. There is no hope for a res yet from Love. If they do want to concede all the space, give K-pop stars the site, and then try with a 4 versus 2 retake, I can definitely see that going this way. There's only 1 more round after this for this half, so Love, I imagine, really wanting to try and either keep the econ safe or cement the victory. The From the Shadows as well, should Nupesu get a bit concerned at where the K-pop stars want to play.
Spikes just actually doubling up Nuka. This is really good to see. So what they're doing here is they're preventing a 1v2. They're making sure whatever situation they get into, it's a 2v. They could have sent the spike to plant by itself, but they cleared the angles together. This is really good control, and something you want to write down in your own strat book. When there's 2 of you standing, if you go more than 2 meters apart, your chances are obliterated.
Yeah, no, 100%. The angles suddenly come out, and Lotus is a big deal. Here we are seeing the res from Love. Nuker actually with the counter on the Thrash. Is good to detain, actually. Tim, can you slow walk out of tree? You can, but you have to lose Love in the process, so we're back to a 2 versus 3. The Mosh goes down. Thrash is not going to be able to come back, though. So Wingman now trying to buy as much time as possible. There is basically no Nuker. There is a regrowth and a Trailblazer. That's gone. It's just Nuker as Elucia swings it from the back and will put us up for Nupesu. 3-8, still From the Shadows left, but nothing else.
That was a really good thrash, but unfortunately the momentum it bought wasn't capitalized upon, and Nupesu did a really good job there of entering sight from a couple of different angles. And yeah, the Prowler just gave away the last little bit of needed information, and absolutely Nuka had no chance once he was prowled.
Just watching Tim. Oh, just watching Tim moonwalk his way out of tree is quite a highlight for me, I must say. I love trying to back him up. There's only the From the Shadows. Nightfall may potentially come online. Last round, the econ doesn't matter. The econ, whatever you've got. And what you don't have is Vens if you're the side of Nupesu. That's incredible shooting.
Yeah,
that really is.
And Neon as well, sprinting.
Yeah.
that is really good shooting. Trust. Love gonna get a wall out. The dog does get over the wall, and it looks like the rest of the team is gonna march through it. K-pop have sight again. They've got a kill as well. Nupesu and 4 players here. Nuka's gonna get the spike down. Nupesu.
Spike planted.
Elucia finds 1 quick kill there through to Zion. That might help a lot.
The revolving door strat. Watch the door spin. Don't look at any other angle as Elucia comes through to pick up 2. All of a sudden, K-pop stars are trapped. They have to make this all work. 1 for 1, 3 versus 2. Nuka, the swing has to be big. It's enough. It's actually enough.
How is this working?
Sends it high.
One enemy remaining.
There's no way. How?
Oh.
It looked like a new Pester
Switching
retake
sides.
for like a good 10 seconds, and then I think it was the Dizzy. You know, the Dizzy stopped that push off the back of the Paranoia and Dog, so there was no space to be gained properly, and it brought like time for like a because that allowed Nuka to isolate fights when he would have been in a 3v1.
Yes.
That Dizzy was so clutch.
No, that Dizzy was mega. Unfortunate for you, Alicia. They're just getting caught with the Nightfall down. Very smart to go for it, but Zen, and this is what we're saying, like, if you get a frag, typically someone from K-Pop Stars or someone from Nepesu is going to immediately, you know, take their trade. Alicia maybe not just quite right there, suspecting Zen to be playing a bit passive, so unfortunately getting caught with the Nightfall there. The no yelled by me purely just because, you know, 8-4 is a bit closer. 3-9, unless you're superstitious. You know, Bigfoot, you were saying, statistically speaking, K-Pop Stars do now have all the stats and the advantage to take this all the way. But with double Sentinel for the side, you know, with double Sentinel on the side of the attack, there is plenty of post-plant to be had.
I do love a 5v5 retake in a pistol round. Anything can happen. Monarchson marches through the door and right-clicks Dermot. Nuka does find one, but Alicia rushes through the spinning door to clean up. Benz takes down Dion. Dash finds 1-2. It's a 2v3 situation with K-Pop on low HP. I can't see them making this retake.
Healing over here.
Something out the bag. A little bit of a heal here from Dash, going to buy a little bit more health. They're buying space as well. They've done some good damage. Then gets dropped, and so does Dash. Nupesu winning their first round of this second half. That's exactly what they wanted to stop K-Pop Superstars getting to double digits. They're going to be very happy with that.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, no, very, very nicely done. Of course, having the Neon now on attack is going to be quite different for Nepesu. You know, Neon on defense, you can get good retakes and stuff, don't get me wrong, but the relay bolt ends up losing a lot of its effectiveness because it's fantastic at kind of cutting people off or like preventing the push from initially happening. Of course, you know, less likely to be on the, you know, kind of defender side, or, you know, prevent the retakes from happening, less likely to be on the defender side. When you're on the attacker side, you get to clear all that space. You get to be so proactive about it. Speaking of proactive, we've talked about these stacks.
What a crazy push here from C. It looks like nearly the whole K-Pop Superstar squad were there ready to push out. Only Dermot on B. A was left completely empty. An absolute bloodbath in the stands here. The kills are going backwards and forwards, but now it is all up to Dermot to kill the last two players in Nupesu.
With a shorty, no less. with a shorty, no less. What an excellent way to cut to find that out.
Plenty guns in C Sands, though.
There's plenty of them. Whether he can have access to them, I think, is a different story, because I think Alicia looks to be hanging on that bag specifically to stop any of those guns being picked up. Dermot just with a wee teabag there. Does have a smoke and one teleport left, so it's not impossible. It's just incredibly close.
Couldn't even
lurk in the smoke. Yeah,
could not even afford a second smoke.
Oh. He had no clue, I don't believe.
Yeah, he had
no clue.
Shorty one smoke. I mean, you actually might be able to pull that off with two smokes. One's just not
there's
enough.
A possibility. Just look at this. Yeah, the fight for C. Both teams were, and it does seem actually there. Nepesu were far readier for that than I would have typically expected them to have been. They are probably locking into how the Pop Stars do play, and yeah. Because of that, they do actually manage to, despite I would argue still being surprised. No, they take that, and now pretty big commit on the B side. It looks like the econ not solid, not entirely solid for them. Of course, K-Pop Stars having a bit more to work with in terms of the space has been taken. That's the power of what Neon can do, and that's why, again, I said we'd like to see much more defense now. It doesn't matter if it's not that.
How do you get free through the smoke like that? There is only one way, and that's when your opponents line up to be slaughtered. Zen and Nuka cleaning up. They're going to get the defuse. They're going to be on double digits here, leaving Nupesu on 5. K-Pop Superstars need 3 rounds to take the trophy back to Great Britain.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, yep, Nepesu had the space, they took it well, but K-Pop with the retake. And again, K-Pop are understanding that they don't have, I mean, look at this spray. It actually looks like he's more trying to swing onto Tim, but does just find the third onto Alicia. Like, I do want to point out that, again, K-Pop Stars, no Sentinels. Nepesu with 2 Sentinels and Neon. So superstars, the K-pop stars do seem to be, you know, very much just happy to give up the site initially, and then we'll retake with a double initiator, the double duelist, and you know, the single control of the paranoia and such. There's a lot of util we do see through that A main, and I think it's very indicative of how many resources both team rosters do actually have at their disposal.
And if you do take a rubble, you don't necessarily want to leave everyone there.
No.
Like we're saying, it's very, very good strat here from K-pop. They've taken a rubble with 3 players. They've left 1 player there and sent 2 to rotate. This is how you play a rubble. Really, really good strat here. Now there's a whole team waiting for the C execute. This, yeah, this could go quite badly for NUPESA if they don't get the right util combination moving onto site. 1 for 1 so far. 2 to K-pop, 1 for NUPESA. NUPESA find another one. They find another one. It's equal now again.
Yeah, 3 for 3s. We talk about these refrags. We talk about these positions. Yeah, both teams do tell. Oh, are we trading even from
Let's
the
go
shadows? Yes.
from the shadows, from the shadows, from the shadows.
Yes, we are. The read is down, but Monixon now is all on his own. The rotate from K-pop starts to be super fast. You know, they are aware that it's more than likely a 2 versus 1 at the minute. The smoke does come down here, but immediately passes. Well, Monixon gives away his position. The Outlaw not going to find his target. Dearman just
it doesn't matter.
Trying to stick on. He's able to get it diffused. Oh, the knife comes swinging out from Monixon, but it's not enough.
If Dermot from the shadows like 2 inches further away than he did, he would have been killed.
Yeah.
And if he from the shadows like 4 inches closer, he would have like got that defuse a lot easier. It's crazy the small things that go into these. And tries to get the knife kill. I love it. It's not quite enough here. Pretty good kills on both sides though. We've got Alicia up to 17-15, Monixon on Alicia up to 17-15, Zen on 19, Zion pretty high too, up to 70 as well. Oh, by the way, shout out to Zen's girlfriend. Behind every amazing man is an amazing woman.
Oh, wholesome. That's cute. Was that on chat or something? That was sweet.
Yeah, someone said shout out, you know.
Aww, that's cute.
You know, the little second line, that was actually a quote from someone in history.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I don't know who said that.
I forget. Yeah, but it is. Yes, it's behind every man. Yes, of course it is. It's a very solid quote, and I think a lot of the players have had, even if it's not exactly, you know, a woman, they've had someone that they probably point to as their kind of inspiration or their support. But speaking of your inspiration or support, they're going to need all of it as NUPESA try and push through to get this C-site held. K-pop stars only need 2 rounds in the entire game to seal this deal. The Trailblazer is going to go down, prevent Love from getting stunned, but Love actually does panic. Goes off the spike, the replan now coming through. The Killjoy setups do come through. This is what we were talking about in terms of the setups and the double sentinel. Vence tries to get out, but to be clear, it's going to shut down with the judge. Alicia giving away their position and now falls to the judge as well because of it. Just hiding these smokes. They know where he is. They understand that that's a high likelihood from on the smoke. It's only 1 as 3 people still survive as K-pop stars with the showstopper in hand bring us to match point.
There is gallons and gallons of blood covering C-site right now. There has been so many slugfests in C in this round, in this map. So many ultimates on board as well. We're going to see an absolutely chaotic round next. It might be the end of the entire final series, though. Yuka gets the defuse, bringing the team forward to 12 points. Match point, Zen on 20 kills, showstopper in hand, versus 4 ultimates of NUPESA. NUPESA do have an arsenal of ultimates that might be able to slow down K-pop. But they don't have full buy on their guns. Trent Ult going to get the first kill there on a dash, but Zen will trade out. That is a nightmare because there could have been a lot of momentum off the back of that.
They do have the res online, and they will use it this round, even if it's just to keep the econ online. I do believe so. Zion with this flank, the timing. That's a very rare Zion whiff with the Outlaw there, but it is going to be enough for him to stay up. Blast pack blasted over. Alicia does not care about your blast pack, Zen. Nuker gets swung on entirely, collapsed upon by Team NUPESA. They're not out quite yet. They may be down, but they are not out yet.
They've only used 1 ult. Sacrificed 1 player for this. Love takes down Dermot, and it looks like NUPESA are still in the game.
Spike planted.
Can't see Zion clutching this out with an Outlaw. I mean, in different situations, Zion can 1v4 with an Outlaw. We've seen an ace earlier on, but right now, It's going to be the game is isolate Zion. Come on, what is this? I love Zion.
That was good. There was a lot of that
Even
there.
with
I like
numbers,
love
anything can still
playing that, like
Remember
very
that.
very hazardous around the shorty. I like then Zion immediately coming up and saying, regardless of your respect for the shorty, I'm coming for you. That was so that was incredible though, because as you pointed out, only one ultimate expended, and it was the Neon. The Neon I still believe it might be 8 points now, but it's actually one of the cheaper ults. Bear with me for a moment. Oh no, yeah, 7. Jeez, it's even cheaper than I thought. I thought they maybe would have nerfed it with everything, but no, 7 points. So to use that ult, get the opening pick, that's still quite a lot. So now Nepesu really have something to work with, and if they can get this as well, the econ's not looking great from the K-pop stars. In theory, 7-12 with a few ultimates expanded.
This might be it equally as well. Have to see,
True.
but we do have all 5 Newcastle. They've managed to take the majority of A. Just before sight, they've got a little bit further to go. They could derail into B, but there's 2 players from K-pop Superstars hiding behind this door. There is a trap waiting behind the door. Zion gets the headshot on his Benz. Dash gets a kill with a Sheriff on a Love. The spray comes back from Alucia getting 2, but Dermot's there to kill Monixon with the Judge.
Found one.
Where do they go now? They're trapped in a corner with the spike down. It looks so good for a second, but the trap behind the B door was just too powerful.
Oh, but yeah, Dash and Dermot have these two absolutely trapped him. Beautiful first pick, but needs to do more. Judge swinging through. Zion's good, but that will be it. Alucia tries, but Dermot with the Judge. 13-6, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible stuff from both teams, but it will be the K-pop stars actually walking away with the UEM 2024 Valorant. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Nepesu. Oh my days. I'm breathless.
That's insane, mate. It's been an absolute slugfest back and forth. I said before we went into Lotus, I have no idea what's going to happen. And look what we were treated with in the first round. A jumping knife shot to the head in the 4th round. An outlaw ace. The comeback, the brief comeback from Nepesu was beautiful as well, but it just wasn't quite enough to shut down K-pop Superstars, who've just got better and better with every single game we've played tonight. They look so professional in this final map.
I would genuinely say I think we have just watched K-pop Superstars essentially warm and warm and warm and warm up. Of course, Nepesu did have to change over a little bit of things, so unfortunately, maybe some circumstantial things, getting in the way of a truly clean. But I mean, hell, they have absolutely fought their way through the limit. They have, they came through on the winner's side. It just had to be a little bit more from K-pop stars to dethrone them, and yeah, they absolutely did.
So just for anyone who doesn't know, K-pop have now won 3 leagues in 1 season. New NSC UEM.
Yep.
3 first places, and they're chatting about retiring. What are they chatting about?
I mean, quit while you're ahead would be mine. That would be the only thing. But I mean, yeah, how do you retire whenever your kind of showings are like that? So speaking of just in terms of showings, so that is now first place to K-pop stars. They will be taking home 2,500 out of that wee prize pool if we can. I know that how clean it. 500 euros per player. Nepesu still walk away with 300 each. That's still an incredible show. It's not quite the first place, but incredible work from both teams. Of course, the third, who will be able to look at the fixtures a little bit on, with 1,000 and then 500 for everyone down on 4th. So incredible. Yeah,
it's been a journey, mate, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Such a good season this year. My final year of uni as well, so there will be other people stepping into these boots and stuff moving forward. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. You see that I don't think anyone's going to take me streaming from like some random shack in Southeast Asia, so I'll probably be offline for a year or so. But I will be making lots of music, so follow @JodyBigfoot on Instagram or Twitter, and you can keep up with my music stuff, because really, really sad to say casting's getting put on the back foot for a little while, but it's honestly been like one of the most fun and memorable parts of my life, getting involved in casting, and I'm so glad that I did. If you're considering getting involved in esports as observer, production, caster, player, anything, just do it. It's so much fun, and everyone is so beautiful. Everyone's been so beautiful and kind and friendly in this scene, and it's been so many good connections to move forward for.
Yeah, no, I think with that, I mean, obviously you will be missed, man. And but yeah, thank you very much to everyone for having us. Thank you for everyone watching. Thank you all the players. Again, congratulations K-pop stars, and congratulations to Nepesu. We will be. Yeah, I mean that's really kind of us. Of course, has been me, Mad Dante. I've been absolutely having a blast. Bigfoot, any last things just before we go?
Well, we'll be back with an interview. Will actually be my third or fourth interview in tournament. My boyfriend down in Staffordshire.
Yes.
The king himself, the Irish king, is coming for one more interview, I hope. You might hand it over to someone else, but I'm pretty sure it will be Dermot. Sweaty hands and anime cap in and all. So yeah, we'll be back very soon with an interview, so don't go anywhere.
Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the University Esports Masters, but the final is finished. K-pop superstars from Staffordshire have taken the €2,500 prize home. So we do have the IGL, the Irish King himself, Dermot, K-pop superstars. Let's go.
Back again.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm tired, but I'm thrilled. That was fun. That was really fun.
Congratulations! It's been a pleasure to be alongside you for this ride since like January, February. I've been stalking you through games.
Yeah, it's been a while since you called Bristol 2-1 against us. I think it was. So
yeah,
keep your seats.
Following you off stream as well, man. But yeah, my first question for you that I've been needed answered since the start of the stream is: how many hours in the past month have you spent on GTA RP, and how many hours in the past month have you spent on Valorant?
I don't know exact hours, but let's do like a
just rough percentage.
Last month, probably like 3 weeks on RP, 1 month on 3 weeks on RP, and then this last week we're playing.
1 week. Oh man, that's crazy. But yeah, sometimes rest provides a lot of recuperation for the like the brain and the body and stuff. So taking a rest from Valorant lets you come back fresh. Yeah, that's really interesting to hear. I think Nipescu might have been hammering for the 3 or 4 weeks, but yeah, you managed to outplay them.
That guy's rank 1, Monoxen, like.
Rank 1.
He's rank 1. That's what I'm saying, man.
That's why he's so good.
Yeah.
No, he's not rank 1 because he's so good, not so good because he's rank 1.
I guess so.
Oh, amazing.
Man, I'm sitting here just I was hoping to be part of the duo, but no, I'm the third wheel. It turns out when Bigfoot and David are in, that's absolutely, you just let them have it. No, I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. It's good that you bring up Monoxen, because kind of my first question was going to be, you know, Diarmid, you may not have paid attention. You've kind of alluded as much, but with that now, you know, Stafford are obviously the 3 kind of, you know, time league winners in terms of that. Was that something that you were at all considering coming into this, or were you, you know, or were you more not and just focusing on the game?
No, I just wanted the money. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. You know, a couple of people might have just wanted the money, but the glory feels nice. I'd say the scene's pretty lucky that we don't have another year with this roster. Call out America too. I bet we'd roll America as well if we were sent
I
over
mean,
there.
genuinely, the roster's deadly.
You'd
I
roll
think we're
America,
all
would
grateful.
you? Oh, big claims, big claims.
But
you
roll the university scene in America, I think. Yeah.
How many of you are graduating?
3 of us. Just Dash and
That's-
Zen left, but you know.
Yeah,
they're
I mean-
hopeless without us.
Zen, no, mate. Zen's a one-man army. You take those words back. Zen's a one-man army.
Nah, someone else could have a shot. Zen will even go easy on everyone else. That's what I'm getting told now. The script for the UEM 2025 is just Zen, just chilling in the back line, just with a little bit of patience on him.
For sure, for sure.
My second question is: you've joked about retiring, right? But in all seriousness, do any of you have any plans to like try and keep Valorant going as a thing or not?
Haven't really spoke about it. I know me, Nuker, Zion, we're all kind of calling it. I don't know about Dash and Zen, to be fair. Dash is a big gym lad, so we might just go into bodybuilding or something. And Zen, like, he can play anything. You should see him on
Dash
Dress
is
to
a big,
Impress on
big gym
Roblox.
lad.
He's insane.
It's true.
Zen goes crazy in that game.
Right.
Zen is a full grind set, so we've got half the squad on GTA RP, the other half on Roblox, and someone I imagine's doing a fake Kovacs maybe in Roblox that looks like, you know, that looks like Bind or a set or something. So, well, that kind of, because initially it was kind of be what are the next steps, but you know, maybe the next steps unfortunately are something that's not really, you know, involved in the scene or something that we'll see. But the last question for myself was obviously Nepesu did show up. Their flashless comp is something that was kind of legendary. They ran it against you beforehand, you know, in that last 2-1 that did unfortunately did go more their side the last time. Was there anything you had done to adapt or change, or had you, you know, maybe considered that it was a little bit of a throwaway and they weren't going to bring it to the finals?
We didn't, like, the way our mindset about it was it wasn't like, well, it was a flashless comp. We thought it was more of like a, this kind of defense comp, which just had so much utility to just plow and plow and plow with like stall. So
yeah.
On split, we changed our comp to bring in a KO instead of this guy. And no one's scrimming split right now because it's out of the map pool. So we just kind of, you know, first timed it. And then besides that, we just said, like, listen, they don't have flashes. The way they're going to get into re-clear things is just double swinging, just hold the angle. We're better. And yeah, it worked out. So,
well,
just a change of mentality, maybe more than game plan.
I changed mentality, and well, you kind of did seal the deal by proving that, you know, once and for all, yous are better. So, kind of last congratulations, Bigfoot, before your boyfriend, Bigfoot, before your boyfriend leaves. Is there anything else? Because I'm sitting here feeling like a third wheel, and I'm very jealous, I must say.
No, just what I've said before. Congratulations, it's been an absolute pleasure. I wish you all the best moving forward, post grad and that, mate. And I'll try and get in touch in some time and just see where you're all at. It's been great.
I appreciate it. It's been a fun ride.
Would you like to plug yourself or any of the squad just before you do jump off, Diarmid?
I wouldn't plug the socials. We don't care about the socials, but just shout out to the boys. It's been a hell of a year. Zen, Ignis, Josh, Dan, Dash, Dan, and even the players we played before, like Visor and Rocky. It's just been a fun 3 years, so enjoyable. Go on a bang.
Mad respect to each of it. Yeah, well, no, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, that'll be everything. So that was Diarmid from the K-pop Stars. Again, finally, just to bring us to a close. So K-pop Stars 13 over Nepesu, bringing it 3-2 in a very close season. But yeah, incredible stuff from all of them. That's going to be everything from us. Production, thank you. Yous mean the world. Yous were absolutely incredible. That was excellent work for everyone. The players, incredible. Thank you so much for putting on a show that made it worth talking about. Bigfoot, man, any last words before, hopefully not the too distant future, but even if so, any final statements or layoffs?
I'm kind of wordless, mate. I just love you all. Everyone I've had anything to do with in this esports adventure the past 3 years, like, so much love for you, and all the best in esports or whatever you do outside in life, for real. Like,
And the ats are all down here. If you want to hear either more of this voice sounding like this, or more of that voice, that voice, but doing a little bit more music and such.
Wait, there.
please just check
One
out
more
the-
thing. One more
Go
thing.
ahead.
Just a positive message to end on. Is you can live your dream. You can do absolutely anything you want. I've managed to make my Japanese rap Geordie dancehall album go on tour in Japan by believing in it and moving forward. Like, you can do anything. If you're leaving university, work out what's in your soul and chase it. Don't give up. That's my last message.
I'm not going to say anything more. That's a perfect way to leave it off, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. The socials are down here. They're down there, sorry. But thank you so much to everyone. All the best.
Thank you.